হ্যাঁ অনলি হ্যাঁ হ্যালো চেক 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 মনিটরে শুনে যাচ্ছে স্টেজ মনিটরে হ্যালো 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 চেক চেক check, check. Shubhajit, is this okay there?
of Volga, OP Behel of Khyber Restaurant, R.D. Gora of Gazebo, A.S. Kamath of Kamath Restaurants and other leading restaurateurs. It represents the interests of 5 lakh plus restaurants of the Indian restaurant industry. NRAI aspires to promote and strengthen the Indian food service sector. The Kolkata chapter of NRAI, the first autonomous chapter in India, is currently headed by Aditya Lanzaria, co-founder Chai Break. The NRAI Managing Committee is composed of members from all kinds of hospitality businesses, from single outlets to chains, cloud kitchens and patisseries, and without bars to ensure inclusiveness and representation of all perspectives. Every kind of business like restaurants, bars, cafes, bakeries, cloud kitchens, and all categories of vendors related to the F&B industry represent the National Restaurant Association of India. Once again, a warm welcome to all our delegates attending DotPe Presents NRAI Indian Restaurant Summit 2023 in the city of Kolkata. My name is Mir and I'm your host for this evening. I belong to the city. I see several of my friends connected to the restaurant and hospitality industry. In the audience, a warm welcome to each Academy scholar. Shayuni Pali has beautifully excelled her musical journey and kept millions of listeners captivated through her omnidimensional singing for the last 2 decades. Started learning music at the tender age of 4, a gold medalist at grad as well as postgrad levels. She's currently pursuing Ehsan Loy when she lent her voice for the film Katti Batti. Apprised by the maestro A.R. Rahman for the testimonial presentation Reliving Rahman, celebrating his 50th birthday.
नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Big
कुर्मे देव सर्वकायेषु सर्वदा सर्वदा कायेषु
Thank you, Shayani. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the eponymously talented Shayani Palit. For members who've just joined in, for delegates who've just walked in, seats in the front are all taken, so you'll have to probably move swiftly to the back. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to call upon Aditya Latsaria, Chapter Head, NRAI Kolkata, and co-founder of Chai Break for the welcome address.
Kamban Achen, I stand here before you today, Chapter Head of NRAI Kolkata, to extend my heartfelt welcome to what clearly is the biggest congregation of restaurateurs that this country has ever seen. 50 plus speakers who have seen and I've grown up idolizing them, and 1,000 plus registrations already. In the lead up to this event, our singular focus has been on creating an environment where restaurateurs can come together, connect, learn, engage in meaningful conversations, and yes, while we are at it, have some fun on this side. क्या पता आपके बिजनेस को कोई नया रिश्ता मिल जाए. We had attended the NRAI AGM in Hyderabad last year, and reflecting on it, cheers to you guys, amazing. And reflecting on it, I'm reminded of the incredible hospitality and the enchanted Qawwali night that continue to linger in my mind of those fortunate to attend. It is my hope that the couple of days in Calcutta, in monsoon times, if I may correctly say, will always stay with you in the corner of your heart and memory. I would like to thank the National Managing Committee for giving Kolkata chapter an opportunity to host the national event and the AGM for the first time. I'm really thankful to the office bearers. Thank you so much. I'd like to express my deep gratitude for your presence here today. This event is a testament to the strength and vibrancy of our restaurant industry. And it's an honor to have each one of you out here. Our team in Kolkata has worked tirelessly to ensure that the stay in the city of joy is enjoyable. We work tirelessly, and a big shout out to our secretariat, a big shout out to our Kolkata Managing Committee, a big shout out to the National Secretariat, without whom this wouldn't have been possible. And of course, to the sponsors, without whom we couldn't have put up such a big show. Thank you, and let's get started with some exciting journey together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aditya. It's true that we've never had a congregation so huge as today. So a huge round of applause for each and every member who's put in their everything into this summit. Let's hear it for every single member in this house, ladies and gentlemen. It's a grand occasion, and we'd love to share our joy, our happiness, our Anand with someone very special who represents Anand God. Mr. Kollol Ghosh, former United Nations volunteer and senior Ashoka fellow, has donned many a hat with equal ease, and his acts of selflessness have won many hearts the world over. He's a Kolkata-based activist and founder-director of the Organization for Friends, Energies and Resources That Offer for Short, who has been tirelessly working since 1986 to better and uplift the lives of children in need, especially able children living with HIV, AIDS, and other 5,000 children in need. He struggles day and night for their education, health, nutrition, psychosocial therapy, vocational training, cultural understanding, and the development of youth leadership, involvement, conflict resolution, and decision-making skills. Each morning witnesses him engaged in various aspects of his work that involves either rescuing a helpless newborn from the streets. He's received the honorary doctorate from the President of the Italian Republic in recognition of his social entrepreneurship, and also for his vision, commitment, and innovative solutions to some of society's most pressing challenges. Kollol Ghosh is also the visionary behind Cafe Positive, the first cafeteria run by HIV-positive young adults in Asia successfully. He is their voice and ensures that they are heard. Kollol Ghosh is not just an activist, but also a true storyteller of positivity, inclusion, and empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kollol Ghosh.
Good morning, all dignitaries, guests, all participants, and all members of National Restaurant Association of India. At the outset, I express my deep gratitude for inviting me and my organization for Friends, Energies and Resources, and of course my children, to this wonderful event. I am an activist and would like to share my journey and also Anandaghar and Cafe Positive. Anandaghar is a key project of offer. It's a residential care and support initiative for the children living with HIV. We serve the children centered and we ensure that grow up healthy, educated, and become responsible citizens of our country. My relevant experience working with the children living with HIV is that they stay perfectly healthy if they take antiretroviral therapy mandated by National AIDS Control Organization on a regular basis. Upbringing of these children living the hygienic centered but a healthy and balanced diet, which is an absolute necessity for the antiretroviral therapy to control the infection. Besides this, they also require other clinical and emotional support. We also ensure that all these children complete their secondary, higher secondary, and of course few other graduates, and gets trained on sports, gymnastics, and performing arts. As per juvenile justice, states are no inmates can stay an orphanage like Anandghar beyond the age of 18. Naturally, of this law, the orphan children are faced with the scarcity possibility of again becoming the homeless. Cafe Positive is an initiative of those young adults of Anandghar who have the leave of the residential home and earn their endeavors to break up the myth, stigma, and attached to HIV. Affected individuals. We have two Cafe Positive outlets right now in the city. One is a 64 in Lakeview Road and another a little bit southern part in Patuli area. I am proud to mention that this initiative has stood the test of time and a cornerstone of positivity, inclusion, empowerment, and of course, the dignified living. My appeal to all of your successful entrepreneurs is to get involved with this movement and the mainstreaming this marginalized community. For the skill enhancement, it will be a great support to the young adults if you can providing them vocational training or skills which will facilitate empowerment upon opportunity. We would also like to request each one of you resolve to hire at least one HIV positive young adult person in your organization as per the fitment. To run this operation and also the proposed, the Center for Opportunistic Infection, this is an absolutely 50-bed free hospital for the HIV positive children and young adults of the all Bengal. And I also ask to all of your customers can donate maybe 1 or 2 rupees and this proceed of some your most popular product. In case anyone you will ask doubt any of the HIV transmission, then I will be more than happy to more clarification. Today we have a small audio visual named Quest where I would like to share with you all the better understanding of their positivity and enthusiasm towards like no matter where the circumstance they are. The children of Anandghar will perform in front of you to paint this morning for the vibrant colors. I sincerely express my special thanks to my friend Mr. Sagar Dariani and of course my new friend in Assis Labs area and all of you, the Kolkata chapter team, to creating this opportunity of this morning. And I will be of all Indian restaurant good wishes and health and sincerely wish the Summit 2023 achieves to its objects. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we talk about inclusion, but very few amongst us could actually apply the inclusivity factor. One of them is Mr. Kollal Ghosh. Huge respect for Kollulda and Anandghar. We have young adults with us, children and young adults with us who would be performing for us very, very specially on this wonderful occasion. HIV positive young adults on stage for a very short dance recital. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our children representing Anandghar. Before that, we have an audiovisual presentation on our screen.
Life isn't easy. To get what you want, you have to work rigorously until you have achieved your heart's desire. And that journey too isn't easy at all, as it is filled with hurdles and obstacles. Be it any business, venture, or any dream job, long-term or short goal, nothing substitutes hard labor and conviction. A cafe, for instance, which is one of the prime places for socializing amongst the youngsters, isn't built overnight. Just like Rome wasn't built in a day, a lot of effort goes behind setting up a well-established cafe, where people can go and relax and enjoy a cup of coffee. And why not? A lot can achieve over a cup of coffee. From being an excuse to exchanging ideas with people to being the witness of accomplishments, that tiny cup has various traits. But have you ever wondered if there is more to that cup than what meets the eye? What if it can be used to bring a change for the betterment of the seemingly outcasts of the society? What if it can shed light over the darkness lurking round the corner, unseen by the general people? 13 years ago, a boy named Joy was found on the streets by the people of OFFA, an NGO which provided and cared for orphans. Post-medical examination, Joy was diagnosed with HIV. This led to the founding of Anandakar by senior Ashoka fellow Kollol Ghosh. At present, they are taking care of over 450 children living with HIV. These children are just like us, but because of their condition, they are treated differently by the society and are deprived of everything that a child is entitled to. You would expect people to be a bit empathetic, but you'd be surprised how cautious they are in even holding them, keeping a hand's distance from the child. As a result of which, these kids have to deal with being left out, with poverty as they grow up. They have to deal with the lack of opportunities, including the prospect of getting jobs. They are treated as if they're untouchables, the reason of which are unknown to them. They're just innocent children with dreams and hopes, just like any other child, which are washed away by their tears, caused by the same society of which they are a part of. Our society is riddled with taboos regarding countless issues. One such is HIV. Most people, regardless of being educated or not, confuse HIV with AIDS and have this notion that it is contagious. You know of cause and effect. It may not be curable, but if people provide them with proper medication and a better living condition, it wouldn't amount to death, which is what happens to most of them. The people at OFFA decided to put their feet down on behalf of these kids living at Anandakar once and for all. Building a cafe is difficult, but for them it was many times as hard. Due to their condition, they stumbled at the first step, that is, finding a space for the cafe.
ক্যাফে পজিটিভের জন্য 750 স্কোয়ার ফিটের জায়গা খোঁজার কাজটা কতটা টাফ হয়ে পড়লো এবং কি কি ধরনের পিকিউলিয়ার কমেন্টস শুনেছেন ইতিমধ্যে?
প্রথমে বললেন হ্যাঁ কমলবাবু আমরা দেবো, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই। পরে বললেন না আসলে জানেন তো বাড়িতে আলোচনা করলাম, প্রপার্টিটা তো আমার একার নয়, আমার পরিবারের অন্য লোকজন রাজি হচ্ছেন না। কেউ বললেন যে না পাড়ার লোকজন কি ভাববে বা করছেন এটা চলবে তো, কেউ কফি খেতে আসবে, এরকম ভাবনা আছে। কিন্তু এখনো আমরা মানে চেষ্টা চালিয়ে যাচ্ছি, এখনো খুব একটা পজিটিভ জায়গায় আমরা পৌঁছতে পারি। কিন্তু আমার বিশ্বাস যে এই শহর মানুষ শুধুমাত্র পজিটিভ চিন্তা ভাবনা নিয়ে আলোচনা করবে।
Nothing could break determination as they continued to toil in their training day and night with the hope of seeing light on the other side of this dark tunnel. Finally, after 6 months of hunting for a place, they did get one. When people started having a cup of coffee from the hands of those HIV-affected children, the mist of misconception started to clear from their minds. People started to see them for what they are, a child, a normal human being, and became more caring towards them. More and more people started trooping in and have now offered to help them on their journey. The purpose of this cafe, which is to make the society more positive, has begun to fulfill. Not only that, the young adults who were born with the ill fate in the form of this HIV virus have gained new hope and a better perspective, because those selfless people still exist, however few there might be, to ignite the flame of hope that had seemingly disappeared in the inhumane world of humans. Their world will never be the same as ours, but it can be a good one after all.
अपना गम लेकर कहीं और न जाया जाए, अपना गम लेकर कहीं और न जाया जाए, घर में बिखरी हुई चीजों को सजाया जाए। घर से मस्जिद बहुत दूर है, चलो यूं कर ले। घर से मस्जिद बहुत दूर है, चलो यूं कर ले। किसी रोते हुए बच्चे को हंसाया जाए। Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the students, the young adults who are associated with Anand Ghar, who are associated with Cafe Positive, who are associated with Kollur Ghosh's cause. They're just positive. They're not HIV positive, they're just positive. And that's how they would love to be recognized. Let's have our young adults on stage for a performance specially designed for this occasion. I see more heads in the room. I hear less sound from their hands. Thank you.
বর্ষণ সঙ্গীতে রিমিঝিম 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 মনোমোর হংস বলাকার পাখায় যায় উড়ে গচিত গচিত চকিত তড়িত আলোকে মনোমোর হংস বলাকার পাখায় যায় উড়ে গচিত গচিত চকিত তড়িত আলোকে ঝনঝন মঞ্জির বাজায় ঝঞ্ঝা রুদ্র আনন্দে কল 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 মন্ত্রে নির্ঝরিণী ডাক দেয় প্রলয় আহ্বানে মনোমর মেঘের সঙ্গী উড়ে চলে দিক দিগন্তের বানে নিঃসীম শূন্যে শ্রাবণ বর্ষণ সঙ্গীতে রিমিঝিম 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 বায়ু বহে পূর্ব সমুদ্র হতে উচ্ছল ছল ছল তটিনী তরঙ্গে বায়ু বহে পূর্ব সমুদ্র হতে উচ্ছল ছল ছল তটিনী তরঙ্গে মনোমোর ধায় তারি মত প্রবাহে তালক মানরণ্যে মনোমোর ধায় তারি মত প্রবাহে তালক মানরণ্যে ক্ষুব্ধ শাখার আন্দোলনে মনোমোর মেঘের সঙ্গী উড়ে চলে দিক দিগন্তের পানে নিঃসীম শূন্যে শ্রাবণ বর্ষণ সঙ্গীতে রিমিঝিম 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 রিমিঝিম
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who do not understand the beautiful language of Bengali, just to keep you initiated about this, tumra ekটু থাকো please, tumra থাকো. Please থাকো. This is a song written by the great bard, the great poet Rabindranath Tagore, and it's absolutely perfect for the monsoon season, the current weather in Kolkata. It's a monsoon song. And on that note, I'd like to welcome on stage President Kabir Suri, Vice President Sagar Daryani, and Secretary General Prakul Kumar to present Mr. Kollal Ghosh a token of appreciation, a check of 2 lakh rupees, which goes towards Anand Ghar from the National Restaurant Association of India. President Kabir Suri, Vice President Sagar Daryani, and Secretary General Prakul Kumar to present the check to Mr. Kollal Ghosh. That's exactly why I retained our young adults on stage, because it should be in their presence.
भैया दादा अरे यार आप हवाई अच्छे अरे आप ये लाइव जा रहे हैं भैया
তোমাদের জন্য কিছু গুডি ব্যাগসও রয়েছে, আমাদের তরফ থেকে কিছু স্পেশাল গিফটস রয়েছে যেগুলো তোমাদের পরে আমরা প্রেজেন্ট করব। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ। মিস্টার সুরি, টু স্টে ব্যাক প্লিজ। থ্যাংক ইউ। Kabir Suri for the opening note.
Good morning, everyone. That was fantastic. Very heartfelt, and I've lost words. On behalf of the National Restaurant Association of India and its Kolkata chapter, I would like to extend a very, very warm welcome to all our fraternity members from around the country that are attending today. I am appreciative and thankful for you guys making the time to be here, so thank you. I would like to also welcome all our speakers, panelists, for making the time. We value your presence, so thank you for being here. I would like to thank our trustees, our management committee, for being here and for supporting Sagar and myself over the last 2 years. Without your belief in us, I don't think we would be here, so thank you very much for that. I would like to thank our various sponsors. Like earlier said, without you, we would not be here today having this event. So thank you very much from NRAI and all of us for supporting in us and believing in us. So thank you. It's important to acknowledge more than anyone else the Kolkata chapter and Aditya for pulling this off and for executing such a flawless summit. So thank you, Aditya. Thank you, Kolkata chapter. This is completely unbelievable, so thank you. Today's Restaurant Summit is a part of our efforts not only to share knowledge, but it's also to discuss all aspects of the business. And more importantly, to bring everyone under one roof. Hopefully today we have many, many minds of various generations that have been in the business for many years, some startups, some new people that have been in the business for 30, 40 years. There's a lot of knowledge in this room, so I urge some of our attendees to obviously engage as much as possible, to gain knowledge today as much as possible. Obviously the panelists will share a lot of knowledge, so please engage with people. This is a great opportunity as we go forward today. I would also lastly thank everyone for making the time to be here. I'm not going to take too much more time as I think we're already running late. So let the event summit start, and I look forward to engaging with everyone as the day progresses. So thank you very much for being here, and look forward to the day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who've just walked in, taken their seats, you will find the entire day's itinerary on your tables. Do go through it whenever you have the time. Meanwhile, we now take the opportunity to felicitate true legends of the food and beverage industry in Kolkata. People who speak about values, speak about ideologies that have stayed strong for so many years, decade after decade, and NRAI Kolkata chapter is proud, is privileged to honor them on stage. I'd like Asim Grover, Honorary Secretary, NRAI, the Big Chill Cafe Private Limited, to step on stage, please, as I welcome our first legend, Mr. Nitin Kothari, Peter Cat and Mocambo. Mr. Kothari owns not just one, but two of Kolkata's most iconic restaurants. Peter Cat, which opened its doors in Kolkata in 1975, ranks at number 17 on the list of the 150 most legendary restaurants in the world, curated by Taste Atlas, an experiential travel and food guide based out of Zagreb, Croatia, whereas Mocambo, established in 1956, has received the prestigious Indian Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage tag. That's from INTAC. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nitin Kothari. I'd request both gentlemen to kindly move up center stage so that we have the perfect photo op. With DotPe presents NRAI Indian Restaurant Summit 23 in Kolkata. The legend himself, Mr. Nitin Kothari. you, sir, and congratulations to each and every member that you represented today on stage. Mr. Kothari, it's a pleasure knowing you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to call upon Mr. Anurag Katriyar, trustee, NRAI, who is also from Indigo Hospitality, to felicitate and honor Mr. Rajiv Ghai, Quality. Mr. Rajiv Ghai owns the iconic brand Quality that was first launched way back in 1939 in pre-independent India in the city of New Delhi. As a hands-on owner, as he spends time interacting with his guests and regular patrons closely, continuing to build on the special bond Quality has with its regular patrons. The hallmark and signature of the restaurant is their brilliant North Indian Punjabi food filled with robust and bold flavors. Ladies and gentlemen, the legend Rajiv Ghai, representing Quality. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to welcome on stage Mr. Rahul Singh, trustee, NRAI, and also the BTB Marketing Private Limited, the Beer Cafe. Rahul Singh from the Beer Cafe, who is also a trustee member with NRAI. Ladies and gentlemen, our next legend to be felicitated on stage is the man representing the iconic Trinkas, Mr. Deepak Puri. Mr. Deepak Puri is the main driving force behind Trinkas that came into existence in 1936 as a charming tea room, a well-respected senior member of the hospitality fraternity, having been a part of the managing committees of various hospitality bodies in the country. The legacy of Trinkas will always remain synonymous with Kolkata as the soul of Park Street, as people associated with walking down memory lane. Ladies and gentlemen, the legend, Mr. Deepak Puri, representing Trinkas. I'd now like to welcome on stage Manpreet Singh, thank you sir, Manpreet Singh, Honorary Treasurer, NRAI, and also representing KS Hotels Private Limited. In India to have introduced baked sweets, setting a trend that others have humbly followed. Ladies and gentlemen, Shudip Mollik from Bolaram Mollik and Radharaman Mollik. Okay, Latsaria says we have his sweets on display today. In fact, we have a special list which is called Aaj Khane Mein Kya Hai, which I will be sharing with the members of the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to welcome on stage Sandeep Anand Goel, Managing Committee Member and also the Director of Essex Farms on stage, to honor Mr. Pratap Daryanani, Oasis, one of the many in the Park Street row of restaurants. Standing out is Oasis, a 35-year-old establishment that was renovated and restarted in 2009 at its original location. The two-tiered restaurant is simply decorated with splashes of turquoise and blue all around the place. It serves a variety of dishes from Indian, Chinese and continental cuisine. The staff is very friendly and service tends to be quick and efficient. And most of the time you'll meet Pratapji himself welcoming his guests. I've been one of them. A great deal of care is taken to make consumers feel at home. No wonder we see people carrying on conversations long after the meal has ended. Congratulations to Mr. Pratap Daryanani, representing Oasis. I'd now like to call upon Thomas Fenn, Managing Committee Member, and also representing Mahabali on stage, to felicitate our next legend. Could we Thomas Fenn on stage, please? Abhimanyu Maheshwari, could we have you on stage, please, to felicitate our next legend. Armenia is a brand which everyone is aware of. The very young CEO, Mohammad Kabir Azhar, the biryani giant that has been a trailblazer in the Mughlai cuisine segment, building loyal consumers and customers over generations in the city. It rests on the shoulders of 4 generations and is a labor of love of Abdul Qayyum, who passed on the legacy to his 3 sons, Muhammad Tahir, Muhammad Athar and Muhammad Azhar. It is important to know that Kabir Azhar has focused on being consciously responsible with a range of biodegradable and compostable plastic bags, cutlery and containers on behalf of Kabir Azhar. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the entire Armenia family. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, could we now have Riaz Amlani, trustee, and also Impresario Entertainment and Hospitality Private Limited goes with him. Could we have Riaz Amlani on stage, please? To felicitate our next legend. It seems Riaz Amlani. Okay, Riaz, could we have you on stage, please? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you walk down Park Street, one place that you surely must dig in is Kusum Rolls. And a man you must meet is Satish Kumar Gupta. Rolls, as you know, would be a quintessential part of Kolkata street food, and Kusum Rolls, owned by Mr. Satish Kumar Gupta, has been around since 1971. The authentic taste, no better place to grab a little snack than this. One can never get tired of queuing up there with a huge array of choices to choose from. And sometimes you know exactly what you need, an age-old recipe to satisfy the palate. Let's hear it for Satish Kumar Gupta, Kusum Rolls. Congratulations. Big fan of Kusum Rolls myself, ladies and gentlemen. I'd now like to welcome our President, Kabir Suri, on stage, also representing Azure Hospitality Private Limited. Mr. Kabir Suri, to felicitate Anindya Palit, Chef Shushant Sen Gupta, and Swaminathan Ramani, representing 6 Baliganj Place. Started out of the need to serve Bengali cuisine in a 5-star environment, Savorit's Hospitality has grown to 7 restaurants and a vast catering business in all these years. The idea came when 3 friends, Shushant Sen Gupta, Swaminathan Ramani and Anindya Palit, working at the Park Hotel, Kolkata, back then realized that there was no proper restaurant to serve Bengali cuisine in Kolkata, but an outsider looks for an option. After a thorough research into cookbooks spanning different eras, they came up with the hallmark restaurant, 6 Baliganj Place at a bungalow in Baliganj. The old world charm in architecture and minimalist decor of the 100-year-old property was retained and coupled with exquisite food. The restaurant soon became a preferred destination for connoisseurs in the city and also for people coming in from outside. Congratulations to 6 Baliganj Place. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like Sagar on stage, please. Sagar Daryani, Vice President at All Wow Momo Foods Private Limited. Sagar on stage.
Well. Kabir said excellent. You know which word I'm going to use. I'm going to say wow. What an event. The Indian Restaurant Summit in Kolkata, the theme being Band Baja Barat. It's raining, barish ho rahi hai. So let's say it's a monsoon wedding. You know, over the last 2 months, my team and myself, all we've been doing is making calls for sponsorships and saying, Shadi mein zarur aana. And look, here we are.
1,000 restaurant owners under one. Making this event spectacular. I mean, I've always said Calcutta is the food capital of the country, and you people being here really encourage us to go one step further. Special thanks to all our friends who've come down from 22 cities, flown down, kept 2 of these busy days completely in their calendar for us for this summit. Thank you so, so much for being here, being with us, making this event bigger and better. Okay, so to set the context, Band Baja Bharat. I'll just take you through the flow. Last night, for all the guests who came from outside, before the event, we had a bachelor's pre-event party. Today, the Indian Restaurant Summit is nothing but the engagement, just the beginning, making it semi-official. At night, we have a cruise dinner, the grand reception on the Ganges below the Howrah Bridge. And tomorrow is a serious affair. Our Pandit Ji Prakulji, the General Secretary for NRAI, he's going to ensure that the AGM, the wedding, and I hope wedding is a serious affair. I'm not married, so I don't know. But yeah, tomorrow is the wedding, and after that we have the festivities, the NPL, the NRAI, Premier League, where you have restaurant owners from Chennai versus the Bangalore versus the Calcutta versus the Bombay. इससे ज़्यादा और क्या हो सकता है? And like how Mir said, खाने में क्या है? So occasions को तो अलग रखते हैं, but खाने में क्या है? So friends, today here in Marriott, we have flavors of Calcutta for you. On my right is the Rajbari, which is the Bengali cuisine. Behind you is the Kolkata comfort food, the Decker's Lane. And on the first floor we have Tangra Chinese. We have a Misty Lane, and we have an Adda zone where you have your chai, you have your malai toast, you have your Victoria vadas, you have your puchkas, you have your jhal muris. So खाने में बहुत कुछ है. Let's make this big, let's make this grand. Namaste and welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for making this special. Thank you so, so much.
Sagar will be felicitating Mr. Sandeep Naulakha, Garden Cafe. Sagar, we request you to stay back on stage. Mr. Naulakha is the Managing Director of Jiggy's Food Services Private Limited and the owner of the famous Garden Cafe, Fillers and Corner Cafe. Being a global consultant in the vegetarian food sector with a wide experience in the business, diversifying from coffee plantations to food processing to a chain of fast food cafes, is also the author of the Restaurant Management Manual. Sandeep ji, I'd request you to stay back on stage. Sagar, I'd request you to stay back on stage as well. Ladies and gentlemen, our 10th legend for this session is unfortunately not here with us, but we'd definitely like to mention Tony Pradhan, representing Kathleen Confectioners. There are many things that Kolkata is famous for, well known for, and joining that list is the iconic Kathleen Confectioners. Tony Pradhan is the Managing Director of Kathleen Food Private Limited since 1991. Being a big foodie himself, the brand has over 150 stores, including franchises across the city today, from their pastries and cakes to savory treats. This place has been serving generations since the 70s, and some all-time favorites include the rum balls, cream rolls, black forest and brownies. While you're in Kolkata for your 2-3 day visit, do visit Kathleen's. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not have Tony Pradhan, but we will have a photo op with the other 8 legends who have been felicitated earlier. Mr. Naulakha to remain on stage. Could we have all our other 8 legends who were felicitated? So, Anindo Palit, could we have you on stage, please? Mr. Satish Kumar Gupta, Ma'am Azhar, Mr. Pratap Daryanani, Shudip Mollik, Mr. Deepak Puri, Mr. Rajiv Khai, and Mr. Nitin Kothari. Could we have you all on stage for a photo op? Can we have Kabir Suri joining us for the photo walk, please? Could we also have the gentlemen who felicitated our legends on stage? Asim Grover, Anurag Katriyar, Rahul Singh, Manpreet Singh, Sandeep Anand Goel, Abhimanyu, Riyaz Amlani, and we have Mr. Kabir Suri and Sagar with us as well. Have our trustees and office bearers on stage as well for this grand photo op. Never seen before, 10 legends from the F&B industry in Kolkata, in India. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Done. For whom? Oh, Pratap ji has just promised me free lunch and dinner. It's just one meal each, right? At every restaurant, which was felicitated on stage. That's a grand opportunity. I'd certainly like to grab that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to the end of the inaugural session, and we would now like to move on to our panel discussions. The first panel discussion that we have has a very, very interesting topic. It's agility is not taught, it's acquired. The new mantra of hospitality and retail. I'd like to welcome our panelists on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Our speakers for the first panel discussion: Anshul Gupta, co-founder Box 8, Ronak Kundu, Bangalore Foodies Club, Dr. Vivek Pathak, founder NIPS Hospitality Group, Sachin Pabreja, founder Easy Diner, and our moderator Murli Krishnan, co-founder and CMO Wow Momo Food. Okay. This is for the benefit of the entire audience. We all know we're running short of time. So Murli, you're the moderator. You're moderator Murli. You need to keep the time in control. You not be the speaker Murli, but you're the moderator Murli. Could we have moderator Murli taking charge? I'd like to welcome our panelists once again on stage. Anshul Gupta, co-founder Box 8, Ronak Kundu, Bangalore Foodies Club, Dr. Vivek Pathak, founder NIPS Hospitality Group, Sachin Pabreja, founder Easy Diner, and our moderator Murli Krishnan, co-founder Wow Momo. Could we have Murli's mic on, please? The moderator's mic needs to go on. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to host all the four stalwarts whom we are going to speak to. And this topic is something which is very close to our heart, especially the past 2.5 years, this word agility has been spelled, used, pronounced in multiple ways, multiple times. We are all trying to bring in certain quantum of agility to everything we do. Agility is, to me, very simple state of being in a beta situation every moment. How constantly you can change, fine tune, pivot newer ideas and execute them. And I think that is what forms the fabric of our industry, fabric of our fraternity. How easily we can come up with smarter, faster, innovative solutions to possibly run a certain errand in the kitchen, to how we are looking at the macro business strategy. Everything today boils down to the single word, agility. And I'm sure every one of you would have understood or would have realized how agility has become part of our core ecosystem, and not only our core ecosystem, even our own competency, right? So Anshul, my first question to you, keeping in mind the changing, scenarios, macro scenarios.
First of all, thank you everyone for having us. I think the event is beyond words, and I think what we have seen so far is out of our imaginations. Hats off to the team for pulling this off.
Sagar and the entire NRAI team.
It's outstanding. It's amazing. So great. I think, I feel that, like you just mentioned, all businesses are like in this constant state of evolution, and I think over the last few years, I think the cycles have only gotten shorter. I think things around us are changing at a much faster pace than maybe what has happened historically with businesses. And the only way for businesses to survive is to sort of constantly keep reinventing themselves. And I think India is still a very nascent ecosystem. As businesses, we are all still very young. But if you look at even the largest of companies, companies have been like in the top 50 companies in the world, and yet they become irrelevant maybe after a few years. So I think now more than ever, it's time that we all realize and we understand that things change and we need to always keep reinventing ourselves. And this is on multiple fronts. What customers want, what our employees may want, what our investors may demand of us. Every aspect of running a business in a way is constantly evolving. So I think that becomes very essential for us to adapt to.
Very, very interesting. You spoke about agility being driven by pace. There is another P which we keep encountering today, and Ronak and Dr. Sir can put more light into it. Ronak, how has patience changed in consumers' mind today? Because I think pace has driven agility. I think patience in people's mind has also changed agility.
Yeah. First of all, again, thank you to NRAI and Kolkata chapter. It's a wonderful show that you have put together. I've never been to a restaurant summit like this. So kudos to all of you, all the organizers. And coming back to our topic, yes, patience has changed. And we as a generation have become very impatient. One thing is that we have proved how agile we can be during the COVID phase, during the pandemic phase. The biggest thing that hit us was demonetization, then the GST rollout. And we have proved as an industry, as everyone who is an evangelist of the industry, we have proved that we can be the best agile industry that can survive and see through all these big boulders. Now, I'm coming from Bangalore. I work with more than 25 brands in Bangalore, and it's not one of my clients, but recently one of the largest bars, resto bars, opened near Hennur. It's a place called Iya. I don't know if the owners are here. It opened with a bang. It opened with around 2,000 plus people guest list. And what had happened was, from the next weekend onwards, or even before the weekend, there was 100 people or 200 people waiting at the entrance to get into this magnanimous place which is 10,000 plus square feet, and where there is a tiny kitchen somewhere far off. And the service staff was having a hell of a time. So I don't want to pinpoint on one area that okay, the kitchen is not able to service or the service staff is not able to cope up with the massive influx of guests. But as an industry, we have to look how do we manage our business when there is a big crest and when there is a trough.
I have a very interesting question to for the entire panel. I personally feel that we as an industry have lost our shine. Talent acquisition is becoming a problem. Good talent acquisition is becoming a problem. I remember 10 to 15 years back, intelligent pass outs from my school, high school would get into hotel management. The service industry of hotels was able to attract largely smart, talented individuals. But of late, talent acquisition is becoming a problem. Is it also because of growing impatience, or is it because of the entire another pay structure?
I just want to add one thing, that the next big COVID, I want to stick my neck and say that the next big COVID that is going to hit our industry is staffing. There is talent acquisition is going to be the single most challenging thing for the industry for the next decade. And the phenomenal growth that we are seeing it in, whether it's in any of the metropolitan. I'm doing a project in Jaipur, I'm doing a project in Ranchi. Attracting talent to these second tier cities is supremely challenging. So maybe Professor will have an interesting viewpoint about how do we attract talent, because most of our premier hotel management institutes today are not filling up the seats.
Sir, you've been founder and director of NIPS, which is heralded students into this entire ecosystem. What's your take on curriculum? Is curriculum ready to match the agility of the real industry today?
Thank you, Molly, and thank you, NRAI, for having me over here. And I think this is one of the best show of this year in Kolkata. And coming back to the agility and students' point of view, students are there, but why industry is losing them? What I see that after COVID, students have become more agile. How? They are not only learning hotel management or so-called we call hospitality management, they are into retail, they are into events, they are into banking, insurance. So they have become more flexible. And even earlier the courses were very structured, that you will pass and you will get into the hotels or restaurants. Now things have changed. The industry, so-called other industry apart from the hospital, become more attractive. Like retail, the job is 9 hours, okay, and it's paying handsome. So even though I have a structured curriculum, but I have changed. I am teaching them what is not there in the syllabus. It's changed, whole perspective is changing, and they have become agile. With the advent of AI, it's not that we need to teach them how to write an email. Okay, it's not that how to analyze data. It's more about how much facts you can gather, it's more about how much knowledge you can gather, and more important nowadays becoming is attitude. It's not about how much you have studied. Every industry has its own sets of rules. So they will bring out that. So if you have an attitude, you can grow. And moreover, we need to think from the global perspective. It's not about the local or India. Our talents, we have talents. They are going abroad. Means my students, what I see, that they are not interested in doing internship in India. Why? The problem is that, sir, वहाँ जाके बहुत खटान मारते हैं, ठीक है? And moreover, their industry needs to be blamed because they are taking them as a labor, which is not. They are the graduates, and they have to be treated well. They have to think from that point of view that future is with them and they are the future leaders. But if you ask them to do PT jobs, then the first day internship, which is most important for their career, they come back, they shift their base. And this is where industry is lacking, not the college, not the school. So that needs to be taken care.
So I take one point from most important point out of this is it's talent retention begins with how we treat the talent first, right?
Very
so,
good.
So having said that, in terms of curriculum per se, I'll come back to you in terms of curriculum. How are we making their training more experiential? That is also a little critical of late, because there's always we've been talking about academic and real-time gap. How are we bridging it? But before I come to you with this question, one very something that stuck my head, and Sachin, you are practically championing dining, return of dining in the country, going and dining out in the country. How do you see delivery in opposition to you? Or you see dining and delivery both co-surviving in this new world?
Hello everyone. First of all,
I'm asking you this question because I know you are not...
I'll answer and I'll continue to the top what we were having. I'll give you certain great numbers onto that, like what is happening around, how the teams are happy. First of all, thank you NRAI, Mr. Amlani, Sagar, Rahul Singh sir, Kabir sir, thank you very much for having me here. It's a great opportunity, super to see you all. First of all, exciting time for all of us. I think everybody in the room from last 1.5 years, we are enjoying opening of new restaurants, getting greater revenue. I'm talking about across board. Okay, there are a lot of 2-tier cities, 3-tier cities opening up greater restaurant. Wamomo opens 50 restaurants every month, right? Okay. I'm just telling you. So they are getting talent very easily. You see, I take interviews, we go to colleges, and nowadays, like sir is from Institute of Hotel Management. You see, it was not like our times when we used to study. We used to have, okay, we have to join hotel, and a department we used to choose. Nowadays, people are much aware of, okay, humongous opportunity and exciting times for restaurant and hospitality industry. Anybody who's experienced will get hired. Whomsoever have dropped the boat during the COVID and were not in the hotels, they will never be able to cope up and come back to the industry. Salaries are great. People are ready to experiment. You see, every day new menu, new chef star is coming. Chefs, we are giving so much value from last 4.5 years, which were not there. Anybody who's doing great on social media, like we call about agility, any restaurant doing something amazing, or a consumer, because it's a new fashion statement. Anybody goes to the restaurant, take a picture, okay, and that excites other person to come and take pictures. So there are like a lot of stuff which is happening around, and it is making people like the youngsters very excited to join the industry. I have a different view. Yeah, after COVID there was 50% occupancy only, but it is changing now. It is changing now. Okay, dining and delivery. Okay, dining is something like you go out and celebrate. Okay, remember your birthday's anniversary. Delivery will stay there, because when you are alone traveling to cities or maybe at home, but again, like dining and delivery, the experience of having a hot and crisp food, which you will never get in delivery. So both are remaining the same, but dining will have a better value bill.
Lovely. So you mean to say that IITians will open restaurants and IHM guys will go to, hotel management guys will go to banks, right? So that's what is happening today. Another very important point which Sachin touched upon is how dining has become occasion based, right? How are you seeing that for delivery also? Because I know for sure delivery businesses are also talking about tapping multiple occasions. And why I am asking you this question in context of agility is because how closely, because to me agility is about having your ears on the ground, right? So how closely are we listening to people, and how have you transformed your internal processes, done changes, tweaks around it?
So,
See, I think delivery, the biggest use case, which is the most obvious one, is of course the more functional, need-based ordering it. But I think over time, as the industry is sort of maturing on the delivery side, the use cases that people have thrown at us at the industry are simply fascinating. People are celebrating occasions at home, they're watching matches at home with friends over. So now, delivery itself has a wide range of occasions, from functional meals, say, in an office, to celebrating, your biggest of occasions at home. But I think the fundamental sort of, difference is that, delivery could only be consumed at home, and whenever people want to look for a space that is outside of their home, a new space, a new social sphere of sorts, I think that is when they would want to definitely go out to, have a good meal in a restaurant, go out to a cafe, hang around with friends. So, again, Sur's point, I think both dine-in and delivery have sort of different use cases, but then there are also boundaries where there is a huge bit of overlap. And I think more and more you would see that the next generation of delivery brands will cater to each of these niche use cases and still build a good business out. Somebody could build almost like a fine dining business, but focused on delivery and catering to all the celebration needs at home. And that could still be a great business in a large country like India.
Another very important part and parcel of this changing agility world, changing agile world, is the entire catering to a community and community building. I feel that building a brand is a three-legged stool, where you have category that is performs at a certain 1C, which performs certain level. You have commerce, and third is community. Ronak, how do you see brands opening up to this entire idea of building community, and how is this community harnessing happening?
Yeah, so again, I will take the example of one of my clients. People from Bangalore would know this brand, or maybe Chennai as well. It's a brand called Akshay Kalpa. Akshay Kalpa is a dairy products brand, and it's their entire value proposition is around organic, safe, milk-based product without any additives, without any. It's also farm to fork kind of a concept. And the best thing that we have been able to do with Akshay Kalpa is that every month we make 2 trips with our consumers, with our social media friends, with our media friends. We take a bus from Bangalore. We take a trip to Tiptur, which is around 80 kilometers from Bangalore, where the Akshay Kalpa farms are. And you won't believe Akshay Kalpa, today one of the investors is also Nitin Kamath, and they have had phenomenal growth, not because of their expenditure in the marketing or in the social media, but because of this community building. And all these individuals who have visited the farm, they have formed communities, they have become brand evangelists, and they are promoting in their own communities, in their own societies, wherever they are staying, they are talking about Akshay Kalpa like it's their own brand.
Basically, community building leads to ownership. Very interesting. To Dr. Pathak, my couple of last questions before we exit the stage. One to you is, how has experiential learning dovetailed into our new curriculum of new age curriculum? Couple of anecdotes, couple of instances which you can share, which will inspire people to look at their training process.
See, nowadays it's not about the structured learning or learning from the books. It's more about experiential learning, and it's more. Earlier we used to have that 6 months of training internship. Now we are in talks with the university, those who are building up the curriculum, that it should be more. Okay, why? Means customer service, the agility, the thinking power. Students need to broaden their horizon. Okay, it's not over from the one industry, it has to come from the finance industry also, from the insurance. The more they have, the more they agile become. And one over nowadays there is a psychological problem. Students feel that I'm stressed. Okay, this stress things is what? Is nothing. It's fear of failure. This fear of failure has to come out. Teachers are no more teachers. They have to become coach, life coach or mentor. And again the industry where they are going, they again has to play the role of a mentor. Because if they are not playing the role of a mentor, the students will lose faith and they will shift to some other place. Moreover, what has become nowadays is that mobile is their best friend. Means this is the best friend, though we have the best friend, but its mobile have become the best friend. Because mobile says what you want him to do. Okay, it says the good about, you are searching for it, they will produce this. Okay, these excuses, they come up with excuses. So these students needs to be told that these excuses are not going to be your building blocks, career perspective. And again, as a university or a college, we see from the terms of that, okay, he has got so much of package, entry level, it should change. It's not that a student has got into the industry, but what is the career prospect? Is he growing? And there is a continuous learning. This learning cannot be delivered in 3 years or 4 years. It's a continuous learning. They need to be known that you need to learn, unlearn, relearn. This is how you need to grow.
Good. Learn, unlearn, relearn. Sachin, my last question of the day. How have you seen influence of social and influencer commerce growing your platform, growing your app? Because why I am asking you this question, again, in the entire backdrop of agility, is also about social listening at the ground level. How much are you listening to the consumers? What have you tweaked? One bit of anecdote, and then we'll sum up the entire session.
Social media at the moment, it is playing a vital role for each and everyone. But again, we are not very sure what we are gaining out of it. Okay, you see, food is something people will not get advocacy. Just you are telling them to eat, because there is lot to it. Like, what do you want to have? Everybody has their own personal choice. So inclination, like with us, if you talk about agility or other stuff, you see social media you do, and you can just show a people like something is happening around. Then there is a lot of engagement which happens on micro basis, like what is happening around. Like we are app-based company, so we know like who are the users in which site. We know their habits, what they want to. Because if you push them to something else, because I know you are a person like you like Italian food, so I'll show you something new with Italian or something, whatever your food choices are. Yeah, social media do play a good role, impressions and all. Like it's a great advertising tool, and yes, it helps.
Great. And with this, I would love to sum up the entire event. Thank you, Anshul. Thank you, Ronak. Thank you, Dr. Pathak. Thank you, Sachin, for being here. What the key take home for us out of this session would be, are we ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn? Are we ready to look at the entire mental health aspect of our people? Because that is very critical. Are we ready to reimagine the basics of our business again, like Anshul said? And also, most importantly, what Ronak and Sachin have been making a point that how looking at talent in not with the prism of workforce, but rather than prism of share of livelihood. I think that is the 4-5 major points I take home today. Thank you for being here. Thank you NRAI for this wonderful session. And we would like to hand over the mic to the next session.
Yeah, we'll have the felicitation session as well. Ladies and gentlemen, could we have the felicitation by Sunil Kumar, GM Marriott? Could we have Sunil Kumar on stage to felicitate our delegates and our panelists? Up next, ladies and gentlemen, is a partner presentation by Mr. P. Sumant, Chairman, CII Eastern Region, Agri and Food Processing, Executive Director, ITC Limited, CII Food and Agriculture Summit. I must say, Murali's done fantastically well. Moderating the first panel. Murali's on to the second panel as well, after Mr. B. Sumant, of course. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Murali is on for the next panel. So keep that energy going. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a partner presentation now by Mr. P. Sumant, Chairman, CII Eastern Region.
Good morning, everyone. I'll keep this brief. Sagar and I are part of the CII Agri and Food Processing Committee, and we're having a national conclave on the 13th of October this year. And what we're trying to do this time is try to get a 360-degree view of consumer trends. So we're going to be inviting top retailers in the country to come and talk about what consumption trends are they seeing, right? Then we thought we would get the restaurateur's perspective of what are you seeing, how are your menus evolving, what kind of food are people seeking when they come out and eat at a restaurant. So let's get the restaurateur's perspective. And I thought it's no better place than this event to come and meet all of you and personally invite you for the event. And Sagar, thank you for giving me this opportunity. We're also going to have the food processors. We'll get some of the top food processing companies to come and talk about what trends they're seeing, what kind of new products they're coming out with. And then we get the growers' perspective, because you see a lot of growers in the region growing high-value agriculture, a lot of organic products and so on. So that's what the conclave is about. So looking at the changing consumer trends from all four perspectives is the key objective, right? And we also have a second part. So once we've got the consumer trends, most of our members are either growers, FPOs, and processors, right? So we have a session on what kind of inputs are available for them from the government, from various partners. And then we end it off with the buyer-seller meet, because a lot of these smaller producers as well as growers struggle to find an end market. And so we're going to get all the large retailers, the processors, and large restaurateurs like you. If you could come in and join us in the buyer-seller meet, that'll also be a terrific way of connecting people who produce with the people who consume. And I'm sure all of you are looking for quality suppliers as well, and this would be a great occasion to meet people who meet your requirements, right? So that's what the Agri Summit is all about, and I'm here to personally invite all of you to the event. Sagar, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and wish you the best. This sounds like a terrific event. I've been walking around looking at the stalls. Incidentally, I'm part of ITC and I find 5 of our teams have got stalls because we touch the restaurant business in many touch points. So thank you for that. Yeah, good luck.
Mr. Sumant, I'd request you to kindly stay back as a short felicitation. Please, please. I'd like Anurag Katria to kindly step up on stage to felicitate Mr. B. Sumant. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, parallelly, we have workshops going on in separate rooms. So in room number 1, it's already begun. It's between 12 and 1. We have angel investor, Mr. Hari Subramaniam, and the topic is Fuel Up Your Food Startup, how to raise funding for your food startup. From 3 to 4 p.m. in the same room, which is room number 1. It's going to be Managing Director Jumbo King Dheeraj Gupta taking you through a session which is the business of franchising, the good, the bad and the ugly. In room number 2, from 3 to 4, we have Gunjan Datta doing a special session. Unfortunately, I don't have the details with me, but I'll keep you updated on that. Back in room number 1, between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m., we have a very interesting topic. Can ONDC do to food delivery what UPI did to payments? The promise and the potential to be discussed and elaborated on by Marichi Mathur, Category Leader, F&B, ONDC. That's between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. in room number 1. Back to room number 2, around the same time, between 4 and 5, we have Saurabh Bararia from Grant Thornton, talking about managed compliances under goods and services tax, that's GST, for the restaurant and brand owners. And that will be in room number 2. In room number 1, between 5 and 6 p.m. this evening, we have Murli Krishnan, the CMO, Wow Momo, talking about every business is a tech business, how to power your business using the DotPe tech stack for restaurants. DotPe presents NRAI Indian Restaurant Summit 23 in Kolkata at the JW Marriott. Ladies and gentlemen, time for the second panel. Murli Krishnan back as the moderator for our second panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic, building a brand for India versus Bharat. How is it different? Building a brand for India versus building a brand for Bharat. How is it different? Our speakers for this panel, Ankur Jain, founder Bira 91, Nitin Saluja, co-founder Chayos, Anjo Chatterjee, founder Specialty Restaurants, Kaulul Banerjee, co-founder Rebel Foods, Rohit Kapoor, CEO Swiggy, Kenneth Sirao, co-founder Oaks Capital, and Sanjay Singhal, COO, Dairy and Beverages, ITC, to be moderated once again by co-founder Wow Momo, Murli Krishnan. That's the lineup for our second panel discussion for this afternoon. Building a brand for India versus building a brand for Bharat. How is it different? Murli Krishnan to take charge. Waiting for Murli. We'd like to thank our partners. Presenting partner DotPe, industry partner Coca-Cola, Bira, associate partners Swiggy, IIHM, Amazon Pay, Maggi, our celebration partner Shiva's Glassware, our co-partners Ideal Insurance, Easy Diner, 1X Solutions, Nips, Domino's, our event partners, Grant Thornton, On to Cook, ITC MasterChef, and there'll be more on this as we connect later. Calling on Murli for our second panel discussion. The flute's missing. Where's Murli? Right, Murli's here, I believe. Okay, so calling on our moderator once again, Murli. Without the flute, where's the music? Please. Okay, building a brand for India versus Bharat. How is it different? That's the topic for our second panel discussion. Our speakers once again, Ankur Jain, founder Bira 91, Nitin Saluja, co-founder Chayos, Anjan Chatterjee, founder Specialty Restaurants, Kollol Banerjee, co-founder Rebel Foods, Rohit Kapoor, CEO Swiggy, Kenneth Sirao, co-founder Oaks Capital, Sanjay Singhal, COO Dairy and Beverages, ITC. Could we have our panelists on stage, please? Waiting for Mr. Anjan Chatterjee to join us on stage, please. Building a brand for India versus Bharat, how is it different? To be moderated by Murli Krishnan. Mr. Ken Sirao, could we have you on stage, please? Thank you. Mr. Kenneth Sirao, co-founder Oaks Capital. That completes our panel. Over to our moderator, Murli.
Hello everyone. Hello again. This is one of my favorite topics, building brand for Bharat or for India or for both. Right? And we have stalwarts and who's who of the industry. So I will do very less talking. Thankfully, I have Bharat and International Bharat, International India, all three of them sitting here, all representatives from all three formats. To me, Bharat has been a jaguri, right? Sometimes it's been tunde, sometimes it's been momos, most often than not. Sometimes it's also sorpotel for me. So Bharat has India is countries within a country. So when we restaurateurs gear up to serve the nation at a scale, there are a lot of don'ts rather than do's, which we learn. So today we will just uncover certain don'ts here and what is rightfully done. So I'd like to begin the entire presentation, the entire session with my first question to Ankur. Ankur, you have built a brand which is present across 550 towns, that's what I read. 800 towns. So that was the article of March 23, I think we are sitting in September. So tell me, how have you built the scale? Keeping in mind the scale, how have you ensured that your logistics, your city penetration, everything is seamless and talks about a singular brand vision?
Thank you, Murli. When I started out and started building Bira 91, thinking about Bira 91, the ambition was very clear. We wanted to create a brand that could sit well on a shelf in New York City or in London, as well as it could in a small bar in Kolkata or Asansol. And everything that we do at Bira 91 is with that lens of scalability and resonance across a very diverse range of consumers. And one thing we realized was there are three things that are extremely aspirational for the consumer across the world. The first one is every consumer wants to consume more premium products. or at least be seen consuming more premium products. Number two, every consumer wants to be seen as somebody who's trying different things and trying new things. And the third insight for us was that no matter what age you are, you always aspire to be younger. So a 35-year-old aspires to be a 20-year-old and not a 50-year-old. And I think with those three insights, we created Bira 91, and we chose a name which was simple, easy to remember. Typically, the way premium has been done in India is you intimidate the consumer into buying more exotic, more sort of difficult products. We went the opposite way. We said, here's a category which is based on high love, and we want to create a brand that is more intimate with a lot of consumers. And I think that's been one of the key ingredients of success for us as we've scaled beyond tier 1 cities. Today, 65% of our sales come from tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns. When we started out, about 80% of our sales in year 1, year 2 came from tier 1 metro cities. And I think for us, the formula has been the same. Keep it super simple. Focus on the essentials, which is a beer that's delicious, that's fresh, and that's cold. And do it in a manner which is consistent across. And I think that's what we focus on as a business. And it's a lot of the unsexy stuff that makes this happen. So just ensuring that your product is available, your product is always in the refrigerator, and the product is well made and is stable. I think all three are.
Rohit, I know that we have this in India and Bharat are no more two distant cousins of digital world, digital India. How do you build in downloads at the Bharat level, which is towns, when you go into the scale of 600 towns or 300, 500 towns, how are you building downloads? What is the need gap that you're addressing there? What is Swiggy's stance? Because there it's also a cultural shift from ghar ka khana to bahar ka khana. Right? And there is always this conundrum of demand first or supply first. How do you battle that?
Hey, thank you, Murli. First of all, Kolkata এসে সব খুব ভালো লাগছে। আমি কলকাতার ছেলে, so back in Kolkata is always amazing. I think there is a little bit of India and Bharat in all of us, and I worry when we think of India and Bharat in terms of tier 1 and tier 2, right? Our business and strategies do not originate in our boardrooms. It should not actually. It originates in how the kitchens of India behave, right? And the kitchens of India and the role we play in the kitchen actually changes across different dimensions. So for example, for the longest time, home cooking, home food was related to the identity of the homemaker, right? And that's changing and in a wonderful way. But it's not changing at the same pace all across. So for example, if it's a town where it's changing slower, do you want to go and attack and say, get bahar ka khana? Or do you say, ghar ki roti banaiye, kuch acha bana lijiye, right? Bring something, add something, right? Or you say, if your guests are coming, do you want to serve them something special for that day? Or if it's, you have kept a fast, do you really want to cook in the evening? It's your day, you should sort of take off, right? So I think the power of the brand to assimilate into the evolving role of the kitchen is where the sweetest spot is, right? And that is very different in a Bangalore, for example. In some parts of Bangalore are very near Singapore. They are ordering 3 meals a day, literally. And Sunday the cooking is an experience. It's a hobby, and that's fine too. Whereas if you take away the act of cooking from many kitchens of India, they feel very threatened. And you should always be with the consumer as a friend, never as a threat. Right? So that's my big realization. The other one is India is digitally equalized and financially unequal. Right? Because the person in Bardhaman or the person in Bhilai or South Calcutta or South Delhi or South Bombay is watching the same Instagram reel. They're as aware as of a Chaurangi in London as they are about anybody sitting in Delhi. But the purchasing power is different. So again, for the brand to not be seen as outside the realms of possibility in those markets allows trial. And to me, trial in a category where you serve the consumer well always leads to more repeat. Right? So those are the two nuances I will say, but I fundamentally think of all my businesses as I love to study the kitchens and what's happening there. My conversations are not so much with market researchers, but with homemakers, people who go for shopping in the sabji market, and say how are they thinking. So for example, I wonder about the role of large fridges in the age of quick commerce. More about that at some point, but that's how I think, at least I think, and we are very curious about that element of the role of the kitchen.
Interesting. So I also great that you mentioned here, and it's serendipity that his brand is based on customization, right? So Nitin, how do you think brands that are growing and at scaling at your level would imagine customization with local palettes? Like when you entered depths of South India, how did you guys handle customization? Because that is always a challenge for brands which are scaling. How do I customize to my palette, right? So how do you look at it?
Murli, our what's a good cup of chai, because nearly every chai drinker has their very specific way how they want their cup of chai. So I believe for us, this is not that much of a challenge, because that's who we are. Murli will come to Chayos and possibly ask for a full doodh chai with elaichi. Maybe Ankur might come in and say, Kiyar, give me less milk, no sugar, adrak tulsi, and I would go and I would ask adrak tulsi kadak, extra milk, no sugar. So all of us last we checked, which is about a year odd ago, out of nearly 80,000 possible personalizations at Chayos, our customers until July last year, they had already picked up some 46,000 combinations out of them. And so when we get to Chennai, or when we get to Hyderabad or Bangalore, we actually just leave it to the customer to make for themselves. What is very clearly very simple low-hanging fruit, just the way you call out those very same things, that just needs to be thought of on a city by city basis, but the concept continues to be the same for us, and that's
own the brand is a very different kind of a question to you. Your scale is, some very aspirational for a lot of brands. For a Bombay guy to understand your backend, and for possibly a guy sitting in Srinagar, his schooling, his background, and understanding your backend, how have you made tech very humanized and seamless across the country, so that could be understood by all? Also, are there any vernacular initiatives you've taken internally that is making your life easier?
So thanks for that. So you don't consider us as a food company, I can take. We are a food company. I don't know why you're asking me a tech question. Tech question should go to him. But anyways, see, right from the topic, I think this Bharat versus India is a digital divide. It's about access. And I think technology has actually equalized it. So if you talk about access, then tech is equal for all, right? So, if you look at the way we have grown, the problem started with real estate. And that's where access comes in, right? Because once you are on the high streets, then if you are in certain pin locations and that leads to your pricing and all of that. We decided to take the other route simply because we couldn't compete in that space. And from there on, I don't think, I think Rohit also mentioned that there is a difference between the consumer, tier 1 versus a tier 2. It's all about access. That person, and tech has equalized it. So I don't think we've done anything different, region-specific on the packaging side, etc. But obviously on the digital marketing space, you want to be relevant, certain topics fly, and your influencers and digital marketing. Those are probably where you catch on to what is specific for the region. But otherwise, at a brand level, I think...
In terms of your battle with teams, when you enter the state of Jammu, there would be multiple local players, right? And you also offer, a body of brands to them. How do you tackle that? Do you innovate at a cuisine level? Or how do you look at the cuisine gap of that particular city? Have you done anything transformational there?
See, I don't think of it as a battle because food is not a winner-take-all category, right? I can serve you the best food in the world, but you'll tire of it if I serve it to you for every meal. So food is, we need variety by definition. So, but coming to the question, in terms of a brand play, I think it's important what direction you take is important. So the way we think of it, so let's take the example of Behrouz Biryani, which is one of our brands in biryani. The issue there is you have plenty of supply, but the supply is fragmented. So there is a biryani every kilometer, but there is no brand. So that's a great brand building opportunity and educating the customer. But also there is no definition of what is a good biryani, like you said for chai. So we invented an entire backstory to it, that this is Behrouz Biryani. So when you have Behrouz Biryani, you're not comparing it to Kolkata Biryani, Hyderabadi Biryani, and it's not as good, because that question does not arise. This is Behrouz Biryani. On the other hand, if you look at Oven Story Pizza, now this is a market space where you have 2 or 3 big players. You don't have to educate the consumer about what a pizza is, what a good pizza is. It's already done. You need to have a take, because you're going against big guys. So we went with toppings. We call it standout toppings. So that's how we think. What is the niche?
Interesting. I'll come back to you. I have a very solid question to you in terms of brand narrative, and something which all of us would learn from you what you've done with Behrouz. But before that, Sanjay sir, so in India, nobody knows scale better than you. You guys have taught us distribution, right? So what do you think, how has India changed? How has India and Bharat changed over your span, in around 30, 35 years? How have you seen the difference in the country today?
So thanks for the question, and thank you for inviting an FFCG company to an NRAI event in the first place. And basically, I represent ITC Foods, and we are one of the larger food companies. To answer your question, basically, I think India versus Bharat. I mean, basically, we have one is that we have experienced that unless in the packaged food business also, be it atta, biscuits, snacks, dairy or juices, which you have brought chocolates, for example, unless you're in the center of the plate, We have an Indian thali concept, we all love our thalis, we all Indians. So unless you operate in the core segments, be it an atta or be it a pouch of milk, you will not get the scale. That's the first bit. Which is why a chocolate may be there in a food category as an FMCG player, or you may have, for example, a coffee or a frozen product, but you have to operate at the center of the plate. That's one learning we have got, which is why Ashirwad Atta is what it is today, thanks to the love of the consumers. The second bit is food is local. And we were discussing that. That's the topic of the agenda that you have said today. It also means that while in the restaurant industry, at our hotels and all of you gentlemen, you can operate within a certain trade area. But it means for us that we have to give a fresh atta pack or a pack of milk or a pack of biscuit to the consumer. So the implication of supply chain is that you need to make within that state or within that half a state. So today, for example, we are a new company, but we run around 120 factories across the country for our food products. The number 3 is freshness. Because yes, I may be able to give a 9-month shelf life in a packet juice or a nectar. But the woman on the modern trade shelf, if she sees a juice which is 2 months old, she'll refuse to buy it. So freshness is a jewelry implication which is very different from the freshness that you can deliver, because you may run a chemistry in a restaurant business, but you ultimately are making stuff fresh for your consumer. I think the fourth part is food safety. Because, and I understand that as a restaurant, I used to run Pizza Hut 15 years back for India. I understand in a restaurant you have to control the manpower, etc. But over the shelf life of a 6-month atta product or a 4-month bingo snacks, the challenge of food safety and taste is of a different order that has to be done. Per se changes which I have seen, I think clearly supply chains are improving. Right, because ultimately what are we doing? As a restaurateur or probably we as a FMCG manufacturer of food products, we are basically selling the farmer's produce with some flavor, with some packaging, with some processing to the consumer. So per se, while the challenges will always be there, let's say in the dairy industry where I run a dairy business for ITC, or in the atta business, but certainly the supply chains have improved, road infra has improved, farmers have become more educated. So that certainly has happened. Certainly processing facilities have gone up. And the government of India has focused a lot, for example, on supply chains. That certainly has helped. And number 3, I think we have a gentleman here from our partners. Certainly the modern trade and e-commerce and the entire food tech area has also helped to bring about new experiences to the consumer, even from a packaged food perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ananda, one very you, India, international, Bharat, you are everywhere. I always wanted to ask you this question. This is a very personal question also. Mainland China, Asia Kitchen, and then Hakka. How have, this is a brilliant, I find as a marketing student, this is a very brilliant strategy. How did that, how do you manage cuisines at all these 3, and how do you percolate a different vision for these 3 brands? And what is your take on India versus Bharat?
Okay, the question you had prepared me was different, sorry. But this is a bouncer. Anyway, I'll handle that. So, we are aged, old players, so we can handle some bouncers. Because you had asked me to prepare on the manpower and service, etc. Anyway, see, it's a very good platform to give you a lot of gyan. So, all of us sitting here have done that bit there in your, own ways. But since you asked me this question about India and Bharat, firstly, my understanding of India and Bharat is not the Bharat Modi ji is going to be doing. I'm just talking about the original India. So, India is from the Western countries. I'm saying something everybody knows. So, the whole of India, which is India for us, which we call the metros, and is absolutely, I'm talking about my children, etc., etc. They have a different kind of a vision towards, outlook towards what they would have, their preferences, their choices, behavioral patterns. But here, the Bharat brand, there are competent people sitting here who understand Bharat a little more than me. But since I'm an advertising, person, I have a background. We've handled Ujala, we've handled, Fair and Handsome. We've handled, even now, Everest Masala, we just shot a film with Bachchan Saab and Shahrukh. So, my question is that this Bharat is, again, now aping the India. So the aspirations of people are changing thanks to the smartphones, the world, the digital revolution. People are all becoming more and more aspirational because they keep coming in and out. So you can't now, I mean, Riaz is sitting here, he's going to be coming into, of course, a legendary brand. Riaz, is a compliment to you. We wanted to get married once upon a time. So I'm saying that it's a question of understanding that whether it's a made in China. Now I'll give you an example. When we took made in China ages ago, almost 2 decades ago to Ludhiana, people expected papad on the table. They expected a roti. They wanted a, tomato soup. So the question is not to criticize them. The idea is, I'm talking about 2 decades ago. Things have changed over a period of time. It's very dynamic. I mean, I always call it the Uberization of business. You don't know what the hell is happening tomorrow morning. So I would say that Made in China was always made for the discerning, slightly evolved, socio-economically evolved, someone who understands not just the chili chicken and Hakka noodle. Beyond that, of course, we sell chili chickens in a very disguised manner. Jiang's chili chicken, which is my name, just a disguised manner. Maybe we've changed the, the cut of the chicken, that apart. So I'm saying that it's been a understanding that Hakka was to be born, and the gentleman sitting from representing and heading Swiggy will understand it's a very fast growing. So what we've done is that we have done Hakka in even metros. In Calcutta we have a few of them. But then slowly we understood that this is going to be a poor man's mainland China. So we have completely changed the menu, but at the end of it, even my wife, when she goes out to eat Chinese, she's asking for Hakka noodles and chili chicken. But I can say this to you, everything is changing very fast, very difficult for any one of us to say that kal subah kya hone wala hai. So it is a understanding. You asked me a very important question. Do I have time? Another minute? Okay. You asked me something very important about the fact that how do we standardize our service being primarily in the fine area, not just fine casual, fine. So on that I can just share something with the platform. Who are sitting here, they know it. So one of the principles which I learned long ago when I was beginning to be in Taj and then Anand Bazar Patrika is that we believe that people who have humble understanding, empathy with human beings, they are the ones who are rock stars. You may just get somebody from a 5-star, no offense man, but then at the end of it, it's all about attitude. Everybody sitting here understands, and I'm sure there are discerning people. So what the principle we follow is that hire for attitude, train for skills. You may get a combo of attitude and skills together, but believe me, we've taken people from very small villages to, cut, chop, and be on the walk. You don't need to be intellectually evolved, or you don't need to speak Shakespearean English. You can handle things very well. So we've been developing, we have an internal captive catering school, if you may call it. Captive, I repeat, it's not external. So we do a lot of training. As you know, there are no wonderful children, there are wonderful parents. So it is all the parentage. Each divisional head is himself a welfare or an HR head. So he needs to take care of things coming forward. I'm not giving any gyan, but that since you asked me the question, it was very close to my heart. Thank you, Murali.
Thank you, sir. Ken, you've been a serial investor now. I want to understand what is your bullseye balance between Bharat brand and India brand when you look at an investment. So that's how do you evaluate the brands?
No, I think thank you for inviting me here. Complete honor to sit, amongst people who really are from the industry. We are just investors. But I think it's great to be here because for us, over the last decade, we're very unique as a firm and as a fund because nearly 30% of our deals and 50% of our capital, out of 2,000 crores, 50% of our capital and 30% of our deals has gone into the restaurant industry. Not food tech, not new stuff, good old-fashioned people feeding people. We just, as a firm, believe that We've not even started down this path. We are also one of the rare firms that has had an exceptionally good experience investing in the restaurant industry. You'll find a lot of investors cribbing about this industry not delivering to investors. We've invested over 500 crores and taken out more than 500 crores from this industry. And that is, I think, a testament to the fact that this industry is exceptionally rich in what it can deliver to investors. Very, very specifically, I think a lot of people, especially over the last 7-8 years in India, there's been so much money flowing into the PE/VC world that it's distorted a lot of basics of business for many, many people. I think Bezos said it best when he said, someone asked him, how do you manage to make Amazon relevant across geographies and across markets? And he said, in an ever-changing world, we only focus on what doesn't change. In every industry, there is something that is a universal truth and that doesn't change. And for us, in food in particular, I think it is very, very important that the food itself is of the highest quality and makes people come back for more. It doesn't matter what your board is, it doesn't matter if your brand is misspelled, nothing matters. What matters is that people should come back for the food. We've been investors in FoodLink, which is the largest luxury banqueting catering. We are obviously honored to be investors in Wow Momo, and we've been investors in McDonald's. I think in each of these cases, the founders, a lot of you guys, what you've delivered here, I think success in this industry is just if you can stay close to the customer, keep listening to what the customer is saying and keep delivering. Whether it's India, whether it's Bharat, I come from small town India. I grew up in very, very small parts of the country that you guys will never have heard of. Nasirabad, Yol Camp, because my dad was in the army. I live between Bombay and small town India. And restaurants are just the main thing that is organized in small town India. It is what entrepreneurs live off. Either dukaan chalate ho ya hotel chalate ho. And why they never, in the organized investing world in India, restaurants haven't done very well. But no entrepreneur running a shop by himself ever does poorly because they are very close to their customers. So I just think all the organizations that manage to do that will do well across India, Bharat. It really doesn't matter. And I think it is also one of the very, very few, we keep saying it to our investors because we take capital from investors and invest it here. This is one of the few industries which, with due respect to Rohit here, I think technology will not be able to disintermediate. Because at the end of the day, you've got to keep putting good food on the table. And that comes from caring. And hence, I just think that even for us going forward, this is an industry which will be 30-40% of every fund. We've just raised the new 1,000 crore fund. We've made 2 deals out of that, and one of them is in the food space. That'll continue to be the case because I think this place is only getting started with eating out in restaurants. Thank you.
Lovely. Thanks a lot. My last question and mainly Ankur, Nitin, you and Kalola, you can answer this. When we are building a consumer brand, how important is for us at the scale level and scale which you guys are in is to leverage vernacular. And I'm saying this because since it's a brand session, the one brand nugget, one learning from your end could help the audience.
So I think when you think about a brand like Bira 91 or even Chayos, in my view, I think more than the script, it is how you say it. That's really important, and whether people are able to say the name. I think once you're scaling businesses and brands like ours, in my view, familiarity and intimacy is much more important than intimidation. And I think, therefore, for the consumer who's not familiar with the English language, if a brand is easy to speak, easy to say, I think that's a huge superpower.
Rohit, just sorry, one. Ever thought of having a, do you guys have a Hindi interface? You have a vernacular Hindi or a Tamil interface of Swiggy app?
We don't have a vernacular interface of the app, but we communicate a lot in vernacular now. So, and even mixed, like for example, Malayalam mixed with English. So a lot of communication is vernacular. But at least our research doesn't show that there's a big delta to creating vernacular apps so far.
Yeah.
I would echo the same thought. I think what is very important is for you to be able to communicate with the customer. It does not necessarily mean that you as a brand go all vernacular. It does not necessarily mean that. And when we talk to a lot of our consumers, we do not get cues that they are uncomfortable, or if we would go vernacular, that would make them that much more comfortable. So for us, it's very important for you to be able to communicate what you are all about very, very clearly. As long as that job is done, it is just another, let's say, possible option, not a mandatory one for sure.
Hello, your take.
No, I have very little to add after what you just mentioned. So yeah, I completely agree. It's important to communicate. It's not so much about the language. That's what I feel. And also, unless it's a very regional kind of play, then it's a different matter. So that's what your brand should be all about. It should basically be consistent. What your brand is about, what your communication is about, and all of that should be in tune. So yeah.
In fact, I think with Srini, we have a strong requirement to hold vernacular in the restaurant. We've started training people in vernacular because possibly I'm recruiting people on the ground in Kannada, and so for us, it's exactly opposite of what you've been going, and maybe I'll do my homework, just go back to my drawing board once again, because we are seeing this strong requirement for vernacular reading, vernacular understanding for us. It's been a so, and also we've started training the ground people in vernaculars, and things are getting much. The brand vision is being transferred much better. So, moving on from say food alone or food tech and Sanjay sir, you spoke about India having the certain changes in India which you've seen. What would be your, if I had to ask, what is that one mantra for which you want to give us for the next 5 years? What would that mantra be from an FMCG prism?
Sure. So basically, obviously, what is the problem we have, right? The problem we have as a country is that we are the biggest population. We have 140 crore people to feed. If you look at the last national health survey, the government of India does a health survey every year, and we are right with the dumps. Our biggest problem is stunting. बच्चा बड़ा नहीं होता है, weight gain नहीं करता है, height नहीं gain करता है, and number 2 is malnutrition. So that is the reality, and that is the reality which is facing all of us. And as you all know, I'm just training in Kolkata. Training for the last 2 weeks, I've been here every week, and the weather patterns are not helping the food inflation. So I think to me as a food company, and we run restaurants in our hotels, the critical thing is that how we are going to feed that 140 crore Indians with a nutritious food which is affordable. And that is a huge challenge because we are in a very, very hyper inflation environment right now. So I think that one is the nutrition part of it. Other one is, as you mentioned, I think, Murali, the supply chain cost part of it. How to reduce wastage. We are the largest producers of milk in the world. But today the scenario is that the inflation in world in India in dairy is such that there are a risk of stagflation happening here. All agri commodities is going very expensive. I'm sure that restaurant partners are feeling that with their food costs, for example. To me, that is the biggest thing that the food industry and the partners have to come together really to solve.
Thanks. Ken, one small insight from you. See, when obviously when the brand is growing and when the businesses are investor ready, what is your what is your possibly your one single element which you look at the company when it comes to talking about the TAM bit? So when you are assessing the TAM for the company, what is that one thing which you look at the brand? What motivates you to invest in the business?
No, to be honest, this is again, as I said, an industry where we've fared well And I think we're very, very bullish about it because TAM, etc. are just not concerns here. India eats out 1.5, 2 times a week in the metros, even though that in small town India, that is just going to grow and keep exploding. So we don't really honestly worry about TAM in this specific industry. Everybody needs to be fed, as Sanjay was saying, and people will eat out more as women start working in retail workforces. It is just inevitable that what has happened across the world will happen here. So TAM is absolutely not a concern. For us, the one single thing that we care about is the founder. Passion of the founder. I think in this specific business, whether you go to, Heston, Blumenthal, downwards, Anjan sir has been obviously a huge motivation for many, many people in this industry. I think Amit and Sita, when we first invested with them, Sanjay Vazirani, you guys, whoever we invested with, it's always been extreme passion. As long as that is there, we care about the business, and that can also only remain. I think one very important thing that fuels that passion is ownership. I think for us it's very important that founders have a very large portion of the company. A lot of food businesses in India we've seen just dilute too quickly. Even before they have become even the size of a good single standalone restaurant, founders around the single digits. And for us that's a no-no. Founders have to own 50, 60, 70% of the company, build very, very good quality businesses, then only will they care. If a founder owns 5% of the business, it is impossible for him to care. Especially if the business itself is small, because everybody has their own aspirations. So if founders build large, profitable businesses, that for us can only happen if they are passionate and on the floor. India, in this particular industry, it is actually still an industry where people do this with a lot of passion. It's not that people are just doing restauranting. People joke about it, but it's true that people do this business out of passion. And that is really the thing that attracts me to this industry. There's so much passion in this industry, and if that can be alive and the founder has it, investors will do well.
Thank you. Anjanda, one more mantra for us from your end. When the brands are trying to cater to a diverse set of audience, especially food brands, what do you think we should keep in mind first? Food first or consumer first?
No doubt about the fact that this is a no-brainer, it's consumer first. And the consumer stays with you because of the fact that you have consistency. And you have a differentiated brand, because if you don't differentiate, you die. So anything that you do is that through the angle and through the lensing of the consumer. I mean, there's no way that you will do, because at the end of it, they are the ones who feed us. So I think it's all about the perception. It's a very obvious way to look at it. Yes, you can innovate, you can try and do things at the end of it, home pilke, haka chili, chicken. But abhi bhi, yahan pe, you are a wow man. So you know that हमारे restaurant में आके, mainland China में आके, evolved जगह में आके, लोग कहते हैं वो मोमो लेके आएंगे जरा. हमने इतना डिप्सम लोगों को वैक्सीनेट किया, लेकिन साला अभी भी बोलता है there is a gentry. So the real Bharat was. So जो कहेगा वही सुनना पड़ेगा at the end of it. But हम ये नहीं, आपका मोमो नहीं बेच रहे भाई, don't worry.
Thank you, Dada. Kalota, your 2 bits for all the youngsters who want to scale here. What should we not do while scaling? What have you learned the most?
I really think that you need to make that choice early on. What kind of business it is that you're trying to build. Because if you build for scale, it has, apart from thinking at a level where something is working for everybody and something that has to be skill-free and all of those things apart, there are very different challenges in your personal journey as well. So it will mean, I think we were talking about it a little while back, that this business takes a lot out of you. So if you're building for scale, you're building a big business, it will mean you have no holidays, you have very little family time, you're busiest during festive occasions. You have to be ready to put in that sacrifice. I would say make that choice early on because there is nothing wrong with running a small, profitable lifestyle business. And you live happily ever after. So.
Lovely point made. And sacrifices so critical, right? Nitin, what are your sacrifices for where you come? And I think those sacrifices is not what makes us, right? Most of us, we are summation of our sacrifice. So what has been your sorry, I'm taking more time because this conversation is becoming interesting.
I think every entrepreneur ends up making a hell of sacrifices, and that's the name of the game. The list of sacrifices for me, the top of the order would be the amount of time that my family ends up not getting, which they would have certainly got. That I don't end up with them as many hours a day as I would really want. I think that would be my top of the order sacrifice, and just never being able to pause yourself, never being able to just take that necessary time for yourself. That would be my second on the list. Very close second.
I really like the drift of this conversation because my wife is here.
Can I pick this up nicely because I'm the oldest both in business here as well as my age, though I look young. Okay, so I'll tell you, Murli, I'm just summing up what you said: absentee husband, absentee father, and now absentee grandfather. My daughter actually hates me for that, but anyway, I'm trying to manage it because very little time left in life to not be an absentee grandfather. So I'm just telling you the whole journey of life.
Rohit, you have built a lot of brands, right? And you've been the fire engine of most of the brands which you built. I'm sure for you also sacrifices would be fabric of your existence. So something which you can go live, and because I want to lead this panel with some inspiration to the group of people who've come here, and a lot of youngsters of Calcutta, hotel industry, they would love to hear stories from you.
So I actually have a slightly contra view, right? And I am not an entrepreneur, so I can't even imagine being in those shoes. From my own vantage point, I think we are some of our sacrifices and of our passions, right? Both, not just sacrifices. And I genuinely have been able to create the time for family when I need to. So, for example, my daughter is a golfer. I actually caddy for her in international tournaments. It means we don't take a vacation together, right? But what is important, I don't want to be 75 and look back and say, I didn't do the right thing by my family. I don't want to be in that situation. So I'm very conscious about it. I know I have an intense job. There's something to be done which is always on. But equally, I think my magic mantra is always build the teams which allow you to take that 2 days off without worrying what's happening in the business, right? If you don't have that, then there's a real problem, right? And that applies to every business, saying the only way, like time management is a function of building teams. It's not a function of time management, right? So that's my mantra. Yeah.
Interesting. In fact, I was in a session last week, and I spoke about, the entire session was on talent acquisition, challenges in talent acquisition today. And I spoke about how work-life balance is our biggest worry, because the more people talk about work-life balance, we don't get better talents, we don't get good talents. Also to the extent of, it's not about the amount of time you spend, it's also about career orientation. I think talent today, our generation, we were very much driven by career orientation because we were hungry and we had to fetch for. So like the famous saying goes that, tough people bring in good times bring in bad, easy people, and easy people bring in tough times. That's what we are tending to do. So in terms of this talent acquisition, pretext of talent acquisition, how has your foot on feet, how have your, been because you obviously 800 towns is massive.
I think just to echo what Anjita said, I think it's a lot about attitude and probably a lot less about inherent skills. I think everything can be learned so long as you recruit and build a team with the right attitude. So I think that's the most important thing to assess and probably the toughest thing to assess when you're recruiting. So for us, I think it's we're also transitioning from being a small company to a mid-sized company, and I think, in all honesty, we've not figured it out yet. So I think we're still trying to figure that out. How do we recruit people with the right attitude? And one proxy that that has checked out for me is people from small towns, people who've been through a lot of distress, people have proven over and over again that they can lift themselves up from a lot of distress and still wake up, come back to work with a lot of optimism and prove something. I think those are the kinds of people that have really succeeded in our company, and those are the people that we want to recruit.
I think it's been a lovely session, and I'm really super thrilled to host all of you. Thank you. Thanks again for coming here, and thanks for addressing our entire fraternity here in Calcutta. Aste bochor abar hobe.
So much. To felicitate our esteemed panelists on behalf of NRAI. Riaz. Please don't leave the banquet. We have the plenary session coming up. Ministers to be attending. So would request all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly hold on. Lunch still not be announced yet officially. So we request you to kindly stay on for at least another half an hour, because we have the plenary session coming up, after which we'll all take a break together. Our Honorable Mayor is expected to be in the house in the next 2 minutes, so please be with us. I'd like Mr. Riaz Amlani to kindly do the felicitation. Could we have Riaz on stage, please? If Riaz is not available right now, someone else, the office bearers, be on stage to felicitate our panelists. Abhimanyu? Yes, please. Thank you. We'd like to thank our partners. In the meantime, presenting partner DotPe, NRAI Indian Restaurant Summit 23 in the city of Kolkata. Our presenting partner DotPe, industry partner Coca-Cola, Bira, associate partners Swiggy, IIHM, Amazon Pay, Maggie, our celebration partner Shiva's Glassware, our associate partners Ideal Insurance, Brokers Private Limited, Easy Diner, Ganges Jew Private Limited, our co-partners One Solutions, Pledged Vocal for Local, Nips, Domino's, Knowledge Partner Grant Thornton, Event Partners On to Cook, ITC Master Chef, Cap Group, Middle East Cell Frost, Sunrise, our co-partners, event partners, Tata Motors, USA, ITC, RB Diagnostic, Friends of Shiva, and Sony Power, Power on Wheels. Post lunch, we'll be having a workshop in room number 2, hosted by Gurjan Datta. The topic is WhatsApp for restaurants, the future of food marketing. That's going to be in room number 2. Post lunch between 3 and 4. Between 4 and 5, in room number 1, we have Marichi Mathur, category leader FNB ONDC. The topic for discussion is, can ONDC do to food delivery what UPI did to payments, the promise and the potential. In room number 2, between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m, Saurabh Bararia from Grant Thornton, our knowledge partner, will be talking about managed compliances under GST for the restaurant and brand owners. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. I would request our panelists to also be seated. We're expecting our ministers to arrive at the banquet any moment now, after which we will have the plenary session. Meanwhile, खाने में क्या है? We've got lunch, 3 times of cuisine coming up. Jakers Lane, Rajbari, Tangra Cuisine. On the right, behind you, and on the first level. Everything is properly signaged, so you should not be having any difficulty at all to locate these 3 separate food zones. Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We have our honorable ministers in the house. We will soon start our plenary session. Just after we settle down, would request all of you who are currently standing near the stage area, if you could kindly be seated or move to a vantage point where people seated right at the back, the stage is clearly visible to them. Thank you. Gentlemen, right in front of the stage area, would request you to kindly be seated because we will not be able to welcome our dignitaries on stage until and unless you're seated. Mr. Anjan Chatterjee, could we please be seated? Everyone together, could you please be seated, sir? Because we're waiting for our ministers to be welcomed on stage. I need this access area to be cleared. Ladies and gentlemen, please clear this access area near the stage. For protocol reasons, we would require you to kindly be seated before I hand over the mic to Sagar Daryani. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sagar Daryani on stage. Could we please be seated, everyone? For our ministers to be welcomed on stage, our dignitaries to be welcomed on stage, would request all of you to kindly clear the passageway to the stage. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, friends. Namaste. You know, I always strongly believe that Kolkata is the food capital of the country. And here we are today with the Indian Restaurant Summit 2023 happening in Kolkata. A big round of applause, please. Could I please request the photographers to maybe come back when sir is on stage and ma'am is on stage and Mr. Debashi Sen is on stage. Yep. So like I said, you know, the theme of this event, Band Baja Barat. Today is the engagement, like I said. At night we have the cruise dinner, which is like the reception. Tomorrow, the AGM, a serious affair, like the wedding. And to grace the occasion, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and welcome our chief guest, Sri Firad Hakim Ji, the Honorable Mayor of Kolkata and Minister of Urban Development and Municipal Affairs, I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank our first guest of honor, Srimati Dr. Shashi Panja, the Minister in charge for Department of Industry, Commerce and Enterprise. And our second guest of honor, Mr. Debashish Sen, someone who's always been supportive towards the F&B industry, towards development, the Managing Director and Chairman of HITCO. So, before I begin, in the benefit of our honorable guest, I'd like to give a small introduction on NRAI. So NRAI, the National Restaurant Association of India, was started in 1972, and it represents the interest of 5 lakh restaurateurs, millions of food suppliers and associate members across the country, representing 24 cities and counting. Well, friends, as per the India Food Service report done by the NRAI, the food industry in India, the restaurant food industry in India, has a gross annual turnover of 4 lakh crores and employs more than 7 million people. Yes, my friends, 4 lakh crores and 7 million people. So we by far are a very high impact zone for the economy. So NRAI is a voice, rather the strongest voice of the fraternity, by the fraternity, for the fraternity. May I please have a big round of applause for each one of us sitting here making this summit happen. Thank you so much. We'll quickly play an AV on NRAI for our chief guest, for our guest of honors, to know what NRAI actually does, and then we'll call them on stage to take the dais. Can we please have the NRAI AV, please?
National Restaurant Association of India, or the NRAI, was started in 1982 as it is felt by some of us that the existing associations was not effectively dealing with the problems faced by the food service industry. The NRAI was operated from Nirula's corporate office premises for almost 20 years, and till late 1990s we had less than 200 individual members. It is now wonderful to see that the NRAI has 6,500 members.
Initially, there was a feeling that NRAI was a regional body and confined mostly to Delhi and NCR. In the context, an earnest effort was made by us, by visiting Lucknow, Chandigarh, and Mishra, to apprise the members this is just not a local body, but representing all India.
It's been a really energizing 8 years, working with different stakeholders, especially the government, advocating better practices. But there is one that remains etched in my memory. This is the log out program, or the log out campaign that NRAI took over. This happened because one of the marketplaces came out with a program without testing the efficacy. We've been an activist, we've been a catalyst to many movements, to advocacy with other states. There is one thing that we need to understand. It's that united we stand and divided we rule.
Adversities also bring out the best in you. It was a beautiful example of how industry, stakeholders came together to find a solution. The Feed the Needy program. The very fact that the fraternity could serve 6.7 million free meals to the poor, the needy across the country. I am also very, very happy with the fact that we could do something for the people who had lost jobs in our fraternity. We were able to distribute almost meals for about 2.5 million people, and that is quite commendable. It's a matter of great joy today that NRAI completes 40 years as an association, and today we can proudly call ourselves the foremost association of F&B industry in India.
Mr. Debashish Sen to please come on stage, the Managing Director and Chairman of ITCO. Thank you, sir. Thank you for gracing the occasion. I call upon Srimati Dr. Shashi Paja, the Honorable Minister in charge, Department of Industry, Commerce and Enterprise. Ma'am, please, raise the stage. I request Aditya Latsaria, the chapter head, to please respond, ma'am. I now request our chief guest, the Honorable Mayor of Calcutta, the Minister of Urban Development and Municipal Affairs, Shri Firhad Hakim ji, to please raise the stage. I request the President of Missouri to also join us on the stage. So yeah, I think enough of the introduction on NRAI. I think I'll hand over the dice to our first guest of honor, Mr. Debashish Sen, to please come and share his views, his perspective on the F&B industry in Bengal, in Calcutta, in Newtown. There's a lot of action happening in Newtown, and then I think they also have Action Area 1, Action Area 2, and I'm sure there'll be multiple action areas coming. So if you can please come and enlighten us on your views on the restaurant and F&B industry in Calcutta, in ITCO, in Bengal. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. On the dash, Honorable Mayor Shri Firhad Hakim, Honorable Minister Dr. Shashi Paja, the President and Sagar, and all of you. I am not a hotelier, but under the leadership of my Chairman and Minister Firhad Hakim, in Newtown, we have been forced, although ITCO is an infrastructure company, we have been forced to get into the hospitality business. I will just briefly narrate how this happened. One evening in Eco Park, Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee was taking an evening walk. I am talking about 9 years ago. Shri Firhad Hakim was also there, and while walking, she mentioned that see this beautiful island lying on the 100-acre lake. Let's build some resort, some cottages over there. Her words are always an order, and we build the cottages. But who will run it? We were an infrastructure company. We published advertisements, we published tenders, we pleaded with established many Calcuttan hospitality partners, but none responded, saying that less than 100 key cottages doesn't work. Therefore, we did it ourselves. And ladies and gentlemen, there has not been any looking back. From month 2, we started showing profits. There are now 8 units, and in the last 7 years, we have posted more than 100 crore in revenues. Thank you for the few clubs that I got being an infrastructure company where angels fear to tread, 5-star empires fear to tread. We from the government under the leadership of the Chief Minister and the Minister, we are booking profits month after month, even during COVID. The only point that I will make, and I will not make my speech longer, is that we find that there is a pure lack and dearth and shortage of experienced, good workers at the ground level. In my LinkedIn, I get lots of requests from managers, general managers and above, but what about the dishwasher? What about the steward? What about the sous chef? What about the captain? Terms I did not even know. There is an utter lack of manpower. We tell our manpower agency and they plead helplessness. The only short point I'll make, ladies and gentlemen, if the HRAI also comes together and develop skills in the absolute rural employment generating youth that we have, there's a huge demand of manpower, but trained manpower is not available, I say with my newly found eyes. And therefore, if this can be thought of, it will be a great help in the food and specialty business. I will end another small story and end my small talk, is that Newtown is a smart city, but we wanted it to be a happy city. So we went to IIT Kharagpur and we asked them to evaluate. Evaluation with the research scholars, they gave us 6.4 out of 10. I was very unhappy because nowadays, as all mothers know, if you get less than 99%, they start weeping. And it was 6.4. I asked the professor, why is it so? And he said, you have scored badly, poorly in gender sensitization. But I said, I have never made, in making a road, a discrimination between man and woman. So why I am getting bad marks? And he said that Newtown being a developing city, certain parts are vacant. So women workers, when they come back, there is a sense of isolation. I said, what to do? Do I use more police vans and CCTV? He said there's a very interesting solution, was that make roadside coffee bars. Coffee bars on the roadside attract people, and this creates and removes the loneliness of the area. This is the origin of the Newtown Coffee House, and it's also a runaway success. Old nostalgia packed in new air-conditioned avatar. It is an absolute blockbuster everywhere. So, ladies and gentlemen, if there is innovation, it can come from very, very outside places. May I wish the seminar all success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It's always inspiring and motivating hearing you. He's one gentleman. Whenever I have met him for any kind of development, if we've taken one step, he's taken two steps. So thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I now call upon Srimati Dr. Sashi Pancha, our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister in charge for Department of Industry, Commerce and Enterprise.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I think National Restaurants Association of India is hosting its premier event here in Kolkata, and your premier event, of course, is already underway, the summit. I think this is the right place to be in, the right city to be in, and even the right state to be in. It's always wonderful to be on the dais with Sri Firhad Hakim. He's our Honorable Mayor and a very important Minister too, holding Urban Development and Municipal Affairs, and also the Chairman of HIDCO. So Dada is here. It's wonderful to see him. As usual, Mr. Devashish Sen, the Managing Director of HIDCO, and is here. We are always commonly sharing because the interests are also very common. He has also very wonderfully projected to you and also elaborated on the dream of Srimati Mamata Banerjee, our Honorable Chief Minister, in a new town. Devashida, that was very well spoken. Sri Kabir Suriji, the President of the Association, and Sagar Daryaniji, the Vice President of the Association, thank you for your warm invitation. And as I said, we are so happy that you are here in Kolkata at a very optimum moment. We are also looking forward for the forthcoming Durga Pujas. And as you all know, Durga Pujas is just not merely restricted to pujas, it is a festival. So when there is festival, there is food, there is colors, there is vibrance, and of course, the very important Durga Puja also. So just before that, your summit also lends a lot of importance, and I think your delegates, the delegates attending this summit also would learn from how wonderful this city is as a city of joy and of course of hospitality. We basically, as I understand, the captains of the industry, the restaurant industry, the experts, the entrepreneurs, those who are willing to invest furthermore, those who are thinking of startups, those who have already done those, sharing their experiences, because you are having a 2-day event with plenty of discussions, and I think there's also an AGM to conclude with. So this happening in Kolkata is also wonderful, because we ourselves basically, when we talk about restaurants or the industry per se, and restaurant I know is a part of a larger industry, that is the hospitality industry. So West Bengal is a foodie. I mean, we are all basically foodies. Travel, tourism, and I think food is our forte. You all appreciate, and I have gathered, even those who are coming from beyond Bengal, that this state, Mamata Banerjee, really nurtures, and it is the cultural capital of India. And I think we can very easily also add, we are also big foodies, so it will very soon, with your efforts too, become the food capital of India. Plenty of cuisines. Now when you call us, it kind of shows, oh, the political power is here or something. But I think food is also another power, it's soft power. And anybody doing very well in food, I think that is another kind of a weapon in hand, which is soft power. In fact, we indulge in all kinds of colors, vibrancy, and also cuisines. There's plenty. I mean, we've grown with it. Those were days when it was dining out, and it still continues. We have some excellent restaurants, which are maybe old-timers, but obviously it gets difficult. The list is very long, but those were really old times. And we are very unbiased. So there will be food, there will be revelry, there will be beverages, there will be lounges. We are very unbiased and very progressive, I would say, in Kolkata or in Bengal, and we accept it all. In fact, Durga Puja, when I say we are it's so close to our heart and to all who are here, who visit Bengal or are in Bengal. It has also got the UNESCO recognition, the cultural recognition in intangible cultural heritage of humanity. That was in 2021. And we are still celebrating that recognition that we have got. We always celebrate Durga Puja, but the UNESCO recognition has also added a feather in our cap. And you are here at a time when Gurudev's Shantiniketan has also been added to the World Heritage List. So it's a wonderful ambience where you are in this city and in this state, with the culture, as I said, travel and tourism, a huge boost which is being given by the government of West Bengal for travel and tourism, and virtually it also expands the economic landscape of, I think, the food industry or the restaurant industry. There are certain challenges today that we see, or I would say these are ways of growing up when we look at that there is integration of technology which you are looking at, and this has a significant impact on the industry itself due to increase in penetration of the smartphones and online platforms. Truly, customers these days look for convenience. So sometimes even we don't get a scope, I truly don't get a scope now to dine out, but the dine-in, the calling on the online platforms also lends a bit of convenience to us. Also the diet preferences. So these days they look at the variety. What it was when we were much younger and what it is. Now you look for vegan food, you look for plant-based food, there is organic food, and so many more gluten-free, dairy-free options. It's just unending. Very recently, we had a huge conference, again a summit, of the ice cream industry. I think it concluded a week back, and a huge roaring success, I would say. And one would actually have to visit. I was there also to be in the inaugural program and to look at the brands, not only Indian but also international, and that's where even food has reached. I just wanted to add that Bengal is home to GI. We have these GI tags and things which you would use as a raw material. You know, our rice, Tulai Panji chawal, that Gobindabhog chawal, that rice, Banglar Rasgulla, sweets like Mihidana, sweets like Sharpuria. I mean, these are exotic when you mention all that. And also our mangoes from North Bengal. These have actually acquired GI tags, and I just mentioned those which are related to food. So raw materials that you look at the desserts which are served following a meal, it's all here in Bengal, and I think, in fact, Bengal also looks at a third or fourth position maybe in India vis-a-vis the restaurant industry. I will not say further because Bobida will speak also. But there's a wonderful, I was looking at your accounts, you know, and there's a wonderful slogan which all of you have been saying, very interesting. And I think I'll end with that, Sagar, because you were saying about band, baja and barat. And then I understand there is something like, kya pata, is shadi mein aapke business ko ek naya rishta mil jaye. So that is what you people have been endorsing. तो आप सही जगह में आए हैं, कलकत्ता पश्चिम बंगाल में आप आए हैं. Mamata Banerjee is the dynamic leader out here, और मुझे लगता है क्या पता सचमुच बहुत सारे ही आपको रिश्ते मिलने वाले हैं यहाँ पे. धन्यवाद, नमस्कार, गुड आफ्टरनून.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for summing it up so well. Well, you know, it's a food summit. Ma'am was talking about dining in, dining out, delivery. Now in this summit, actually, for the dignitaries on stage to know, we have got the entire feel, the food feel of Calcutta. So we have converted JW Marriott into 3 parts. So at the back of the screen, you have the Decker's Lane, which is the comfort food of Calcutta. On the right-hand side, we have Rajbari, which is the Bengali cuisine. And on the first floor, we have done Tangra, the Tangra Chinese, the Desi Chinese. So now without waiting for more, I would request the Honorable Mayor of West Bengal, our chief guest, Shri Firad Hakim ji, to please come and address the audience.
My colleague on the dais, Dr. Shashi Paja, Minister of Industry and Commerce. She is also Minister of Child and Women Welfare, and she is looking after many departments. That we are proud of that her department has achieved this most prestigious award for Kanyasri, and many more of like this. My colleague Devashish Sen, we are working together for when I became minister 12 years ago, he was additional chief secretary and now MD HITCO. Mr. Kabir Suri, president NRAI, Sagar Dharmani, vice president NRAI. And my friends of the dais, as like Anjan Chatterjee is here, many more are here, and ladies and gentlemen, you all who came to Calcutta. It is really, we feel enthusiastic to know that so many people, hotlers are here together in Calcutta. I welcome you all. We in Calcutta, we are actually a food-loving people. And I was thinking, what makes Calcutta city of joy? What makes us happy? In real sense, good food makes us happy. And we entrusted that portion to you to serve us the good food that makes us happy. Definitely we in Calcutta, I think we are the most between all the metro cities. We are used to having food in the restaurants or outdoor. And it is our habit of going to restaurants. We enjoy that. In Calcutta, we enjoy outdoor fooding. But we need more. As the young generation, they are slowly migrating back to Calcutta because the Calcutta is making more attraction for the IT industries. And as they are coming back slowly and creating more and more jobs, we need more entertainment because youngsters will not only be restricted to their work, they want to have the entertainment. And that entertainment portion is looked after the people like you. So from the entire India, we need the good brands here. Yes, we have good brands like Wow Momo, I have good brands like Anjan Chatterjee's or many more. But we need more and more restaurants so that our youngsters can enjoy their life. As like I was talking to Sagar, and I will talk to my colleague Devashish Sen too, that we should have a Hoscos like or cyber hub as like in Hoscos in Delhi or cyber hub in Goregaon, like a fruit chain hub there in Calcutta. And we are looking forward to having that because it is the dream of our Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee that the Calcutta should attract the young generation, the young people. And for that, we need your help. We need that all of you come to Calcutta, do your business, and make many more hubs like this so that we can enjoy that. And that is the way you contribute to the employment. You contribute to our GST collection and more taxes, that more and more you do your business, we earn taxes for the welfare of the state, for the welfare of the people. So this is the thing that we are looking forward to you all, and I again welcome you all that please go around Calcutta. When you are here, go around our city and enjoy your stay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Sir has requested me to, maybe give him a small proposal where we can create a small food hub like a cyber hub or a horse cars village. So that's good news for the restaurant industry. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'd now like to call upon our President, Mr. Kabir Suri, to please come and give a small thank you note.
Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Mayor Firhad Hakim sir, thank you for making time for us today and for being here. Honorable Guest of Honor, Ms. Shashi Panja ma'am, thank you for being here ma'am. Mr. Devashish Sen, thank you for being here sir. I'm so happy to hear what the three of you have said today. Your outlook is pro-business, your outlook is pro-restaurants, and I think we as an industry look forward to coming to Calcutta as a group. We look forward to expanding within the state. We look forward to your support, and we do make a promise that we will start this process as soon as possible. And we look forward to working with you and the state under your leadership, under your guidance. And this is a very positive statements that the three of you have made. So thank you very much for this from us as the industry. It makes life more interesting for people like us when the government works with us and we are allowed to work with them. It makes things a lot more exciting for us when we are valued. It makes us feel more empowered when our opinions matter. And I think for us, this is a new today for our industry. So thank you again for what you have said today. And I look forward to this journey. So thank you very much for attending today's summit and for making the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suri. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to proceed for the lamplighting ceremony and request our trustees Rahul Singh, Riaz Amlani and Anurag Katriyar to join us on stage for the official lamplighting ceremony, after which we will felicitate our chief guests and our guests of honor on stage. Now request the President, Mr. W. Suri, our Vice President, Sagar Haryani, and our trustees to felicitate our chief guests and our guests of honor on stage. Our chief guest, Mr. Firhad Hakim, Honorable Mayor of Kolkata, Minister of Urban Development and Municipal Affairs. I request our President, our Vice President and our trustees to felicitate our chief guest and guests of honor. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Firhad Hakim, Honorable Mayor of Kolkata, Minister of Urban Development and Municipal Affairs. Srimati Dr. Shashi Maja, Minister of Commerce and Industry. Managing Director of HIDCO and Chairman, New Town Development Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, we're a few minutes away from break lunch. But before we break for lunch, there's a short audio visual that we would like to show you. The moment our Minister Ma'am and our other dignitaries on stage are off stage. We will have the audiovisual. This is the Vocal for Local audiovisual that has been specially prepared for DotPe Presents NRAI Indian Restaurant Summit 23 Kolkata. I'd also like to remind you, post-lunch between 3 and 4, in room number 1, we have a workshop to be conducted by Dheeraj Gupta, Managing Director, Jumbo King. The topic is the business of franchising, the good, the bad, and the ugly. There'll be another session between 3 and 4, but that's in room number 2 by Gunjan Datta, Business Development Manager, Meta, and the subject is WhatsApp for Restaurants, the future of food marketing. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an audio-visual presentation from Vocal for Local. Let's have that on our screen, please.
What is vocal for local? Using and promoting local products so that the economy of our country can be boosted, that can also simultaneously transform local businesses. We have to make local our home. Every Indian should be vocal for local. Why go vocal for local? Using and promoting local products will not only strengthen local identity but also boost economy of the area and the country. By helping revive the Indian economy, we are helping create more jobs, transform business processes and strengthen efficiency. Who we are? Young and innovative marketing advertising company that is set up to help your business grow successfully and ensure that your visions, values and targets are achieved. Our channels helping local businesses to promote their products and services to their target audience through our marketing channels. Our segments: AdTech, MarTech, EdTech, HRTech. Become our reseller and convert your leads into customers with engaging tools. Promote us as agency. Grow your business with us. Become our authorized agency in your area. Let us join this mission and play fair to promote this cause. Vocal for local.
Pledge Vocal for Local. Thank you so much, one of our partners. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to talk about food. Aaj khane mein kya hai? Okay, we've got 3 types of cuisine. One is Baker's Lane, classic Kolkata street food. We've got Rajbadi. That's the like mochar cutlet, aam kashundi, tawa chena, begun shundori. The vegetable mains are vegetable stew with toast bread, begun poda with mali roti, lake style aloo dum with radha vallabi, non-veg, chicken cutlet with salad and kashundi, diamond fish fry with kashundi sauce, demade devil. Non-veg mains consist of mutton stew with toast, chicken bharta with rumali roti, accompanied with radha vallabi, basmati pulao, masala onion and bhaja lonka. We also have Tangra House Vintage Asia, that's on level 1. Salad, glass noodle salad with peppers and mushroom. Seafood, raw mango, crispy rice with fresh coriander. Veg momos, chicken momos. Appetizers like crispy vegetable congee sauce. Spring rolls, chili burrito, chicken lollipop. Golden fried prawns, sweet and spicy fish. Chili pork dry. Host of other main items as well. And Rajbadi, that's exquisite Bengali cuisine with Gondhura jghol, snacks like posto, onion bora, vegetable chop, panta bhat with aloo bhate, gobindo bhog chaler bhat, gawa ghee, মাছের মাথা দিয়ে মুড়ো ঘন্ট, বাসন্তী পোলাও, ভাজা মুগ ডাল, পটলের দোলমা, Baba Chana, Togat Dalna with Kodai Shudi Kochuri, Lao Chingri Chechki Kosha Mangsho with Luchi, Bhetki Paturi, Dishi Murgi Jol, and of course you have chutney and dessert. So a host of things to dig into. I'm also your host and I'll be taking a short break as well. With you, I'll be back after lunch. But before that, a short announcement. Takers Lane and Rajbari Cuisine are on the same level as the banquet. The moment you step out of the banquet area, you will be guided to Rajbari and Takers Lane. Takers Lane is right behind you if you're facing the stage, and Rajbari will be to your left the moment you step out of the banquet. Takara Chinese is on level 1, Vintage Asia. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you very soon.
Check, audio check.
সাথে রোজ পুজোর মহাবোজ যা মনে আছে তাই রাত খাবো ভাই হাতে হাতে কোক নিয়ে পুরো শহর ঘুরে যাই
কি খাই চিকেন রোলে ডাবল ডিপ
কোকের সাথে রোজ পুজোর মহাবোজ কোকের সাথে রোজ পুজোর মহাবোজ কোকের সাথে রোজ পুজোর মহাবোজ
Coke Zero. Sri. Coke Zero.
Zero sugar.
Nice.
A great taste भी.
Really.
So?
Really.
Coke Zero Sugar. Great taste. Really.
हाइट কিছু তিরিশ ইঞ্চি বিকাশ না এটা 3 ইঞ্চি না ভালো লাগবে তাহলে কোডিং দেবে না তো কোডিং দেবে না ভালো লাগবে কোডিং করে দিলে ভালো লাগবে না 12 বাই 12 12 বাই 12 কিছু আনতে গেছে এখানে এসে রেখে দিতে হবে পরে তো হ্যাঁ আর है भाई
5 to 10 चाहिए 10 5 to 10
डॉट पेस्टेड আছে ছোট ছোট ডট পেস্ট আছে
सर वो लोग का टीम का बंदा कहाँ है सर और सब मिल के थोड़ी से
चेयर ठीक करवा दे यार सारा
এটা ভেঙে গেছে একটা পেয়েছি না আটটার পুরো পেয়েছি একটা ভেঙে গেছে একটা পাচ্ছি
I've not met him in person, but heard a lot. Quite a chat about because you guys both technology drives. Both your kind of dynamism that you carry around the entire ecosystem. A lot of it. You have actually. Precisely my point, right? That's the ultimate relationship. My first venture, he was my first partner like yours. So I was the founding team member at Shadowfax. तो मैंने पूरा लॉजिस्टिक्स बनाया है.
Hi, welcome back everyone. We still got more people outside than inside. So we're waiting for our volunteers to usher them in as we queue up for yet another panel discussion. But before that, we have some videos to show you. Sponsor videos. We'll first have Coca-Cola.
Coke Zero.
Zero sugar.
Nice.
और great taste भी.
Really?
So?
Really?
Coke Zero Sugar. Great taste. Really.
Thank you, Coke. Thank you so much. Our industry partner, Coke. Up next, we have On to Cook, who is our event partner. Let's have the On to Cook video, please.
This is On to Cook, the next generation healthy smart cooking device. Conventional cooking and microwaving are two major cooking methods globally. Both have their own identities and advantages. Our invention is a cooking device that combines the best of these two cooking methods. This innovative cooking device can be integrated with any conventional flame cooking or induction system.
Sign me up. I found the first thing at CES I want to buy.
So happy to hear that.
This is the coolest product that's came across this desk, this show.
Thank you very much, man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you much for being on.
7 मिनट आपने बोला था वो कुछ कुक करके लगा दो जब तक आप बोलते रहना कुक होता रहेगा सॉलिड है भैया आपने बहुत बढ़िया प्रोडक्ट बनाया
Shark Tank India.
It's not a good kitchen gadget. This is a great kitchen gadget. This is actually so amazing. So literally it's going to cook and cook your food.
This color, I will buy. Okay, but you're writing. Government give you advance or give you advance.
इसमें 3 मिनट में बन गया आधे घंटे की चीजें 3 मिनट में बन जाती है मतलब 30 मिनट की हमारा तो हार्ड होता है जो हार्ड होता है और इसे रुई की तरह लगता है एकदम मस्त
मैं ये कर सकता हूँ 10 मिनट के अंदर मैं पिकअप कर दूँगा किस लेसन
On to cook, world's fastest cooking device, partners with NRAI. Indian Restaurant Summit 23 in Kolkata. On to the third and last sponsor video for this session. Let's have Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings. 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 Red Bull gives you wings.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to also remind you about a workshop that's currently in progress. That's in room number 2, being conducted by Gunjan Datta from Meta. So it's a Meta workshop. Its scheduled time is between 3 and 4, so it's just about begun, but you can still catch it. WhatsApp for restaurants, the future of food marketing is the point of discussion, and Gunjan Datta from Meta will be conducting that between 3 and 4. About the same time, Dheeraj Gupta, you'll find him in room number 1, Managing Director, Jumbo King, Dheeraj Gupta. He's got a session on the business of franchising, the good, the bad, and the ugly. That's also between 3 and 4. Dheeraj Gupta's session is in room number 1, and in room number 2, it's Gunjan Datta. We've got 3 more sessions to tell you about, but that's going to come a little later. Meanwhile, time for our third panel discussion. And for our third panel discussion, which has an extremely interesting topic, data is food, not fuel anymore. The growing need for data in running a restaurant operation. Our speakers, Swapnil Bajpai, Vice President Swiggy, Anurag Gupta, co-founder DotPe, Parthiv Patel, co-founder Pet Puja, Naman Vavandia, co-founder Magic Pin, Krishan Arora, partner Grant Thornton Bharat, to be moderated by Rahul Singh, founder The Beer Cafe. So I'd like to invite our moderator on stage along with our panelists. Data is food, not fuel anymore. Yeah, let's have a round of applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I know post-lunch you feel a little sluggish, but then I'm sure the discussion would warm you up. This is the third panel discussion for the day. Data is food, not fuel anymore. The growing need for data in running a restaurant operation. I'll hand the mic to our moderator, Rahul Singh, founder of The Beer Cafe.
But pay your attention if you can, because there's a lot of data that's going to be coming from here. So after all the good food that you've had, data is the new food, because, you know, that's the panel's topic. I was told that data is the new oil, but we just realized that it's no longer the new oil, but it's the new food. Starting off, what we're going to do is do about a couple of questions. We're just going to go one by one. And I would request my panelists to kind of a quick introduction about the business that they run, or anything that they want to talk about, how you know, they're making a difference to the restaurant industry, because we are at the Restaurant Summit here. Very simply, you know, somebody rightly said, it says, in God we trust, for all others, please bring in the data. And that's how it starts off. We're going to start with Anurag. Anurag, you know, data is all about information, right? And the real key here is that the information has to be converted into insights. So how do you from a DotPe perspective, use that information into the insights to make the kind of money you're making?
Thank you, Rahul, for this question, and thank you everyone for coming around so far for this event. Such a scintillating event. The entire team has been able to get this over. I am Anurag Gupta. I am the co-founder of DotPe, and our inception of DotPe was precisely on the subject of making sure that all our merchants gets enabled on data. The moment they get enabled on data, they are able to use that data to build their business. So just a little correction, Rahul, on your point. It is not about me making money on data. It is enabling our partners, the merchants that we are serving, the customers that we are serving, that they make money using the right amount of data. And if they make money, in that progression, we make a little bit of money, right? So that's how our thought process of building DotPe began. And so there are three ways we see data from a restaurateur perspective, right? So there is a sale that a restaurant does. There is a business management that a restaurant does. Then there is a repeat sale that a restaurant wants to do. There is a purchase that a restaurant does. And then there is an amount of money that they need to increase or grow their business further. So there are 3-4 side of angles that we are trying to solve for restaurateurs, and each of this bit requires a lot of data insights. So I'll start with the first one, which is the sales side of it, right? So today, every business that is selling wants to know whom they are selling, whosoever they are selling, what they are selling, how much are they able to sell to somebody, and how can they bring back that same customer to increase their repeat sales. So there has been a lot of data talkings that go around, right? So there is a limited visibility of data that people have. My take on that is, the moment customer comes to our restaurant, the focus is just to serve. The focus is not to know, right? So a KYC thing, which is very important in a fintech world, in a finance world, in the banking world, I think is very important for a restaurateur world as well. So it is very important to know your customer. And the only way you know your customer is that you put that foot forward to get to know that who is he and exchange some bit of data over the counter. And it's not easy, right? So a consumer doesn't give away data so easily. So there are a lot of innovative ways, and there are a lot of these restaurants who've been able to solve it beautifully, right? Domino's have been able to solve it beautifully. A lot of these bigger players have been able to solve it beautifully. So there has to be certain ways where you are able to solve and get to know your consumer before you serve them, right? So we are trying to embed certain tools in the platform that we are giving off to our partners, right? So they can some way be able to get to know their consumers well. The moment you get to know that who this consumer is, that is the time when you get to know his journey with your brand. And that is where technology is enabling them to know their customer better. Restaurants have been, since the time human beings are there, right? 20 years back, every server, captain used to know the consumer well, right? Today, there has to be some systematic way to know your consumer. I think we are trying to enable that. And the first step towards building our data, building our business on data is to know your consumer and the journey of their repeat purchases. The moment we get to know this, and the moment we are enabling our partners to understand their consumer well, their buying behavior, what they want to buy, it unlocks a lot of insights. The insight that that is letting my consumer come to me again and again. What is that they want to buy? What preferences and what time of preferences they want to do business with me. So all of these unlocks for your future business growth and your future aspects, right? So that's one part of it. So knowing your consumers, understanding their buying behaviors with you, and ensuring that you touch base with them on a regular intervals. Now touch basing again, we are trying to ensure that the data that you're able to collect, how you reach out to those relevant consumers. Every technology company today reaches out you at the right appropriate intervals. You somehow go to Make My Trip, Flipkart, all these places, right? So they'll touch base, they'll nudge you at regular intervals. So technologies companies have been able to solve it well. They've been able to go back to their consumers at the right point of interception. We are trying to enable that with the data that a restaurateur has been able to collect, we are enabling them to nudge their consumers with the right products, with the right instruments, which can help them get their consumers back. So that is on the sales side of story. Then it is very important for you to understand that for you to sell something, how much you need to buy, what quantity you need to buy, the efficiencies at which you need to manufacture. Restaurant is, I think, almost is the only sector that operates in retail which does both manufacturing and trading. Otherwise, in a retail world, there are either manufacturers or retailers, right? Restaurant is a manufacturer as well as a retailer. So how much you have to manufacture to sell, the efficiency metric becomes very, very important, right? And it is, and there is a slightly more work that a restaurateur has to do to ensure that he is manufacturing to the right quantity that he can sell. And what he is selling has to be mapped with the right demand. So he cannot over-manufacture, he cannot under-manufacture. If he over-manufactures, the spillage goes up. If he under-manufactures, the revenue loss kind of comes in. So how does that get enabled? It is all about data. And no engine can throw output. See, AI is important, artificial intelligence is important, but for AI to come up, there was some data on which some AI algorithms came in. No technology, no business can run without the right input of data into the system. And I think the first honest thing about our business that we can do is to rightly input our data into the system. And let the system give you the right amount of output. Trust the system well and start reading the data to the T, and it will start producing the right outputs for you. What we also want to unlock for our partners so that they make money on top of this journey, right? Selling right, producing right, limiting the losses, increasing the margins, and with the amount of data that gets generated, how can I unlock the larger credit ecosystem? How can I, with the amount of business that I do, how can I get money on tap? Every business is using some system, some software. In our case, it is Rista, right? So when I become an integral part of any business, I operate like a heart to that business. Then I have to produce the right beats so that the body is functioning well. So one of the right beat is that how can I unlock credit for the restaurants? And I think the next logical thing that we want to unlock for our partners is the amount of data that's getting collected of that restaurant. How can that be utilized for him to unlock credit for himself so that the business can grow further? So I think for us, long story short, the amount of data that gets generated is for our partners to make the most out of it. We are trying to sort it out in the best possible fashion so that they can take right decisions. They get enabled with the data, they grow, and subsequently we grow.
So Anurag, that was a really long one. Very long story short. I was like waiting for it. Okay, fine. Where does it end? Apart from sponsoring NRAI and all the summits and all the activities we do, I think now you're going to sponsor restaurateurs, right? That's what's coming from, because if you're going to give micro lending and credit, which is very important as a fuel for us to grow, not just for working capital, but for capital expenses to grow further in terms when you want to go to multi-locations. Fair enough. Maybe you should call yourself DataPe. You know, not DotPe. DataPe would be better. But yeah, data is so important. So Apnil, two questions to you. First, I've been very curious about what does Swiggy means. You know, I've never done the Wikipedia on what does Swiggy means. Like, why is it called Swiggy? I can understand why Magic Pin, you know, why Pet Puja, and you know, like beer cafe, very easy beer and cafe. But what does Swiggy mean? The other is, you know, if you torture the data a lot, you know, it confesses. You're also torturing us by data masking, right? Now, why do you data mask? So that's your cue. Obviously, starting with why Swiggy. What does Swiggy mean?
I think I'll have a better answer for the second question. Okay. For the first question, I also am not really aware. But from what I've heard from Harsha and Nandan and all, right, is that they were looking out for a word which is catchy, which the youth is going to resonate to. And somehow Swiggy clicked. and hence it's been Swiggy so far. On the second question you asked on how do you torture data to get insights, and how are we torturing you by not giving enough data. So I think one of the things which we regularly worked on and we realized over years, right, is that we have to, we are the ones who actually collect a lot of data from the whole shopper journey to the transaction to the delivery experience for a customer, right? On the other hand, we'll have to follow the rules of the land and be compliant with the rules of the land. Now in that space, we still have to convert data into actionable insights for the restaurant partners and for us, so that ultimately jointly the business grows. And from a point where we used to collect a lot of data, we ourselves didn't know how to get insights out of it, I think we've come a long way. Now we are at a phase that for every action, we will have enough and more insights to share with our partners, so that you are able to take decisions using the data. And the second part is, while we've got now machinery and systems in our place which collect, which generate that insight, we are also now building tools on Swiggy so that those insights are shared seamlessly with our restaurant partners. And the restaurant partners are seamlessly able to use those insights to drive their business. For example, I'll maybe take a couple of things here, right? Imagine in a world where you didn't know what happens before transaction, right? And the only data you have is only what is happening in transaction. And if you look at a particular area and figure out what do you want to, or which cuisine would you want to open in that area, typically you will say, सबसे ज़्यादा क्या बिकता है? Now if I tell you सबसे ज़्यादा एक particular cuisine बिकता है, but एक cuisine है जो सबसे कम बिकता है, but सबसे ज़्यादा search होता है. Suddenly that insight changes the way you think of it, right? And say, probably the biggest opportunity is not on what is already selling the most. The biggest opportunity is that something is being searched for a lot, but there is no one to supply that. So those are the kind of things we are trying to do. This is very simple as it sounds, right? But ultimately there was no mechanism erstwhile where we could share some of these insights with you. So we've used this insight and we've built a simple tool, which is the expansion tool, which is available to all restaurant partners in the system, where you can just use that tool and take out some of those insights and decide where would you want to open your next restaurant. Which cuisine would you want to enter if you're planning to enter a cuisine, right? The second example I'll state is something which is pretty close to the way we make our investment choices. And I've been a part of companies earlier where we used to spend significant amount of money. I was a part of Procter & Gamble earlier. So we used to spend significant amount of money on advertising, but we actually didn't know whether the money is making sense or not. So we used to say, let's invest X lakhs rupees in a paper advertisement, and we believed that some consumer metrics will actually get impacted because of that, right? And so we were hoping against hope that something will change. Cut to now, where we are now in a phase where whatever investment we make, we can actually immediately figure out whether that investment is yielding an ROI for you or not. So I think that in itself is a great move, right? And now we are at a stage where all of these metrics are available to the restaurant partners on their dashboards. If you open up your dashboards and you invest, you actually know exactly when the campaign is over, what is the incrementality you're getting, what is your ROI, whether investing on a particular campaign is better or investing on some other campaign is better. So all of those choices are basis the insights which are provided in the system, right? So these were two examples, and there are a bunch of other things which I can talk about, and I can go as long as an hour for this, right?
That's what
but
you
I'll
mentioned,
stop
yes.
there.
Fair enough. Good. So Naman, magic pin, the word itself says, and I remember when we met years back, it was more on the social element that, you had people were actually on social media and they had to tag themselves. And so I think, it simply said that nobody should try and use data till the time data is collected. So sometimes data can also be harmful if you collected the data. And I think Magic Pin today collects a lot of data. You are one of the first Google engines, I would say, who are doing OCRs of receipts, because all the data or all the B2C invoices, the consumer invoices, are in different formats. And you can't have a human being reading them and writing them. So I think you use a lot of technology, but you enable a lot of Kirana stores, a lot of our restaurant partners and others. And would you like to share your journey about, how data has been collected? What's the kind of, let's say, predictability it's come to, and how do you use that data to enable the ecosystem, not just for yourself, but from our restaurant point of view? How do we restaurateurs get the benefit of the immense amount of terabytes of data you're collecting?
Thanks, Rahul. So Magic Pin stands for the name Magic Pin, since you asked, right? Pin a location on a map and see the magic around. Right, so that's what Magic Pin stands for. So Magic Pin is a super app that brings the hyperlocal market alive on the user's phone. So you need to discover anything that's around you across categories: fashion, restaurants, fine dining, beauty salon, pharmacy store, grocery store. You can come to Magic Pin and see what's around you. And from a user point of view, it leads to immense amount of discovery. From a retailer point of view, of course, including restaurants, core part of our business is how do we help drive growth for the offline store. That's what we stand for, right? And data and technology is core to our business. That's what is used to leverage and drive growth for our restaurant partners, amongst other categories that we work with. One of the important things, Rahul, by the way, is data is like culture for us. It's extremely important that all of us live, breathe, and operate through data. So a lot of our decisions are based on data. A bit of gut instinct, of course, is needed, but we run the organization through data. And I'd say that's extremely important in today's world. Like you said, data is the new food, right? It's extremely important that organizations are built in a way and run in a way that it operates through data, such that decision making can be made more accurate and faster. Now coming to how we collect the data, right? How we collect data is that we've got multiple modes by which users send us information. So users send us bill receipts. So they scan receipts, they send it to us, we give them points, they can burn those points. We also get users sending us their credit card information, their SMS information. We also get retailers sending us receipts from their POS. So there are multiple sources of information that is collected, and then we use all kinds of machine learning, AI technology, and by the way, we've been using it for many years. Like Rahul, by the way, has been our first enterprise client 2016. Rahul at Beer Cafe was our first client, and we've been using all of that to power through and drive growth through our data. So we use data, the technology, and are able to sparse through all that comes through from multiple sources that I mentioned, right? And initially it was very difficult, right? But over time we've got to a point where I'd say with 99.5% accuracy, we're able to read exactly what's inside the bill, right? What quantity, what's the value, what is the SKU being consumed, what is the locality, what is the city, how much is the user spent, which retailer, which category, all of that is very well understood from the information, right? Now, how is that leveraged? Now, if I think just from a restaurant's lens, I think the data can be used in multiple ways. So one is, of course, just to drive growth through consumer marketing. Who your consumer is, what is the, and I'll come to a little bit about how that marketing is done using our data. The second is understanding of your competition, right? What your market share is in that hyper-local market, or in a city, or across the country if you're a large chain, right? Understanding of that. Where your consumers live, where your consumers work, and basis that, let's say, where should you open your store, for example, right? Or where you should make sure your delivery can happen. All of those insights can come out of it. The other thing is consumer feedback and ratings, right? Extremely important in today's world, right? Understanding of what your consumer likes, does not like when they go to a particular store. When they enter the store, what their experiences with the staff, the ambience, the food, etc., etc. All of that can be customized right down to a store level, understood, and then made changes operationally. I'll come back to the first one, right, where understanding on the consumer, because we have these bills, and by the way, the data is cross-category, and that's why it's very powerful. So I know, for example, who is a health-conscious consumer, who let's say has, let's say, green tea, a lot of green tea, or goes to decathlon a lot, right, across categories. So that understanding exists, and basis that the targeting can happen. We know where users live, we know where users work, basis that we'll be able to target them in. When they, let's say, there's a mall that has a new store that opens up, we can target the consumer based on that catchment and send them there. When they enter into a mall, we can target them and say, hey, I know you love, let's say, Chinese, you should go to this restaurant. So data is used in multiple ways and forms, both internally, but also it's provided on a dashboard or a panel to every partner that we have across categories. Of course, all of that data is at an aggregate level. None of that is at a retailer brand level. It's all done at an aggregate level, but very powerful in terms of the restaurant being able to run their business more effectively by understanding the consumer and driving growth, competition understanding and market share understanding, where to open your stores through location understanding and consumer feedback and ratings.
Thanks, Naman. Thanks for that. I think the entire cross-function, or let's say cross-category, is definitely, while we live in a restaurant world, but obviously consumers consume cross-categories, and that should definitely help enable our businesses to better. I move on to Parthiv. Again, Parthiv is a pure play restaurant platform for point of sale called Paid Puja. I don't know, anyone, any raise of hands, how many people use Paid Puja in this room? See? Parthiv, you've got a lot of people who use Paid Puja, including me. And one thing I've learned from Parthiv is that he is, apart from being a technologist himself, he's always there as the person who is ready to help you in any form, and he'll never say no. And one thing that Paid Puja has done, especially for us, and I'm sure for others, is open up APIs. Okay? A lot of people in the world of technology try and remain closeted. They don't want to share their data. They want to keep the data, or complicate the data in the way that it doesn't transfer. I think you enabled more third party than probably anybody else, at least in this room. And that's enabled a lot of businesses to do. What is the reason you do that? While you could have created, like, for example, we heard a word called super app, which is, supposedly the holy grail of every technologist, that they want to create a super app. But why do you enable data to transfer so seamlessly between different platforms, and you allow that to happen? And anything you want to talk about in terms of what your future lies from here, because you're the only, I believe, non-funded guy on this panel who's making money and everybody else is burning money. Apart from our friend GT Krishna, he basically uses the money that we all earn to pay the taxes.
Not really the non-funded guy, but yes, less funded guy. So, fair, sir. I think I want to answer the first question of why we went ahead and did those seamless integration, right? One of the major point when we started actually, and just to be also clear, we were the first one who actually wrote the first integration modus operandi for Zomato. We shared with them that this is how we want to integrate, literally. So yes, this is how the whole thought process was. See, when we looked at overall, so when we actually looked at 2013-14, when we looked at the market, right, it was no-brainer that market, so from a restaurant point of view, business is going to come from multiple channels, right, which would require management of different component, or I would say actually data, from a single dashboard perspective, right? You want to actually, and management of back-end operations also from a single system perspective. To do that, we actually envisaged, at that point of time, we envisaged the system that, you are going to run a single POS, which would integrate menus with different third parties. And you would make sure that not just pricing, but item on-off, every component actually will be powered through a POS, right? It actually, market literally moved toward that direction because it saved a lot of effort, first of all, right? Second thing, the whole operations became more systematic. Initially, everybody used to give out those tablets, phones to accept the order, right? It did not work because you wanted to consolidate the operation, right? At the end of the day, very simple stuff. I want to actually see what total business I have done. Offline, Zomato, Swiggy, whatever, right? Third party websites. That was the simple use case actually of the data set. Because then you want to reconcile cash or reconcile actually payments received and all of those components. We have actually started from that point of onwards. 2 years ago, we expanded the use of this data set. Smaller restaurant came to us and asked for data set in very raw form because they wanted to build their business, business intelligence too. One of the restaurants 2 years ago, they actually built 4 outlet brand, they build their customer cohort, right? Which is like every month, how many new customers are coming and how many of those guys are getting retained, right? Typical customer cohorts, which we share with our investors, they built for 4 outlet. So that gave us an understanding of how people would want to see, right? The flexibility you want to build out and give it out to actually your customers. We then built something called dynamic dashboard. I mean, the name was initially different, which was Insight. But then we built something called dynamic dashboard, which is actually a Google Studio kind of setup inside Paid Puja itself. You can literally build any type of data insight out of those two. Right? And just to give you an idea, today, roughly around 40% of my customers are using that tool. Right? From sales, which is actually the sales, literally sales 2 component, new acquisition plus the retention component. Then you are going to servicing component, right? So we have seen people coming to us and saying, queue management, why don't you guys actually give me in queue management when I enter a customer number, tell me whether there is an anniversary or whether there is an, bad day. Because you want to actually first do the servicing also from that data point of view, right? So all of those small components, actually we have seen the usage of data significantly going up. It becomes no-brainer actually in that case to enable that data to go to a platform where customers should be able to, use it in more effective manner. Whether it is on your own app or whether it is a third-party app, right? It has to be merchant data, so merchants should be freely able to use it. And this is why actually we created that ecosystem, right? So that's the first and foremost answer. Second thing, sir, we have actually seen overall, right? So just to take Anurag's point here actually, and he's going to laugh because हम दोनों ने सोचा था ये point क्या हम बोलेंगे ये वाला point. But yes, what he said was acquisition, retention, servicing, on the top of it even purchasing, so inventory planning, right? So we have actually launched where people want to see what is the planning, right? So you want to plan an inventory, can we help there, right? So that's planning tool, actually we call it intelligence. Third thing, even purchasing. How many of our restaurant partner would know the pricing of the raw material on their fingertips? Very, very few guys. It's not available. Most of the data are not getting entered correctly anyway, right? So we believe a lot of these components are actually solving those basic problems first. And then on the top of it, you look at the financing, right? Ideally, is there an alternative to CIBIL? Everybody wants to actually do loans based on CIBIL, right? I mean, there is a data set, significant data set available. Now, is there an alternative actually? With this alternate data set, can you actually create an alternative to CIBIL, right? Much better approach to look at it, much faster approach to micro lending. I mean, literally. So this is where we...
Great, Parthiv. I think lot on your plate, lot on your pate, not plate. So we can continue using Paid Puja. We have little stage time left, and unfortunately that's how it works. But 2 questions to you. So one is obviously when there is, they say when there is data smoke, there is business fire. Fire in a kitchen is great. Fire in this room can be a disaster, okay? Now, data in itself has privacy issues. And I think the hot topic right now for the last few weeks has been the data privacy. You being the partner at GT Bharat, you being a lawyer yourself, could you shed some light on the data privacy quickly, if you could? And because it's very new to us, and there's so much data in this room, and otherwise, we don't want to get screwed, basically, in simple terms, right? Compliance is very key. The other thing is very close to us is, if you could answer that, because you do indirect taxes, is why don't we get the input tax credit for GST? That is one of the questions that come out in every forum, every place that we actually go and says, हमको input tax नहीं मिलता, सबको मिलता है, क्या problem है?
Thanks, Rahul. I think I'll go backwards. I'll answer your second question first. And, before that, I'll use some data tax. Since we're talking about data, I think, before that, as Grand Content Bharat, I think we actually have 3 levels of beneficiaries from the use of data that we do. First of all, we get benefited because we get business only out of data, right? Second, our clients are happy because we make them compliant on all the data points, so they are happy. We keep the government happy because if our clients are actually compliant, government is getting all the revenue. Just to share even more data points, GST came in 2017, right? 6 years. They were about, look at the population, look at the number of businesses. We had 87 lakhs registrations to begin with, only 87 lakhs registrations. Today, after 6 years, we have 1.2 crore registrations who are paying an average GST revenue of 1.5 crore every month. That is the level of data which government is collecting. That is the level of data which people are reporting. So I think that's hats off to technology, hats off to how, industries actually played with it. But there are so many of, players who are outside, unorganized sector. Now coming back to your question on GST input tax credit, why I've made this point was that if this is the level of compliance with limited number of businesses actually being able to pay that tax, the other part of it is basically outside of it. Unfortunately, in the sectors which are there, and to tap most of those sectors, input tax credit, and that was a promise of the government that there'll be a smooth flow of all the taxes when GST happens. You go back and say there's no cascading of tax and the tax actually becomes a cost, which is genuinely a concern which was raised in many industries, especially restaurant industry. But the problem with the government was that to capture the data points on the back end of the unorganized players who were anyways not reporting the input tax credit, and many of the items like procurement of produce, fruits, vegetables, many of them are exempted. So they thought that there's not much impact of input tax credit which is actually there, so let the industry actually not take the credit and take a lower rate. And now this made the unorganized sector happy, or the smaller players happy, because they didn't even have to report anything. But when it came to now the industry, the way it has actually boomed, this is it's a very important matter of concern that we need to get this credit to actually pass that benefit back to the consumer who actually we thrive on. And on the other side, government actually gets higher revenue. And this is something which has been an ask of the industry. I think there have been rounds of discussion on it. There was a change which happened. It is back to that. Now, unfortunately, we are at that level that, we are very clear that it should happen. And that's what it is. We are ready to pay a higher tax, but the embedded cost of tax, which is more than 30%, is sitting in my food cost or my beverage cost, which is actually passed on to the consumer. So if consumer is what it is, which is actually getting us all the revenue, and taxes are actually growing for the government, it is all the more reason that the input tax credit should be available. That's my view. Coming to your point on data privacy, I think it's a very new subject in terms of how it is being looked at right now. But DPDP, which is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, just came in August, right? Some of the key snippets of that, which everybody should know, and they are very important because data is what I heard everybody talking about. The use of data, the analytics which we use, the kind of data which is shared within the players who are helping us in terms of marketing, in terms of advertising, in terms of knowing the needs of the customers, etc. There is a clear requirement in this law that everybody who's holder of data, personal data of consumers, first needs to get the consent of the consumer to actually allow them their permission to actually share that data. Before that, only data which can be allowed to be shared is the data which is relevant to that business. So consumer consent is important, mandatory. What data can be shared is restricted to that particular transaction. So the type of which you do. Suppose you're in a restaurant business, you should probably know the likes of the consumer, know what kind of cuisine he likes, etc. But more than that, you can't share personal data beyond that. If I'm Swiggy app or another app to kind of do it, I might be doing that. That's not the data you are holding for sharing with somebody else, just to actually know that the business actually runs like that, right? So those are things which we need to be mindful of. Even the government, from that perspective, can access the data only, they can approach the industry, and that's what they're doing. They will approach your industry to actually ask for data for which you have to also take permission from the consumer. So it's actually the consumer right which is being protected because the data is getting leaked everywhere, and that's personal data, right? And if data sharing is something which is the most important criteria, everybody in this room, everybody in this industry has to be mindful how that data will be shared, what levels of checks I need to kind of build in, because those leakages is something where penalty or liability will become ours. That's what we need to know.
Okay, good. So there are guardrails. What's coming out of this, and we are at the end of our session. We've got kind of already gone 5-6 minutes ahead. I'm going to just quickly end this by taking some anecdotes on a personal level. We've done business talk, but start myself and move on. One place where data kind of came into your personal life could be anything. Like in my case, thanks to Sagan, you are beautiful technologists themselves have got cameras there. So I just got an SMS saying you can afford only one big Villa, you had two of them. So I know the hell is going on in this room. But you know, so data can be scary and but anything that you had in personal life which you would like to share, which remains in our midst in terms of an anecdote, wherever purely data made a difference.
So I'll go. So on my personal financial discipline, data has played a very important role. Being a financial oriented guy, I've been always into investments and putting the right investments in, ensuring my financial discipline, ensuring that I am gaining out of making sure my money is making an equal amount of money that I personally make for myself. So I think those data points and all of those data points are very relevant, very open. Financial market is all about data, right? So I think I've gone very deep into all of those, and I have created my personal financial discipline with reading all of those data. One thing that I intend to solve for myself now is the health data that perhaps is very important now, very critical, and seeing a lot of people getting conscious about health, and I think I am not. So I think those data points is something that I want to crack now to ensure that life is going long.
I think I echo the point on the health bit, and that was something which I never thought I would ever think of before consuming something. Now the first thing which comes in my mind whenever I consume something, कि यार ये meter ऊपर तो नहीं जा रहा है, and whether I am within my limits or not. And likewise counting steps, some of those things have just evolved and gotten to a different level altogether, which in maybe a few years back we could never have imagined. And I'm really excited by how it is going to shape up our futures even in the future.
So, I think again on the side, I'm an average runner, and I run almost like 35-40 kilometers a week, almost 5 a day is what I try. So I think data plays a big role there. I'd set up a goal on even on these things, right? I'd set up a goal on how much I want to run. So two things matter, right? Speed and stamina, right? So if I need to do a long run, how am I doing today on my speed and stamina, and how do I keep improving on that as time goes by? It's extremely critical for me to keep building on that and keep working on that, and all of that is done on the back of the watch that I have, phone. The other thing on the other side, I use this patch called Like Human, which is very interesting, and that it has an app on which you can track your glucose levels, and then you can track what you're eating, how much you're eating, how your sleep pattern is, how your stress is, and other things that is tracking. It allows you to understand how your insulin levels and glucose, etc. is going. So I've found that data in general just plays a meaningful role in the way I'm able to manage my lifestyle and health.
So, credit card, that is how actually it started. When I actually used first time credit card, I used to see points kitne mil rahe hain, literally. I mean, I have even done an analysis of कितने मार्केट में क्रेडिट कार्ड है, हाउ डू यू एक्चुअली फिगर आउट कौन से में मुझे क्या पॉइंट मिलेंगे, एंड विच 2 क्रेडिट कार्ड और 3 क्रेडिट कार्ड आई नीड टू कीप टू सब में मुझे पॉइंट मिले, हर एक यूज केस मेरा कवर हो रहा है, राइट. दिस इज एक्चुअली हाउ आई स्टार्टेड यूजिंग credit card and databases, and that was the first time I have done actually anything with data, and that continued till this point of time, including today. Every team in Paid Puja, literally catalog, integration, API, sales, everybody has a daily dashboard live for every user. They are able to see every single ticket to which state it is live internally, right? I mean, this is how actually it is being implemented right now. So yes, now this is in culture, our DNA first to start with, and then it went to company DNA. Yeah.
What? Christian? I think I'll go beyond financial data. So, personally, I think speaking data, in one sense, and you were talking about it in terms of fitness. I'm a avid foodie, and I love my food, love my drinks, and because I like to explore so much, the other downside of that is the biggest data point is when I stand on the weighing scale. I think for the last 10 years, I would say I've tried to maintain a regime where I follow a pattern. I try to change my regime to see what is the change it has on my fitness, and if I'm not able to kind of continue with that, what do I need to do? So while I will not compromise on the food, I will not compromise on that, but on the other side, data is something I've maintained for that 10 years, how I actually patterned in those regimes what I did. So I keep going back to them and try to see if I can go back and see what change I need to do, because I always struggled in that. But that's what life is. We all struggle, but we kind of manage. But life is all about enjoying, and that's what we are all doing here. So thank you.
I'm glad you said that, because this entire summit is all about bandwagon. And I kind of start thinking, man, I had seminar or something. We are supposed to eat here. Kolkata is a city of food. This is the capital. So anyway, this is the end of the session. We didn't get a cue, but I could keep looking at my watch. I really don't know. There is somebody that said, fair enough. So we'll just wrap this up. I believe we're going to get something free, which we have to take home to prove we were in Kolkata. And so one line, without data, you all just have an opinion. So please, guys, use the data. Don't use your opinion. Take the data and then form an opinion. So thank you very much, and great afternoon to you all.
Thank you so much. Could we have Piyush Kankaria on stage, please, to felicitate? We're talking about some gifts that you want to take back home. Yeah? Okay. They'll be in those packets. Piyush Kankaria to felicitate our moderator and our panelists on behalf of NRAI Kolkata chapter. Before we move on to our next session, we'd like to thank our partners, representing partner DotPe, industry partner Coca-Cola, Bira, associate partner Swiggy, IIHM, Amazon Pay, Maggie, our celebration partner Shiva's Glassware, our co-partners, IT Insurance, Easy Diner, Subscribe Print, Ganges Drive Limited, Maximize Co-Partners, One X Solutions, Vocal for Local, NIPS, Hospitality Management, Domino's, our event partners, Grant Thornton on Cook, ITC, MasterChef, the Gap Group, Middle East, Frost, Sunrise, Data Motors, USA, ITC, RB Diagnostic, Friends of Shiva, and Sony Power. Thank you to all our sponsors, our industry partner, associate partners, our co-partners as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Meanwhile, let me let you know, inter-chapter cricket tournament, the NRAI Premier League, that's the NPL, between Delhi NCR, Mumbai, Chennai, Goa and Bangalore, Bhopal and Kolkata, is tomorrow, the 22nd of September, the details of which have probably already reached you. If you aren't informed about this, do inquire. That's the inter-chapter cricket tournament, NRAI Premier League, between Delhi NCR, Mumbai, Chennai, Goa and Bangalore, Bhopal and Kolkata. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fireside chat, inviting our moderator on stage, Riaz Amlani, CEO and MD, Impresario Entertainment and Hospitality Private Limited, and our speaker, Rohit Khattar, Founder Chairman, Old World Hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, Riaz Amlani, our moderator, and we have just one speaker. We were supposed to have two, but we have just one speaker, Rohit Khattar. Left to Riaz Amlani. The fireside chat is about Indian restauranting, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So Indian restauranting, yesterday, today, and tomorrow is what the fireside chat is all about, to be moderated by Riaz Amlani. And we have Rohit Khattar in the house. So that's the fireside chat for today. Indian restauranting, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Over to you, Riaz.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Whoa! Okay, quick announcement. Unfortunately, Mr. A.D. Singh couldn't join us today. He's doing what he does best, opening more restaurants, and he's in Bangalore. But the good news is that we get more time with Mr. Rohit Khattar. So, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters of the restaurant fraternity, it is my absolute privilege, honor, to introduce to you the greatest restaurateur that you've never heard of. Okay, that is Mr. Rohit Khattar right here. Right? For the longest time, a lot of people know, you may know about his work. He's most famous for Indian Accent, Hosa, Komarin, and a host of other restaurants that we are going to talk about in a bit. But he's never been the man in the front. It's always been the chefs who have taken center stage. And believe it or not, this is an absolute coup, and that he's graced us. He's come here specially from Goa. He's having a spectacular event of his own in Goa, but he's left that to come and join us today. So a big round of appreciation for Mr. Rohit Khattar. So today we are going to kind of deconstruct what is to us a little bit of an enigma, which is wrapped in a riddle, which is rolled in a mystery. That is you, Mr. Rohit Khattar. You have a tremendous body of work. You've been one of my heroes in the industry. You've been creating concepts way longer than anybody else I can think about. You've really, really pioneered the way. But before we start talking about your restaurants, I want to know a little bit more about where it all started for you. Where did you fall in love with the business of restauranting? How did it all begin? Tell us about your journey of a boy from Srinagar, now ruling restaurants all over the world.
Thank you so much. You so graciously said I'm one of your heroes, but they rightly said past, present, and future. You're the future. You're my hero.
I'm part of the past now.
No. And yeah, so where did it begin? I grew up in Kashmir, which has some of the best food in the world. My grandfather also had a hotel in Delhi called Broadway, old Art Deco hotel. So when we moved there, I was trying to figure out what to do. I had studied hotel restaurant management. I went to the US, and I came back wanting to open something very very Western. So those were the days of theme restaurants, and I thought that something like a Bennigan's, Houlihan's, even TGI Fridays had just come about, would be fun. But Asif Ali Road, Hotel Broadway, was the wrong side of town. South Delhi had kind of gained on us. So it had to be Indian. And because I'm really a kabaddi by nature, I can't throw away anything. Somebody mentioned, why don't you think of Bazaar, and it just lit a bulb in my head. I was almost 22, so I thought I was being very cool, and I made it a pun and called it Chor Bazaar instead, which I regret now, because if I had tried Chor Bazaar, it would have been far more interesting.
I think now Chor Bazaar has also become a legend in its own right.
Yeah, it worked out very well because, as I said, Asif Ali Road had become the unfashionable part of town. It wasn't really where the who's who went, and suddenly India's first theme restaurant opened where no two plates matched. Every table was different. We had a 4-poster bed. We had a vintage car. So I was having fun. I was 22.
And which I shamelessly copied in Mocha and now in social, where no two things match. So it all started here, ladies and gentlemen. He's the man, absolutely.
No, you've done such a superb job of that. So sometimes I mentioned, I was talking to young Amit Bagga and hearing his story about how he's taking Daryaganj, and I said, when I opened this back in the day, I could have probably replicated and opened 100 Chor Bazaars, but I get bored very easily and I like doing new concepts. So from Chor Bazaar, we then moved on to many other. first opportunity was to open Chor Bazaar in London. The gentleman who had taken over the restaurant from the Bhai Lamba family, Mr. Kaul, loved Chor Bazaar, and he offered me the Gaylord Mayfair. So at that time, 1997. So 1990, the first Chor Bazaar opened. 97, the milieu in London, you told me to speak a little bit about that when you were this thing, was very interesting. There was Bombay Brasserie from the Taj Group. Vineet Bhatia has just talked about Star of India. There was Cyrus Koriwala's Cafe Spice. I think Namita Punjabi had just opened Chacha Mary. And then Chor Bazaar also opened. And
these were straight up Indian restaurants. I mean, they were traditional.
They were all traditional.
And yet maybe the spice level toned down to trade, but it wasn't really modern Indian yet.
It wasn't. That started a while later, and I think when we moved on to Zaika, Atul Kochhar at Tamarind, and Cinnamon Club opened. And I was watching that. We were still doing the proper handis and normal, authentic Indian food, but dished out family style. But I think that seed stayed in my mind that I also want to do something innovative and different, replated, and that's what manifested in an accent. I think a decade later.
That's good. Maybe we saw the Sautikas, but I think the world was ready for what was about to come next. So 1997 was also the year where you took over this rather drab edifice, which is a brutalist architecture called India Habitat Center, and you made it incredibly habitable by creating restaurants in which India had never seen before. I mean, it was fantastic. There was the all-American diner. There was Pastimes, which was a pub. You did modern Oriental accessories called the Oriental Octopus. And you also created the first food court, so to speak, long before, which was called Utopia. And that completely transformed that place. I mean, again, nobody was coming to India Habitat Center, and suddenly people were waking up early in the morning to come and have your breakfast. And I still remember the Nanza, I think it was, which was again at that point of time for me, it was just a light bulb moment to see so much creativity unleashed in this rather drab building. So, what was going on in your mind? How did you manage to think of so many different ideas all together and execute them so perfectly?
No, I think I was very lucky because the government had set this up. I just heard about this tender coming out, and I was very excited because I had no money. I just opened Chor Bazaar, and the tender said that they would put in the money. So I was very hungry, and so we outbid the larger hospitality chains who were bidding for it. And you're right, it was a lot of big red buildings. They had a conference auditorium, which I thought, since I'd come from the US, that we need to have performing arts. So we created a green room, and I actually became an impresario. So most people remember the straws. They don't realize that the back of it were 5 events a day that we used to do. So we used to do music, dance, theater. We had 20 function rooms, meetings during the day, banquets at night. And then we had all these little office block kind of spaces. And the whole idea was to do something different. So I couldn't repeat Chor Bazaar, so I did Delhi O Delhi, because it overlooked all of Delhi. And we did this melting pot of regional Indian cuisine. I'd been besotted by the Archie Andrews comic book, Pop Tates. So thought of the All-American Diner with red banquets and a Wurlitzer jukebox.
It was the perfect American diner.
In fact, till today, people say it was very stylized and very different. And we're actually reviving it. We're opening more now.
Oh, wow. That's exciting. More American diners on the way, people.
So, and then, yes, you're right. Veer was telling me the other day that Oriental Octopus was the first Pan-Asian restaurant. It was just, we inherited a bridge, and I knew that I had to do seating, and it was going to be like a gully of chairs. So we just did this tentacle, and the moment we did the tentacle, we said, okay, 8 cuisines, Oriental Octopus, and did, Thai, Chinese, Singaporean, Vietnamese, etc. out there. And then we actually, a lot of people don't know this, I opened the first diet food. I was just talking to someone who's getting into Ayurvedic cuisine, and I was telling her that it's, I think Lighthouse was before its time. Nobody came. I wrote all the calories. It was next to the pool, but nobody wanted to have, at least the Punjabi Dilliwalas didn't want to have diet food at all. Not then, not now either. I don't think they're ready for it. But it was fun. We did a lot of creative restaurants, and by God's grace, actually what people don't realize is that the cultural facilities made no money. Music, dance, nobody pays ticket prices for in Delhi. They just walk in. Yes. Theatre, we had a curb. Till today, it's 350 rupees. At that time, it was like 100 rupees for a ticket. So I started bringing in all these big theatre guys, you know, Feroz Khan with Tumhari Amrita, Salgira.
So you behind all of that culture?
Yeah. So I was funding all that, and the money was actually coming from the food and beverage. So once the person parked his car and came into the auditorium, he had all these choices to go to. So the way PVR and Inox make the money from popcorn, I was doing all this, the impresario part of it, but not making money from there, but the money would come from food and beverage.
So it was literally the first food hub in Delhi. Of course, now Delhi is the city of food hubs with what we were talking about earlier, Hostas and Cyber Hub and CP, but this was the...
Yeah, I remember when Ethiopia opened India's first food court, we started doing 2,000 people a day. And nobody was prepared for it at all. There was no parking, you know, people would throng. It was fun, you know, while it lasted.
You definitely made Delhi eminently more enjoyable in those days. I remember coming there and saying, wow, why don't we have places like this in Bombay? So you literally kind of struck one for the Delhi team, I think.
That's kind of it.
Delhi versus Bombay was...
I wasn't really thinking what I was doing for Delhi, Bombay. I was just trying to think what was right for the concept, which is what actually has held us in good stead. We think of a concept and then we follow it through totally. And you know, that's been the mantra mainly.
And then I think in many ways you started what is now considered modern Indian in his way. Indian Accent is arguably India's number one restaurant. Everybody from critics to popular choice is no contest. Indian Accent has kind of brought the sex appeal back into Indian food, and you did it without gimmicks. You did it, you know, without flourish, but you did it with so much imagination, and you were able to keep the soul alive, but yet bring it into a modern paradigm. And this was done without bells and whistles. It was just so elegant and eloquent. And that really kind of ushered in my opinion, Indian Accent is what ushered in era of modern Indian. And you spawned such fantastic, what I call your spiritual children, restaurants like Mask, restaurants like Bombay Canteen, which has now taken forward, you know, the legacy that you started. So tell us what thinking, I mean, where did you get that gumption? Because at that point of time, Indian food was, you know, butter chicken, dal balti, butter naan, garlic naan, and then suddenly to come with this era, and I also want to talk a little bit about, because I remember when I first came there in 2009, was that? It was this fantastic little small restaurant, the Manor Hotel in Influence Colony, and I was floored because I was there, some real brains behind this restaurant. But for a very long time, Delhi couldn't wrap its head around it. You know, I think for the first year and a half, you really kind of stuck to it. You did not move away from it. So tell us about what you were thinking and how did you manage to keep that gumption going, you know, for 1.5 few years until suddenly light bulb went off and said, yes, this is a great restaurant. Walk us through that journey.
Yeah, so it was really born out of jealousy because, you know, I was looking at all these fancy Michelin star restaurants abroad. And I realized that it was, you know, beautifully presented, right portioning. And I was actually talking to my Indian chef who was doing tours of London at that time. And our Pan-Asian Oriental chef was listening. And I just said, listen, I found this place, I'm going to take it rent. It's a beautiful little bungalow in the heart of Delhi. It's actually a residential colony. but it has a lawn, and this could be really interesting, and it's actually begging for a European restaurant, but can we actually do an Indian version? I want to call it Indian accent. And I already knew. And I wasn't really sure what it would be. And for that, my Oriental octopus chef, Manish, said, "Sir, give this to me." And I said, actually, that's a great idea. Let's not take anybody with the baggage of heavy-handed curries. So we just went around eating at various restaurants, and it emerged. And you're right, when it opened, nobody got it. I even got in one of the top wine guys. We did a wine pairing menu. Nobody got it. For almost a year and a half, we were losing money. And then suddenly, I think word of mouth, maybe it was before its time, but the timing was not that far behind. I've done many things before its time which collapsed and closed. This one was probably at the cusp of when India was changing. There was a lot of foreign travel. We got a lot of youngsters who had eaten out, and they realized that they wanted this lighter Indian food, that the flavor was correct. The ingredients were global ingredients. The plating was done very carefully. So after a year and a half, it suddenly got a lot of press, a lot of word of mouth, and suddenly that 55-seater was, it was difficult to get tables. Till we then got that highway ban, if you remember. So I was feeling really sad that we would lose it, because that also opened a wellness center, which I'm very proud of. But losing the liquor license was a big blow. And then the Lodi, we will look at it. Yeah, it worked very well financially, because the Lodi is 10,000 square feet. So, you make 4 times the amount of money that we made at Indian accent in the manor. But I would have never left. It was actually, but I would have never left. I would have never left. We wouldn't have known the potential. And then through that, we realized the potential opened New York, Indian accent, which was again homecoming, although I studied there. But it was the most difficult restaurant I've ever opened, because it's a difficult route to market. But now it's our 7th year, so we survived COVID, and it's doing very well. So we opened Indian accent in New York. And then London, when we opened, we had an upwards only. You were talking about London, and you said, do you want to discuss it? I said, yes, absolutely. We have to discuss the sorrows along with the triumphs.
So New York, which is, like I said, one of the most brutal markets, purely because of the sheer talent available there, options available there, and the prices, and it's crazy. And you did fabulously well in New York. You've done one more which come back to. But then what is the difference between New York and London?
So New York actually shattered the glass ceiling in a way, because Indian high cuisine is considered cheap and careful food. So when we came in with a $140 tasting menu, people thought we'd be slaughtered. But and I remember my son and I were having this huge argument when he said, Indian accent can't be a chain, call it something else. I won that argument, and happy I did, because by that time we realized the power of social media. There was so much excitement about Indian accent in Delhi that we were from day one. And if I called it something else, it probably wouldn't have happened. So just carrying that brand. Although logically my son was right, Indian accent never got on 50 best in all, because it becomes a chain, right? So the original stays original. I don't think even Indian accent Bombay will make it anywhere, because they only think of one, they don't think of a chain. But again, Bombay, the reservations are climbing. I'm sorry, I'm going ahead. You're following the knowledge. No. It's a fast edge. And London, of course, was very competitive. I already had Jodha there. We got a new landlord, and I don't know if you recall the Jodha in London on Albemarle Street, which is the back of Bond Street. And Bond Street is where every major retailer wants to be. So as Bond Street started running out, all the retailers started coming to Albemarle. So Paul Smith has taken the block next to us, Tiffany's. So the new landlord actually wanted us out. But he couldn't, because it's a protected lease. So as the rent went up, I then had no choice but to switch the £40 per head in Chor Bazaar into the £80 per head Indian accent. And it did fantastically well, 5-star reviews, and suddenly COVID struck. And that's when his leads was coming up again. It was an upwards only. So while the world was coming down, he actually went ahead and jacked up the leads further. So that was the first time I had to actually think about closing a restaurant, because it just didn't make sense anymore. And you couldn't pay salaries, you couldn't do anything during that time. So then we shut down Indian Accent London, but now we're back in Bombay and we're going overseas again. So hopefully London again. Yeah.
So it's a very interesting conversation about whether you should, you take a successful brand and then should you scale it. I know that you took a really you kept everybody waiting, and then you showed up with your little, with your bag of gifts, and you came to Bombay, and people by then were really ready. But this argument about, and I agree with your son Rishabh, is that not everything that's successful needs to be scaled, but you need to create scarcity. So for example, if your brand is doing really well in a particular city, people will travel to it and will come and be on that list. But if it becomes available, if it becomes far too available, then it kind of loses a little bit of its little bit of its magic, I think. Yeah. But I think that you took your time and you came to Bombay absolutely in the right location. You did an absolutely fantastic job, and here's the most amazing thing, right? I think that you have to know about Rohit Khattar as a restaurateur, that there's this very famous couplet which says, "Khudi ko kar buland itna ke खुद लैंडलॉर्ड और एग्रीगेटर रोहित खट्टर से पूछे कि बता तेरी रजा क्या है."
No, it's just luck. I guess it's a number of years.
There are people lining up outside his door, asking him to come, saying, "We will pay for the decor. You tell us what rent you want to give. Don't worry about that." Aggregators are lining up saying, "You tell us what commission you will give. We just want to work with you." And this is no. What I'm trying to talk about is, a lot of times people think about real power comes with scale, but also real power comes with a really fantastic product which you nurture, and it not necessarily that it needs to then go boom, 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 but also just keeping it, keeping its essence and soul alive. I think that's something that you've done really well. And I think
that's very kind of you.
No, it's not kind.
No, but it's also kismet. You make a lot of mistakes, and then over the years, I mean, if you get to be as old as me in the business, then you learn, and somewhere or the other you get that stroke of luck. No, so we're fortunate. Landlords put in the capex now. We don't pay rent. We pay a percentage of sales to everyone, and it's a risk they take. So far, it's worked out well for them. Maybe sometimes it won't, but then that's their risk, not mine. But the same thing happened with Comorin. We had to create a new concept, and the landlord
wanted... segue into Comorin now. We can talk about Comorin.
Yeah. No, so the landlord wanted Indian Accent in Gurgaon, and we said no, it won't work. And they said no, So we went ahead and said, okay, we'll create something new. And my son actually created Comorin because I also figured that Gurgaon is a younger market, and Comorin is actually our most successful restaurant. It does about 600 people a day on a 120-seater. It struck the right chord in Gurgaon, lucked out. After that, do you want to go into the other concepts or?
So Comorin, of course, again lucked out, and
we're expanding that. Yeah.
It was beautiful. It was kind of. How would one describe it? It was Indian Accent, but a slightly more accessible Indian accent.
For 1/3 the price, and regional Indian comfort food. But again,
same philosophy.
Yeah, and the decor and all was very cool. It was industrial, open ceiling, community tables, which a lot of people said, who's going to sit Wagamama style and eat Indian? But it worked for us. So Indian Accent, Comorin. My first love, Chor Bazaar, which was the theme restaurant we opened in Bikaner House. Then last year, I think post-COVID, all of us went through a lot of introspection. I told you that last decade I've actually got into 7 different companies. I actually put restaurants on the back burner. I was doing many other things, a lot of passion things. I think during COVID I realized what was important to me, and that I wanted to be a restaurateur again. So actually we didn't renew the contract for Habitat. It's a question of mind space. So we were doing, what, 5,000 meals a day at Habitat pre-COVID, and it's back again. But we decided not to renew. I shut down some of the other companies, and now we're opening a restaurant every 2 months. You're opening 2 every month.
You came out, it's about you this time. So you came out of COVID really swinging really hard. You came up with this wonderful product called Hosa in Goa, which I love, by the way, and Coleman in New York, where you got 3 stars from the New York Times, which is very, very coveted, very, very hard to get through. That is absolutely amazing. So he comes out of COVID with these 2 magnificent restaurants. I mean, you were not shy about it, and you opened up them together. Literally.
Again, really. You can work hard, everybody works hard, but then you've got to have luck.
Two of the toughest markets in the world.
Yes.
New York and Goa.
So we got this iconic space in New York. Couldn't say no to it. Same landlord with Indian accent, so another hotel. And it was not right for Cormorant. I wanted to open Cormorant, but it was not the right location. So we, again, a lot of people ask me, do you look for the space first or the concept? And it really depends. Here the space came first, and then the concept had to be thought about. And again, we found the perfect chef. He's Austrian by descent, but he's one of the top French chefs. So we've done a French-Austrian restaurant, big 140-seater, does about 400-500 people a day. Kept it casual, but still at about $120 a head. My son, again, he's a great concept creator. So he was simultaneously working on Coleman, and I was simultaneously working on Hosa. We had taken a place in Cyber Hub, and then we realized that Hosa needed to be slightly more premium, and Cyber Hub was not the right place for it. Yeah. So that's what's become Tim Hortons now. That's what's become Tim Hortons, that space.
Oh yeah, that front space, yes.
And then Hosa was supposed to be a rollout, but it just a beautiful space. We are rolling it out, but this particular version is a bit more elegant. Again, found a brilliant young chef. He did a lot of North Indian food for me, but his South Indian is excellent. He's from the South. And I'd always wanted to do the South Indian concept. Never at the Bhattacharya level, they've done a superb job. So a lot of people are calling Hosa the Indian accent of South Indian, which is not. It's at 1,200 rupees a head. Indian accent at 6,000. But I take it as a compliment that people like the food. It's just a slightly more avant-garde version of looking at day-to-day South Indian khana.
No, it's just the way you look at things, Rohit, which makes things magical. It's your lens that really brings certain elegance to and refinement without changing the soul of the dish, which is something that I feel that you do really, really well. Any plans for Calcutta food? Would the Calcutta people be worried that you would?
Mayur has been after me to open a modern Bengali. We were looking at it, so who knows? We get the right place to do a modern Bengali restaurant.
No, I agree. I think Hosa is in many ways what Indian accent did to North Indian. Yeah, I think Hosa is doing that really, really elegantly in Goa, and I hope that you can take that to other cities as well and roll it out. Which brings me to, you've created these beautiful restaurants, very, very, it's so elegant that people just want you to be in their real estate development. They just want you to have that, and that's a really great style of restauranting when it's a completely different perspective. What does the future hold? Are you going to keep creating one more legendary space every year, or are you going to now come to the dark side and start thinking about scale?
I am. You, as I said, you're my hero. I need to now be slightly more responsible. There's been enough fun creating new brands. We have a new concept coming up. I've just come from Bangkok. Can't button my jacket anymore because I didn't realize how much I ate. So we've got a new Thai concept coming up. Chefs are in training there. That's going to open in Goa first, followed by other cities. We're rolling out Hosa. We're rolling out the Diner. We're rolling out Chor Bazaar. We're rolling out Cormorant. And Indian accent we are taking overseas now. I think Delhi, Bombay is the right 2 cities. Not sure we can do Bangalore and Hyderabad or Calcutta for Indian accent at that price level. Bombay is just touchwood, doing very well. Reservations are difficult to come by, but
Very difficult.
Let's see how long that
Very
lasts.
difficult. Vibhu gets a lot of calls for reservations all the time.
We'll see how that lasts, but it's been fun. And as I said, last decade I've put it on slow burner, so I've got a lot of catching up to do. This year onwards, we'll open many more restaurants.
Thank you so much, Rohit. It's been a pleasure.
No,
I am not allowed to ask him about his other passions, but the audience can ask him questions. So, would anybody like to ask Rohit a question? Anurag ji? Yes. Can we get a microphone out into the audience? We'll take 3 or 4 questions. Is that okay, Mr.
Yeah, sure.
I think very inspirational story. But I understand Riaz can't ask you questions because he's on stage. But that doesn't stop me from asking. So I have 2 questions. One on behalf of Riaz, which is what are your other passions like other than opening restaurants? And his question is, what are your other passions you're making and how much money are you making?
I'm really not the right business kind of guy. I have never taken a loan in my life. So all my life I make money on one restaurant, put it in the next one. Only a few years ago, a very close friend, when I was thinking of New York, I wasn't even thinking of expanding, but he ate an Indian accent and he said, Rohit, why don't you take this overseas? It's the first time. So I rolled out a few of the brands into another company. So the parent company is Old World Hospitality, but I rolled out some of the other brands into another company where I haven't taken private equity, but we've got 4 friends, so family offices. Anand Mahindra was the first one, and then 3 others. And that
Mr.
Actually, I was telling Riaz that our model right now is pretty successful, where the landlords are putting in the capex, so I don't need any money as such. But who knows? Depending on overseas, the landlords may not, so we may need it for overseas as they're coming up. Passion is, I grew up in Kashmir, and in every hill station, the guy who does well usually there's a person who opens a cinema hall, they open a movie hotel, and they get a car dealership. My grandfather had all 3. So I spent my whole childhood in the projection booth of Broadway cinema watching movies, cinema parodies style, and that's the passion. I watch movies all the time. I've also been flirted with the movie business, made a few movies, distributed movies. But again, that's also closed now. We're just focusing on the restaurant business. And that's what we have in common. Even he, I don't know if you all know, he began in the film business. He produced films.
Long time ago.
Yeah. So we're restaurateurs are producers. There's actually no difference whatsoever.
I was telling Rohit ji that restaurants are for people who can't handle the movie business.
That's true. So much easier.
It is much easier.
Yeah.
Is there any other question? There's one hand raised there.
Good evening, Mr. Kanak. Absolutely inspirational. Wonderful to hear you. I also run a house of brand kind of a concept and multiple brands. One of the most difficult tasks as a food-led brand is getting good talent pool, especially chefs. And you're obviously running a restaurant completely food focused. How are you managing that bit, and how do you manage chefs?
With great difficulty. You're absolutely right. I often tell people I'm actually the HR head of the company. He said I'm Chief Experience Officer. I said I'm Chief Human Resource Officer. We actually have a very good training program. We take kids right out of college and we put them through four years of training. And some of them really surprised us. In a year and a half, they're ready to actually take over a unit. Rare, but that does happen. we give a lot of freedom to our chefs. Most people think Manish owns Indian accent, which is great for me. You know, I want the chefs to be the best. Yeah, which is great. You know, and similarly now Suresh is becoming a big force in Goa because he's the face of Sosa. Dheeraj is the face of Cormoran. And that's great. So a lot of them, as you know, we are not paymasters in the hospitality industry. So with people like Manish with now 24 years, most of my chefs have been doing it for 2 decades at least. 10 years, 15 years. You have to give the freedom and the sense of ownership. And that's what happened. Keep the systems going. Chefs are eccentric, difficult people usually leave us. You got to. It's a bit of a carrot stick with most chefs, but a lot of love too. And if you love the people you with, you manage to be able to get the best out of them. But there's no substitute for systems and processes. We're very system driven. My first hotel on Broadway in 1988, I might not know if you remember, ISO 9000 होता था एक बहुत बड़ी चीज़. So we were really thrilled with the Oberoi group by a few months. We were the first one to hotel in Asafali Road. So we document, try to follow systems. It's not always easy, and definitely not in remote areas. And each time, you go through the same struggles, finding the right people, and getting that going. But I've just as I said, I've been lucky. A lot of people have stayed on for a long time.
And also to be able to extract the best out of them is an art, because you really build a context around which their food can really shine, and that's something that you do really well. You took an Oriental chef and made him into the finest Indian chef of the world.
His talent.
Of course. You were able to spot it and you took a North Indian chef and you now make him run for the finest South Indian restaurant. So that takes a special level of sensitivity and the fact that you work so closely with him.
Thank you.
Anybody else has one last question? Wait.
Hello, good afternoon. So, Mr. Rohit, when we see you, it's as a creator of brands, and you see as young restaurateurs, you come up as a very great inventor of concepts. Now, when we see you creating concepts and we see you creating a leap of faith for doing something that is 2 years ahead of time, 3 years ahead of time, I believe that there is a lot of instincts that perhaps would have taken when you took that decision towards taking that faith or decision towards something that is a new market. Way ahead of time. So what drives you taking that leap of faith? And is it market or is it existing? And when you went that phase across a year and a half, when people took a lot of time to adapt to it, and the way it was come up, especially coming from a traditional food market to a modern Indian. We understood that must have been a tough time. Can you throw some light on how you kept yourself going towards that phase that you had, that this will come up to what people wanted to see in the future? And what drives you towards that instinct, towards that very significant, aside from cuisine?
Really good question. It really is. I wish I could pin my fingers on the instinct. I think it's probably part of the education and mostly the experience, where your gut feel is fairly strong, and I am a gut feel person. But many a times I have created fantastic concepts but launched them at the wrong location. And that means lack of market research. For example, during the height of that great recession, Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns crashing, I actually opened 2 of my best restaurants in Covent Garden. And I was just so excited. This is 7 and 8, back to back. I was so excited about being in Covent Garden that didn't research. There was absolutely the wrong end of Covent Garden. So you think of Covent Garden, you say, wow, Covent Garden, London, where restaurant kholna hai, bilkul galat jagah pe. And it was the best. I mean, Manish was the chef. It was the best food, best everything, and it didn't work. So market research, like you rightfully said, is really important. And I'm trying as much as possible to do it. Now I guess there's enough gut feel, but like in a city like Calcutta, if somebody were to tell me, Kolkata, Where to open, I wouldn't know. I'd have to talk to people who know to understand all that. So we take a lot of time. I've already made 11 trips to Dubai in the last 2 years. And these are on full capex deals and have not said yes. Because I feel that it's not right. I've been waiting for DIFC, and DIFC is impossible to get. And everybody says if Indian Accent has to open, it should be in DIFC.
It will come to you.
So I'm waiting patiently for DIFC to come, because otherwise every hotel that offers, I feel that it's not right.
It will come to you.
So location, getting the concept right, you're right. As I told you, I'll come back and I can't close my button because we've got 7 chefs training in Thailand. So we put in a lot of rigor to get the food, the concept, the design right. And then hope that the restaurant will succeed. But if the location is wrong, and everybody says location, I've learned that to my great peril multiple times. So there's many restaurants that have closed because the concept was perfect, the product was perfect, but the timing of the location was wrong. Maybe even we stuck to our guns at the manor because we were very convinced that our product was right. And then the tide turned. Perhaps if that Lehman Brothers crash hadn't happened, the word of mouth of the restaurants would have also taken us over the hump, but it didn't. So we had to shut them down. So it's really trial and error. I guess when you get as old as that's why I was saying I wish AD was here, who else going to get from our generation to chat. When you get that far ahead, you make lesser mistakes because you've already made them all. So the mistakes get less. That's about it. But stick to the concept, work really hard on getting it right, and then look at every ingredient like you used to win. You look at Yash Chopra career graph. He made very few mistakes because he got it right. He got all ingredients right. So I guess every ingredient has to come through, and that takes a lot of time to perfect.
You heard it from the man himself, a lot of dedication and a little bit of serendipity. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Khattar.
Thank you.
Mr. Khattar, thank you so much. It was a pleasure hearing you. Thank you, Riaz. I'd request you to please stay on. We have a short felicitation to do, so center stage once again. Aditya Latsaria, could we have you on stage, please? To felicitate Mr. Khattar and our moderator, Riaz. Thank you, gentlemen. I'd request Sagar to kindly come up on stage. We have another felicitation lined up. Mr. Anurag Gupta, co-founder DotPe. We have the privilege of having him amongst us. Mr. Anurag Gupta, co-founder DotPe. Would you request to kindly come up on stage, sir? Sagar to felicitate Mr. Gupta on behalf of NRAI Kolkata chapter. Just give us 30 seconds. DotPe presents NRAI Indian Restaurant Summit 23 in Kolkata. We'd like to thank DotPe for presenting the NRAI Indian Restaurant Summit 23 in Kolkata. Thank you so much. We have one more. Give it to you. Anurag, I will hold you back. We've got a slightly here. So thank you very much. I'd like to call upon Mr. Anuj Quatra for our next partner presentation by DotPe.
Guys, like say you can't clap with one hand. I think for us as NRAI, last 2 years, DotPe has been a great support. It's been that helping hand. Thank you so much, Anurag. Thank you so much to you, Sailaz, the entire team. Also, to be very honest, I personally use DotPe for business. चाहे वो WhatsApp नोटरी है, चाहे का जो बॉस है, रिश्ता उस पे हमारी इम्प्लीमेंट चल रहे हैं, अलग टाइम this is happening. But the good thing I like about the team is that like you say at times they require the yes man or the yes woman, right? And DotPe has that yes man, yes woman / yes for us, but they don't say no. I think like I said morning अगर एक कदम लेते हैं दो कदम लेते हैं. Anurag, thanks to you, entire team, not just for Bao, but also for NRAI, you've been great support. And I don't think this event would have been possible without your support. Thank you so much. And God bless. DotPe, grow great. NRAI. Thank you.
Over to Anuj Quatra.
Good afternoon, good evening everyone. I'll be presenting on behalf of DotPe. First of all, thank you very much, Kabir, Sagar, Aditya, Piyush, Neha and Abhimanyu for putting up a spectacular show. I'm really pleased, and we as the company are really happy and fortunate that we are powering this particular NRAI Restaurant Summit 2023. I'll quickly talk about myself. So I was an out-and-out FMCG guy, having worked in companies like Coca-Cola, McCain, Haldiram's, and the last 6 months I have taken up the role with DotPe as Vice President for Sales. And really happy to share that in the last 6 months, we have grown our presence from 20 to 55 cities. And we are ramping up in a big way that we are able to touch 100 cities by the end of this year. What defines DotPe? So this organization started in 2020. It started with QR ordering, which is the commerce platform and digital showroom. Now these two products were powering restaurateurs to get their D2C platform or their brand websites with multiple theme options. Now this was the option to generate direct commerce on your own platforms. By that you get your customer data, and eventually you are able to add value to that customer data, which happens slightly later. Now in 2021 Vista came. With Vista, what happened was there was a full stack which we bring to the restaurant industry, the restaurateurs, starting from procurement to eventually final billing and eventually reaching out to their customers. So purchase order लाना है, उसके बाद आपको अपने production units पे stock लेके आना है, from that to getting your outlets, billing, captains order, everything under one roof. And then it is important that we have to get those customers back for the business to be successful. And then we introduced WhatsApp business marketing. And we are proudly to say that we are one of the few BSPs of Meta directly. We believe that we are one of a kind company because in India there is no company which is having this particular ecosystem. Sagar pointed out that we are always a step ahead. So we have unprecedented speed and agility to bring new and customizable solutions, because our tech team is very robust and very smart people. We have a problem-solving mindset. We never say no. Then we have host of marketplace integrations, which we'll talk about subsequently. The first product, Rista se Rishta ho jaye. This is what we have heard. So this is the Rista that is there. That is the product, the Rista POS that we have. And we have a solve for everything, for everyone. Whether you are a small business, whether you are a medium business, large business, you are a single outlet, multi-outlet, we have you covered. We have simple, easy to use UI, which is the requirement of a single outlet. Recently, we have launched a new UI, which is very intuitive, faster, so that the operations can be run smoothly. Happy to share that we have also partnered with Pine Labs, and we bring to you through this medium a payment plus POS solution. Okay, you can experience those products either at our Coffee Connect restaurant, which we are powering, or the stall outside. Now, this partnership will lead to reduction, optimization of hardware for small merchants who does not want to invest too much in hardware cost. So there is this machine which will help you to also take billing and also allow you do billing and also allow you to collect payments for multi-outlet. Now, once you become a big outlet, you have different complex problems. How we are helping those problems is our inventory management system is very robust. So if you have multiple production units, you want your stocks to be transferred from those units to outlets. So we have got everything out. We have recipe management. Okay, so that is a USP that we are bringing. So our inventory management overall is very robust, and we are able to help you solve complex inventory problems. We have, once your business grows again, so you need integrations. So we have deep integrations with accounting, delivery, and CRM solutions. We talked about the format, we talked about the size, then let's talk about the formats. So our product is suitable for cloud kitchen, QSR, fine dine, pubs, bars. We have got you covered. So cloud kitchen, if you're holding one from one premise, you want to run multiple brands, we have that option available. Menu scheduling. Sometimes what happens is कि सुबह 7 से 10 के बीच में मुझे एक अलग मेन्यू दिखाना है, उसके बाद मुझे लंच में अलग मेन्यू दिखाना है, रात को अलग मेन्यू दिखाना है. You can do that scheduling using our software. Automatic out of stock. So our architecture is built in such a way that if you have 4 or 5 different brands running under one roof, and you have named those dal makhni, kali dal, makhmani dal makhni, and the raw materials which are used are almost similar. So what will happen is that once that raw material is stocked out and you turn it off, that particular dal makhni will get stocked out from all the platforms seamlessly. Okay, so what will happen is it will save you, reduce the cancellations, and eventually it does not hamper your ratings in, when you online or aggregator or ordering is happening. Deals, whether you want to do a customer level deal, you want to run a category level deal, desserts, main course, we have that customization possible. Now what happens in a QSR? The problems that a QSR faces is that kai baar light chali jati hai, and no one can help it because there is a glitch which comes, there is a lag which is there. Now we have offline billing option as well, and eventually you don't have to do anything. The system will keep running, and once the electricity comes back, your Wi-Fi is up and running, the automatic sync happens. Your operations are right there. We are Meta partners, so digital bills, data is food is what was discussed earlier, and so it gives you an opportunity to collect data. Normally 100 में से आप 3-4 लोगों का नंबर लोगे, वो भी they will ask questions, क्यों चाहिए and all that. You tell them कि हम आपको digital bill, आपका bill सर आ जाएगा phone पे, and of course that number from 4 can increase to 20. So that you have data eventually on which you can play eventually, right? Because you want to get back those customers again, back to your restaurants. Analytics. We have different kind of reports, whether you want to check your P&Ls, whether you want to check kitchen prep time of each item, whether you want to check item level, what is selling, we have got you covered because our reportings we have immense number of reports and we keep on developing basis requirements. A practical problem which happens is that online aggregator orders, all these riders come up to the counter and it becomes very, very difficult for the dine-in customers and they become quite uncomfortable. The solution is that there is a rider display system. So if there is an order, किसी को पता है स्विगी वाले को 60 number order है, जब 60 flash होगा, it is ready, then only he will come and approach. So a practical problem and a practical solution. Now let's talk about casual dine, fine dine restaurants, which are slightly more complex operations and capex heavy as well. So we take reservations. So by reservations, you are able to get that guy's phone number right there and then on the phone, or if you are taking reservations to websites, and get that data directly in. We are managing the entire journey from reservation to inviting that guest, eventually serving them, and you have the entire journey covered. And your captain, who has, if he's using the captain or tablets, he will have the entire flow of that particular. उसकी कुंडली है कस्टमर की उसके पास. अब वो उसे क्रॉस सेल कर सकता है, उसे अपसेल कर सकता है, उसे पता है उसने लास्ट टाइम क्या रेटिंग दी थी. अगर वो गुलाब जामुन ऑर्डर करता है तो इट इज बेटर उसको अगर हम सजेस्टिव सेलिंग करते हैं टुवर्ड्स द एंड इफ ही इज नॉट ऑर्डरिंग एट दैट पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, बिकॉज यू गॉट द जर्नी कवर्ड, यू हैव स्टिच्ड इट दैट वे. Customizable menu, our architecture is built in such a way that for multiple channels, be it ordering from D2C, be it Swiggy, Zomato or dine-in, you don't have to create different SKUs. There is one SKU which is mapped to, so there is an item to channel mapping which is there. So once that particular menu, whatever you want to do for a particular channel, you can do it directly. So if you want to, from our console, you want to change something on Swiggy and not on Zomato, you can directly select the channel and item and make those changes. Okay, so these are features, modules, some tech heavy stuff. अब इससे फायदा क्या होता है? Eventually इस सबका फायदा होना चाहिए. तो what happens is इससे cancellation reductions होते हैं, 80% reductions होते हैं, which is what we observed, and customer satisfaction reaches to another level. You can monitor your wastage and leakage, and that is what we have seen reduces by 7%. Because you are tracking data, you have done that recipe management, तो staff ऐसे नहीं डाल सकता कि ये waste हो गया था sir, ये तो गिर गया था रास्ते में and all that stuff. Because there is data getting tracked, so hence he has to be, or everyone has to be answerable for something. Analytics is something which I talked about in detail. Table turnaround time. So if your captain already knows, so KDS. Now what happens in KDS is once the recipe is already there and your chef is already watching it. So what happens is if those particular chefs, staff shortages, resignations, manpower has been talked about, quite a lot here. If you have KDS live and running and the recipe is set for a particular menu item, तो अगर शेफ आपका चला भी जाता है छोड़ के, you still have someone to use that particular entire recipe and create the same experience for the customers with consistency of taste, right? So that is something we also provide. We have our inbuilt loyalty program. Some companies they have third-party integrations, but we have our inbuilt loyalty program, so you can segregate your customers, which is gold, diamond, silver. Accordingly, you can give them discount value. You want to do a flat discount, you can do that. So everything is possible. Partner integrations quickly, so these are the ones we have. Recently tied up with Zomato as a delivery partner for your D2C website, and payment cost tied up with Pine Labs. Now, second product that we have, which is integrated WhatsApp business. It's important that we target our customers, bring them back. So there are two things that are required. One is data generation, and then second is the utilization of data. Now, digital bill, as I told you, the data can be generated by asking the customer that what is the number, the digital bill will be sent to you. Also, if you are using social media handles like Instagram, Twitter and all, you can put your buttons, you can put your buttons there, where that particular API will directly call WhatsApp, and from there also you can collect customer data. So Instagram, you put a marketing ad, and you click the button, submit something, and then eventually the WhatsApp flows open up. Now, how can you use this data, which is food and not fuel? You target your customers. So you surprise your customers, you excite your customers. Birthdays, anniversaries, you can target them there. There are some use cases we have mentioned. Cricket World Cup is coming up. It's going to be very, very big. I'm sure shops and bars, restaurants will be quite interested in this one. You invite them, you want them to come to your restaurant and enjoy the match rather than sitting at home. So use this particular tool and start targeting them. Right exciting ads, right value that you want to provide. Durga Puja is very big. And there is one very important aspect for any business to function, repeat customers. Here there is a non-transacting customer list that you might have. Write to them. I'm sure you have targeted quite a lot of time. Sir, that we are missing you for this, we have launched something. Or for example, you want to excite them with value offers, that is also there. New menu launches. Now there is a cohort that you can make. जो 200 से 500 का लेता है, उसको आपने value चाहिए, तो उसको आपने बोला कि you come take 10-15% off. You know that these guys, इनका average order value is 1500, 2000. तो इनको आप अपने मैंने pomfret launch किया है, उसको वो वाला ad भेजेंगे marketing का, right? So depending on the multiple cohorts, we have a very intuitive dashboard wherein the templates get uploaded, contact lists get uploaded, and eventually the outcome happens. You can send it to those customers, your marketing communications through your verified handle. Now there will be multiple companies reaching out to you that will do WhatsApp for you, but they will not be able to provide you that green tick eventually. Because that green tick gives you that validity, which only the partners, those partners can provide, which are registered with Meta. QR commerce and digital showroom. Order Direct, I think this is the product that we launched. It was an instant hit. And what you do here is that you directly start getting there are multiple use cases. So dine in, you want your guests to have meaningful conversations. आपने वहाँ पे dining table पे QR code लगा रखे हैं. या सीधा मेन्यू आप स्कैन किया, ऑर्डर किया, directly orders to your POS. कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, everything is covered in DotPe plus combination. Staff shortages is a big problem. If you want to optimize, आपको पता है 70 tables and 10 staff man करता है. ठीक है, आपको if 30%, 20% of orders start coming from QR on table, then आपको optimize कर सकते हो. आपको 10 रखने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. Then 8, the work can happen in 8 as well. Okay, data. It's very important. If you market our QR ordering and you are able to get those customers order directly from your WhatsApp handle, you get their everything from right from their mobile number and data and what they order. So the entire journey is there. And then what happens is that whenever the delivery rider is getting assigned, because we have delivery integrations, all the communications is getting directed from your handle to customer's WhatsApp account. Right, example, the rider now is on the way. The rider is there to pick the food and stuff like that. How was the food? And eventually you can take feedbacks and reviews as well. We don't settle easily. That's the beauty about DotPe, that we don't settle for. Even if we are growing, we don't settle easily. So we keep doing something more. So these are the new things that we have done very recently. Tied up with DotPe, Zomato as a delivery partner. This has helped us improve our fulfillment rate to 99%. So we have done this change 2 months back, and these are the results. ONDC is in. Everyone wants to be on those Paytm and PhonePays, all those buyer apps. We are the ones who are going to help you get on ONDC. And again, because the integration is there, order from there directly will land to your POS system. We have also launched chatbot. So automatic chatbot was already there. We are also in the process of launching a manual chat, wherein a proper feedback of what is on the other side and the communication is happening right there. And as I told you, we are using this medium to launch a system, a PineLab payment plus POS hardware plus software, which is going to make your life very easy. If you want a frugal, relatively smaller hardware concept, go for it. Our stall is there, you can experience these products there. Okay, what's next? We are not again settling here. In 3 to 4 months time, we are going to come merchant lending as well. Now this lending will be revenue lending, supply chain lending, and term loans as well. Look around, you will find that our customers love us. There are testimonials all around you. I have mentioned some of them here as well. Hardik from Impresario, Rajat from Barista, Eat Beat, and thank you very much Abhimanyu for Rang De Basanti, which is in restaurants as well. Proudly, very proud and humbled that these are so many top brands that we have in our kitty and growing with every passing day. Thank you very much for short this. The format does not allow feedback, question and answers, but I have mentioned my coordinates here. Our team is right there, the coffee shop as well as the kiosk outside. Feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Anuj, thank you so much. Anuj, I request you to stay back on stage. I'd like to invite Mr. Anurag Gupta on stage. Co-founder DotPe, Mr. Anurag Gupta. Could we have you on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a food fight coming up. There are 2 food fights for the day. First one coming up in a short while from now. Mr. Anurag Gupta, could we have you on stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Anurag Gupta from DotPe. And Sagar Daryani, could we have you on stage to do the honors? Anuj was felicitated by Sagar. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, just to keep you briefed on the workshops that are happening simultaneously. So it's just about 5 minutes past 5, and there's a session which is beginning. Murali Krishnan, CMO Momo, is doing a session in room number 1. Every business is a tech business, how to power your business using DotPe tech stack for restaurants. In case you're interested, you could head to room number 1. This session is between 5 and 6, hosted by Murali Krishnan, CMO Momo. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, we have a very interesting activity which is called the food fight. Before we set the ball rolling for the first food fight of the day, we'd like to thank our partners once again. Our presenting partner, DotPe, industry partner, Coca-Cola, Bira, associate partners, Swiggy, IIHM, Amazon Pay, Maggi, celebration partner, Shiva's Glassware, co-partners, Ideal Insurance, Easy Diner, Ganges, 1X Solutions, Vocal for Local, Nips Hospitality Management, and Domino's, our knowledge partner, Grant Thornton. Event partners, On to Cook, ITC Master Chef, The Cap Group, Middleby Selfrost, Sunrise, Tata Motors, Fusa, ITC, RB Diagnostic, Friends of Shiva, and Sony Power. We'll just take a minute of your time and get this set, after which I shall be calling on our moderator for the food fight and our 6 food fighters. A quick reminder about what's coming up tomorrow. It's the Inter-Chapter Cricket Tournament, NRAI Premier League. That's the NPL between Delhi NCR, Mumbai, Chennai, Goa and Bangalore as one team, Bhopal and Kolkata. That's coming up tomorrow, the 22nd of September. Details are available at the registration desk, and I'm sure most of you are aware of the Inter-Chapter Cricket Tournament by now. Just getting a final check done, the microphones, after which we will be inviting our speakers for the food fight. We're all set. Ladies and gentlemen, our food fight, the first one for this evening. Welcoming our speakers on stage, Sameer Khedarpal, CEO, Jubilant Food Works, Saurabh Kalra, Managing Director, McDonald's India, Abhishek Gupta, Chief Customer Officer, Coke India, Sagar Karyani, Co-founder, Wow Momo, Matt Chittaranjan, Co-founder, Blue Tokai Coffee Roaster, Vishal Jindal, Founder, Biryani by Kilo, and Chef Sabyasachi Gorai, to be moderated by noted journalist, sports historian, and founder of Rev Sports, Boria Mujumdar, ladies. The first food fight of this evening. Kolkata has never witnessed this kind of an arrangement, and DotPe presents NRAI Indian Restaurant Summit 23 Kolkata is certainly a huge medal for events in Kolkata. The Kolkata event calendar definitely got dotted today. DotPe presents NRAI Indian Restaurant Summit 23. Over to our moderator, Boria Mujumdar.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Mir. And it's time for our food fight this evening. What's the idea? The idea is Make India versus Made in India. We've got 7 champions. We've got 6 people to be sort of doing the banter for the next 35-40 minutes. And we've got Chef Sabyasachi who has already introduced my panel. My job is very easy. You know, you've laid it out. You have an appetizer, you have a drink, you have coffee, you have cold drink, you have soft drinks, you have pizza, you have biryani. So everything is laid out there for me to have a taste of. The idea and the format. All my speakers get 2 minutes to start. 2 minutes to make initial comments. We will start from one side. So we will start from the extreme left and then come to the extreme right. And keep coming inside. Like you do when you're dining at a fine dine. We will start with one speaker, 2 minutes, laying it out, then at the end of 15 odd minutes, when all of them have spoken, 7 of them into 2, we will have a free-for-all, exactly the World Economic Forum format. They'll go for each other. The idea is to be provocative. The idea is to try and banter. The idea is to celebrate. This is not 9 p.m. TV, so no toxicity, no negativity, but sheer fun. That's the whole point, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, time for the food fight. So we go with our first speaker for this afternoon, evening. Put your hands together for the entire panel as we start with you, sir. Your 2 minutes start now. Go for it.
Firstly, delighted to be here. I think I'll make 3 quick points. This business is a very hard business. It's a daily business, half-hourly business. It runs on every minute and every second counts. So one needs very strong processes, and international QSR companies have years of experience in perfecting the processes, in building kitchen and delivery processes that have stood the test of time and in multiple countries. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is ability to scale. Running 1, 10, 20 restaurants is different from 100, is different from 200, is different from 1,000. Every 200 or 300 you add that, it's a different muscle that needs to be built. So again, international QSRs, I believe, have experience over there. Third, I think many things are converging. A business like Domino's is no longer about just pizza or a product. It is about supply chain and delivery. It is about technology. It is about loyalty. It is many things coming together into one platform, and hence, at least I want to start with a provocative notion that Made in India at the moment is winning.
So Made in India, he says, is winning. To counter that, Matt, go for it with his coffee. It's not on the table, so they've given you a bit of a disadvantage, and Sagar clearly is conflicted. He shouldn't be speaking. This is a fixed, I'll ensure that it's not, this match is not fixed. Matt, over to you. 2 minutes start now.
Yeah, our entire business was started to sort of counteract that idea. When we started 10 years ago, you had to go to an international chain or get imported coffee to get anything premium. And so we started Blue Tokai because we felt that there was incredible coffee here in India, and we wanted to showcase that. And the entire brand was developed based on an idea of bringing the Indianness and associating that with quality. I think you see in the cafe side, foreign brands are aspirational. There'll be a huge queue when a brand starts, but can they sustain? I think that's the challenge. They have to really adapt their offering, their price point, and it's very difficult for them to build on that initial enthusiasm. Whereas a Made in India brand has a strong root here and is more sustainable going forward.
So Matt has been somewhat diplomatic. He's sort of given us both sides of the coin. On one side you have established loyalty, on the other side you have an established brand image. So things going for both sides at this point in time. Let me go to Samir. I've asked him already in our offline conversation to try and be provocative. Over to you, Chief.
Saurabh, this is. So to me,
sorry, my apologies.
No worries. To me, I think there are 2 points. First, I think it's all make in India and made in India together. We are all making it in India, and we have all made it in India, right? So that's the good news. But when I look at it from a standpoint of business in India, I think there are at a meta level there are 3 big models, right? So you have to have a financial model, you have to have a demand model, and then what I call the operating model or the supply model. If you ask me what a global franchise does for you is give you a very strong operating model, which is operation, restaurant, processes, supply chain, etc. But if you look at the consumer demand model, or if you look at the financial model, it's tough job to make it happen in India and to make a profitable business happen in India. Now that I think everybody has gone through it. As far as the operating model is concerned, I think we've all stolen it from the West. We pay royalty for taking it from the West. Some people take it for free in order to be provocative. So we are all copying the processes from the West of how operations are now supply chain is managed. But if you look at the demand side, the consumer proposition changes in every state. Nobody can guarantee that consumer will come tomorrow. So every day we are changing. Is it made in India? Is it made in India? It's all made each and every restaurant of us. So to me, that model and financial model, tough one in India. We are making it happen every day in India. If you don't make it happen 1 year, you're not a brand competitive in India. So that's how I look at it.
Interesting. You copy from the West, but eventually everything is being done at this point in time in India. Sagar came and whispered in my ear saying, I've got to go after him. You know, that's the advantage of being the host. And he can't get away saying things to me because I'll tell him from my audience. Go for it, Sagar, but you have a handicap.
Boria. You know what? After listening to Saurabh, McDonald's, I'm loving it. Okay. First thing, a global franchise comes to India. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. Okay? Comes to India 25, 30 years ago, tells every mall, I want the front location in every mall. I want the branding. I want to be visible. Is that make in India? Or is that making it in India? You know, when we started Wow Momo, we did not expect a long 4-kilometer queue when we opened the store, right? We didn't get the best of locations. You know, I would go to malls and they would say, I cannot allow you to put your sign in this way. I can't allow you to do this, that, the other. There was no Make in India. There was no Atmanirbhar Bharat. but the stance has changed, times have changed. You know, I'm like, if you don't support local being vocal and going global, and that's what the Honorable Prime Minister is doing. I'm a big fan of him. I mean, when he came and said, Atmanirbhar, you know, I mean, today I go up to malls and tell them, you allow McDonald's to have a huge facade, you allow him to do the signage he wants to do, you allow Domino's to do it, why not me? You should support an Indian brand. That's making India for me. Not coming and arm twisting, ye jagah do, ye location do, हम marketing का ये देंगे आपसे, हम brokerage नहीं देंगे. We've got up the hard way. That's making India for me. हम जमीन से खड़ा होके अपने बलबूते पे उतरे हैं. हम यहाँ से एक global brand बनाएंगे.
You know, some great comments and traps and all, but I doubt this audience is all fixed and he's got to clap for it. So I mean, with him everything's possible. With him everything's possible. As I said, I'll give him. But what he said, in essence, in 2 sentences, the West bully. You know, these guys come in with all their might and take over and then coerce people from the ground into submission and say, we have to have the best. He referred to our Honorable Prime Minister and said it's about Atmanirbhar. You know, can we have, I think Coca-Cola is a sponsor here, right? Yeah. Can we have a can of Coke and a can of Thumbs Up, please, on stage? Can of Coke and can of Thumbs Up.
Thumbs up, thumbs up.
Let's have a can of Coke and a can of Thumbs Up, please. Get me a can of Coke and a can of Thumbs Up. Anyone? Thumbs Up nahi hai. Dekha na nahi?
Look at the discrimination, Bolia.
So you've got a can of Coca-Cola to me. Where's the can of Thumbs Up? You don't have.
Discrimination.
Okay, fair enough. Now, so this is my can of Thumbs Up for the moment. I'm pouring this and both are black. Now distinguish between Make in India and Made in India. Now over to my friend from Coca-Cola.
So we didn't pay extra sponsorship money for this part of it. So that's the first disclaimer. But good evening, everyone. Overjoyed to be in the city of joy. And thank you, Sagar, and the entire NRAI team for putting up such an extravaganza. I think fabulous day so far. I'll reflect on a point I was talking to Saurabh in the morning, that in today's day and age, the era of either or has vanished. It's an era of and. And in that context, I think Make in India or Made in India is more about and versus or, really. And if we were to think of our reflection in this context, while I'll take a slight twist in brand. So for the Coca-Cola system being around so many years, and 2 of our billion-dollar brands in India, Sprite and Thumbs Up. Sprite, I think, global superpower brand. Thumbs Up, our Desi Tufani Thunder. And here we can keep, discussing, talking about Make in India, Made in India. I think at the end of the day, it's the consumer that really makes the choice out there, really. And because Sagar asked in categorically to make it provocative, so I think the one question to the panel here would be that for all the food types and cuisines that we represent, which of these are made in India and which of these are Make in India? And even if you, as you answer and think about it, to make it simple, whatever be the answer, you can enjoy it with a chilled Coca-Cola.
Nice, nice. That's a really nice way to end. But what he did say was, ultimately, it's the decision of the consumer. Y'all will make the final decision about this panel, and that's how we'll settle it eventually in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes from now. Chef Sabi, you've been on both sides of the coin. You've helped set up businesses. You've been a top food person yourself. How do you see this? Is there a conflict? Are there multiple synergies that you see? How do you set up this topic for me?
So fantastic question. You can all hear me, right? My voice? Okay. So fantastic question. You're absolutely right. I've kind of spent time on either side of the fence. I was employee 1 when Olive was opening. 12 years later, largest restaurant brand got bought out by Aditya Birla. Then I was very lucky. I met Rahul here. I got to spend some time at Beer Cafe. Again, another homegrown brand. So I'm absolutely all heart, and I've also been made to stand on this side of the the arm, which is that is made and this is make. So I think it's Sagar's trick that he's put me on this side. So I have to speak on behalf of Make in India. No, I'm just kidding. So the thing is that I've seen the both sides of the coin. process and training, I think made in India, the brands that mostly came from the US, the process and training, they're so strong. They've always been so methodical, so process driven. Anybody, like let's say take McDonald's for an example. I'll pick up anybody from the street, and 6 months later, the boy is a chef and making the fantastic burger, which has not happened in our case. It has taken us a long time to build a brand. Whether it's the training, it's the process, it is the talent. There has been a major shortage of talent pool. As a chef, I see that every day, be it a QSR format, be it a Made in India brand or a Make in India brand. I think I'm very proud of the brands that I've been part of. I'm super fan of Sagar and what he's created. I've been in his journey all the way. However, I feel that our brands, we have to invest a little more at the core of it on training and process and develop a talent pool. And I think that's where slightly they have an edge above us because they come in with 30 years of training, SOPs, handouts, stringent processes. Nothing can really change. So we're constantly fighting things like consistency, quality. We are fighting costing issues, which again, there's a little edge on that side. They've slightly been, and we have to rough it out and do it ourselves.
So clearly it's now become us versus them, that side, this side. Now, nice. So are you guys do you have an advantage? Is it because of the process, because of the tradition, because of the brand built for so many years? Over to you.
So this is Vishal Jindal. I run Biryani by Kilo. I'll use a bit of past and a bit of data to make the point. See, the brands like McDonald's, they started, or Starbucks or Domino's, they started 1960s or 70s in US, the genesis. And of course, see, McDonald's has maybe approximately 25,000 outlets today in the world, maybe $25 billion kind of revenue, maybe $150 billion kind of market cap. So of course it's huge, but they have a lead. They started in 1960s, and that time, America after the Second World War was a superpower. So that's the genesis, right? But let's come, a bit further in the future. See, किसी भी country में India का भी time शुरू हुआ है. India का तो what US was, if you see in GDP per capita, in maybe 1970s. So India is already getting the hard power. So we have to get the soft power now. So see, of course, the companies like McDonald's, Domino's, they have the best SOPs, best brands, value, and they're known, right? So that gives them the edge, no doubt about it. But food is about taste. Food is about nostalgia. It's about memory. So see, if you see the example of, let's say, Philippines, Jollibee is the biggest F&B company there, $4 billion top line, 1,300 outlets. They beat anyone multinational when we say a McDonald's, Domino's, hands down. See, or Yoshinaya in Japan. See, the food is about the local food. Once the local players, they get the SOPs right, the brand guy right, the food is about the memories which you have eaten over the years. But it is about for the local players to get the SOPs right, brand right, and which a lot of people like, wow, we are getting it right now at a scale of few hundred crores, we have to get it right at 100 outlets or 200 outlets. So, Starbucks, recent news, they're pulling out of Australia. They couldn't make it there, right, despite being a big brand. The local brands gave them a run for the money. They went away from, they pulled out of Italy, right, Starbucks, even Domino's for that matter, if I remember right. So I think I'm not saying who's better, but see, the bigger players will always win in the beginning because they have the SOPs, the finance, and the scale and the brand. But finally, it is the local players, once they get the SOPs right and the brand right, because the taste, the tradition, the nostalgia is with them. And also one more point here, see, very broadly, see, we are very proud of, let's say, the biryanis we are making. We make fresh biryani in handis. So we believe it's a more superior, healthier product, gluten-free. See, the Western products, without, being biased, but to a certain extent, gluten, cheese, or, like a lot of frozen, see, they're also might not be healthy, even, so you have to, once the local food, which is more delicious, more nostalgic, more traditional, and more healthier, takes over with SOPs and the brand, it will finally win. And India's time has come now, and our soft power. So we want to make biryani not only India, but to take to the rest of the world. be the multinational. After 30 years, people will be talking about us as the multinational. We will be the player.
Okay, I love it. Absolutely, 3 serious points made by my friend Vishal. I mean, let's sum it up. What he said. He loved in a rather suave, sophisticated, diplomatic, beautiful manner said Domino's had to come out of Australia, and said it, as if sort of he's passing the ball. Starbucks came out of Australia.
Very big in Australia.
Starbucks came out of Australia. That was one ball that was passed. And he said, in 30 years' time, we are the one. Our time starts now. India will dominate. It is all about nostalgia, about emotion, about romance.
Luckin coffee is very big in China.
So ultimately, it's the local. That the flavor is the local, emotion is the local. So what if the West has process and SOPs? It's ultimately food, and food is all about emotion. That's the sum up. He's actually set it up. Why don't you take that?
Yeah, I'll do a rebuttal first to Sagar, right? I can't not do that. First of all, I think when McDonald's came in 1996, brands were built after 2010 don't come and complain about X, Y, because you did not see the hardship back then. Supply chain did not exist. Lettuce was not used in India. There were no cold trucks. We were creating partners, creating cold chain, requesting McCain to find the right potato which is made in India. Right? So when you come and you got a platform and you complain about being not having a fair play, too hard for me. If you look at India, like I talked about the demand model, right? In India, you sell a burger which is on score. The highest selling product is Makalu burgers made in India, made by a name for India. Right? If you look at all our mix, the entire menu is Indian. So I refuse to believe that we are not Indian. Finally, I was recruited from IHM in 2002. And in that year came an MD of an Indian company which is listed on the stock exchange as like world. Am I made in India? Made in India? I think we're all made in India. But as a mature economy as we mature, I think we learn how to clap for each other. I think that's required. Consumption in India is still very low. We require to clap for each other. Whether it's Indian brand, Western brand, we need more food brands to be successful. If you look at the results, we are not hugely profitable companies in India's food. We need consumption and we need profitability. So let's clap for each other.
No. Saurabh. Firstly, let's clap for all of us. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. I mean, brands like McDonald's, Domino's, KFC, I think they are role model brands for us. I think, we look up to them, we want to become like them. But again, I mean, like I say, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. You are making India. No doubt about it, Saurabh. But is McDonald's making India? No, it's made in India. It's made in India by the people of India. Your consumers make you what you are, right? Now, coming to that, you said that you came in 1996, nothing existed, right? You chose to come, right? You chose to come. You could have chosen to do things in a different way, right? But you chose to
a person like you thought that I could sell burgers like when you thought momos, which are actually by the way also not Indian.
No, who told you? Okay, one second. Who said Momo is not Indian? 1 second. I have a Supreme Court verdict in front of VAT, VAT. No, not GST, VAT, where I actually proved it in front of the legal code of India. I asked the judge, what is the difference between a samosa and a momo? Both have a filling inside. The judge said both are similar. Who says Momo is not in India?
Okay, so basically he's even convinced the Supreme Court judge that Momo is Indian. We'll go to the others.
You can Google it, right? Because there was a VAT thing that you don't pay VAT on samosas. And we did not pay VAT on momos for the initial years because we used the law in our advantage. We said, prove me the difference between a momo and a samosa. Ek mein aloo hai, ek mein chicken hai, but dono mein to filling hai. Right?
It's not a two-horse race, so we'll have to go to the others, but they've set it up. They've set it up quite beautifully. He said, Google it. Is Google Make in India or Made in India? That's for you to decide. These two keep going at, they will keep going at each other. Matt, your question for any one of us on the left side of the panel.
I would like to know why there are not any big brands Indian brands in other countries. There's only Western brands that are in India. If I look at coffee, all the big coffee companies, Starbucks, Nestle, Costa, they all come from countries that don't grow coffee.
Okay.
Is India just a raw material producer? No. They're fantastic things that are coming out of this country. The capital, the expertise should not only flow to outside of the country, it should be developed within this country and then go from here outside.
Who wants to take that? You want to take it? You want to take it? Yes, yes.
Firstly, it will happen, right? I'm quite sure. There will be brands which will be born in India and growing, and it is happening in IT services, right? So imagine IT services came right before Y2K era in 1999. So if you go to London, Paddington, right, you will see actually Tata Communication and Tata Technology, TCS all over. In fact, Paddington and New Jersey, the areas are filled with folks from TCS and Tatas. So I think it will happen over here. I'm quite confident. It's a matter of time. Equally, it is very hard, right? So again, I'm going back to the point what Saurabh made earlier. But getting the right quality of lettuce and capsicum and tomatoes at the right price to serve a 49 rupee pizza is a nightmare. So it takes lot of effort, lot of time, and years of practice to build anything which is off scale in India and at scale that can go outside India. So I'm quite sure many of you will go outside of India. I'm 100% confident about that.
Okay, Vishal?
Yeah. So see, like I said, these brands, Domino's, Starbucks, all these McDonald's came out of America after America became a world power. So the soft power always follows, which is the food or the entertainment, etc. In India's case, it's happening. GDP is growing. We are really becoming a world power. So the soft power will follow. And the kind of food, the variety we have in India, the kind of, the depth in the dishes, everything, it's just a matter of time. So I'm vouching for biryani here, a single pot meal, gluten-free, aromatic, flavorsome, one pot meal. I think it will be bigger delivery category than any other category, and we will take it, someone else will take it, it will become worldwide. It's a matter of another 10, 20 years. But also saying that Haldiram, just recent news, 2 weeks back, they were valued at $10 billion, at least by media news, and the Tata Group wanted to take a stake at $10 billion. The best F&B company, Domino's, which we have a lot of respect, is also $5-6 billion market cap. So the Indian brands are already there, but to take them worldwide, you also need, the hard power before the soft power comes. The GDP has come, the growth has come. It will come now. It's a matter of another 10, 15 years, nothing more.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think
microphone.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was an attempt to muzzle my voice, but that doesn't seem the case. I think come to think of it, this whole debate of Make in India versus Made in India is actually a bit oxymoronish in nature. And I'll tell you why. So we have some of the biggest global brands to my left, and it's not the east-west thing, it's just the left and right, so that's how it is. So the brands out here are wanting to establish their India credentials very, very strongly. And in the same tone, I have a question for Vishal or Sagar. Do they not aspire to take their brands global and say that, we want to become the world's biggest biryani brand, or we want to become the world's biggest momo selling brand? So I think the point is it's a global market out there. Even India as an economy, as a nation, we have global aspirations. We are already seen as a global superpower. So I think this whole debate is really a bit oxymoronish in nature. And if you were to think about the topic, Boryada, that you set out to say, that it is about reinventing the global playbook. And let me give an example going beyond our food types or cuisine types. Let me give an example of how we activate brands. So Coke Studio is one of the most powerful, iconic global assets from the Coca-Cola system. It stems from the insight of wanting to build a brand with the passion point of music. Now, there's a global playbook around Coke Studio, but when Coke Studio comes to India, you see the reinvention of the playbook that comes. So standing here, I will say there's a Coke Studio Bangla, which I'm sure all of you see, enjoy, and resonate with. There's a Coke Studio Tamil, there is a Coke Studio Bharat. And in doing so, we have a roster of 100+ artists coming from different cultural, folk backgrounds, dialect backgrounds. And when that music gets dropped, the first song drop happened, within a matter of hours, we had 45 million views. So I think this whole point is about really customizing the global playbook. So does a global playbook help? Absolutely a big yes, because that's how it helps standardize the learning across continents and markets. But there's always a degree of customization that goes to curate local market. That's what I would say.
Okay. Sagar, you want to respond to that? Before I go to Sagar.
Yeah, so basically, I think Ashish very well stated, like I said, local going competition.
So we have a word play on names here, but yeah.
Oh, sorry. Abhishek, sorry. I think you're absolutely correct. Local, global. We've been inspired by brands like you guys really want to make it happen. I so fond of Domino's, converted a roti country to a exciting country, right? I mean, look at Williams market cap and you get inspired. You are so proud that in the food industry, in the food fraternity, you have a company like Williams, which will stand in the US and delivering by Indians, I'm sure. I mean, it's an Indian doubt about it, and people who deliver it over the year, right? However, no, that's when I catch this. See, I like I said, it's time that why this is relevant in India versus in India. Because whenever you talk about brands, it could be global. I think it's now. Like people say, the next 10 years, the next India, the next 6 years, because now making India gets relevance. And but it needed someone, a prime minister to come out there and say that Atmanirbhar, make in India, etc. Why did it need one individual at the helm to come and say it? Why could it not come from the system? Why could it not come from the society, from our thinking? Why is it that someone at the helm who has some power, some influence, had to come and set that tone? Why did this not transition naturally?
Sagar is raising some fundamental questions, but then this panel will say, it's not our problem. If this has not happened not because of us, so why are you asking this question to us? It's not relevant.
I think it's all of us.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, but it's not relevant to them. But some important questions have been asked. We've got about 10-12 minutes left for this panel. Shobhashachi, your question to anyone from this side before I give Matt an opportunity and get one from Samir as well.
So, if you allow me, I'll just give 2 bits of my chef's perspective of both, the banter that has been going on. So there's a lot of McDonald's bashing and Coke bashing as, we all got into this whole thing of, fast food won't work and we should not be eating, this is that. And we learned a lot. Long story short, we learned a lot from the processes and from the training, from the equipment. Because as a chef, when I run a kitchen, I realize that I won't be able to run a kitchen unless I learn it from the West. The equipment, the infrastructure development, the training. And we took all that back into developing some of the finest brands. I mentioned Oil, I mentioned Cafe. I've been part of Big Brewski, one of the largest brewery brand in the South. I'm here in Calcutta representing Mr. Challenge, which is Mezuna, Calcutta, Barish. So, of course, our kitchen, back and everything we have borrowed from the West. And now what is happening is slowly, we are becoming like the West. We are kind of losing our essence and spirit somewhere. So what I'm saying is, in the quest of making it in India, we should not lose the whole individualistic, the Indianness in us. The Indian spirit, the Indian flavor, the Indian taste, trying to make it bulk. Let's not become a factory manufactured food space. Let's not become what we call fast food. I'm also part of the global slow food movement, not like anything against fast food, but we have another chapter called the slow food, which is constantly talking about indigenous food, local food, vocal for local, eating from your own biodiversity, eating something which is clean, you understand your provenance, eating something healthy. None of this is possible in 49 rupees, I understand that also. Because we are a country where you have to feed people. And when you're hungry, you don't really want no provenance. You want to eat something quickly. So on the highway, the best options are these international brands. And I'm also a great patron and so is my family. But now we're not slowly most of us here. We of course had a fantastic lunch. Please a hand for the organizers. Thank you so much. Brilliant lunch we had. Super food options. Bengali food was amazing. So we've all eaten, satiated. We've now started asking these questions. So my question back to everybody in the panel, more from a chef's perspective, that can we keep this real? Can this also be, the food can be delivered with health, nutrition, all of that keeping in mind, and not become, when we go international with these Indian brands, let's not be branded as a fast food, let's be something which is soulful and real.
Okay, so
Sabi, 1 second, I'll just clarify one thing in some humor. So steam momo healthy. The fried and the pan fried is not unhealthy. It's wealthy food. You choose to have it.
Lovely. So you now have a justification why you need to have the fried and the pan fried. Wonderful. But 2 points have come up there. Any one of you can take it. about the health issue, right? So Vishal made the point, Sabi is now made the point, and also made the point about the West and so anyone, yeah.
So from my standpoint, I think first India needs to mature to be able to talk health. Mature in the sense beyond saying steamed, baked is healthy. We by the way prepare grilled product which are worse than fried product because that's how they're designed. The taste of fat in the mouth delivers the trick in India. Right? So we got to mature in terms of looking at nutritional data and talk about health, because otherwise there are these lingos, and by the way, US industry created once upon a time, they used to call them engineering. All of a sudden there is one drop of olive oil and the becomes healthy. That's not how it works, unfortunately, and all of you know that, right? So I know that to me the best brands will always win if there is a transparent definition of food. Because of the processes in the restaurant, what we try, for example, aloo tikki is almost balanced in terms of calories coming out, protein, carbohydrates, and fat. Now that's not something I talk about, because if I talk about the people who start coming to McDonald's, they come one time a month. Now, in that time, I don't eat healthy food, otherwise I will be eating roti chapati.
Most of the global Indian MNCs are run by Indian CEOs. You think Indians are not smart enough? Why will Western mean an Indian not win?
So I am not.
Why can't we be transparent?
What did I, Sagar? The point I made was we need to mature because there is a past. Now eventually if I go to Satvik meal, and I'll give you history around it, right? Ratsik has become the standard meal, right? We all like to have puri. We love the food up. Chinese food made in India, right? Let's
Let me get Vishal to react to that health point. You made the point about health, he's just responded to you.
See, of course, the health is to a certain degree subjective, but I think there, and it has moved. My wife is a health coach. It has moved a lot, right? We used to call Saffola healthy, right? The ad is Saffola is refined oil is healthy, which we all know is not healthy, right? Right. So
I hope Saffola is not a sponsor here.
So it is. So see, gluten, today we understand the breads are not healthy, right? But to a certain extent, I would say we have to be careful. I don't want to really say what is exactly unhealthy, but we all know, right? If it's too fried, if it's too spicy, if it's too, the oils used are also, so we believe in fresh cooking. We believe in giving, we don't deliver biryani in 30 minutes, we deliver it in 60 minutes. Because we make it fresh for every order. We believe the rice which is used, the spices, so I think food is unlike Ola or Uber, which you sit in a taxi and go for 30 minutes, doesn't matter. Food is going inside your bodies. Food, but you are what you eat. It is health, it is well-being, it is a lot more, right? So be careful. Okay. I think we all know what is healthy.
Okay, so basically he's one for classical music or test match cricket and not T20 cricket, and he's defined health for us as well. Closing comments, 17:50, 5 minutes left. I'll start with Sabi, 30 seconds each. All my panelists, final comments, make in India versus made in India. You go first.
Both are necessary evil. I think we want both of them. It's a coexistent and a symbiotic.
Angels. Both are necessary angels. Okay, why? Evil angels. So I'll come to you.
Angels.
Okay, angels. You're okay with angels?
Yes, okay.
So both are necessary evils, he's changed it to angels. Yes, boss.
Let me first react to Sagar. Momos were made by Momo's Mami in Chandni Chowk, and samosa was made by Sam Wong in China. So it's a reversal of...
Thanks, Samir, for clarifying that.
Yeah,
so Momo is definitely made in India then.
Momo is definitely made in Chandni Chowk by Momo's Mami, I can tell you that. But no, I think this is a great time. I genuinely believe whether you are a multinational, if you're not in India, you're missing out. And if you're an Indian born QSR brand, apna time aa gaya.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Matt. Beautiful.
I agree, both are here to stay. I think the question is how can domestic brands get some benefit so that they don't have to face all of the capital and knowledge advantages that foreign brands come here, right? So how can we support domestic brands more so that they can sort of have a more level playing field?
Okay.
Yeah, I think as long as Indian brands' average unit volume can go up and they can have a way to make money in India, and this is not about Indian brands, I'm saying Indian brands, including McDonald's, Domino's, so that we have enough capital. I think there is a lot of appetite in India to go out and capture the world. I think Indian brands, which is McDonald's India, aloo tikki sold across the world. Right now, we get stuck with the complexity of making money in this complex environment with such low consumption. To me, अपना time आ रहा है और अपना time आएगा. ये पक्की बात है. But when will it happen? We are all working hard towards it, and I think a lot of people in this room are together pushing to make it happen. And I think it will happen in the next 5 years for sure.
Fair enough. I'll give Sagar the last Abhishek, you go.
See, I think...
No. Last. Yeah, you go.
I didn't want to come in the way of Sagar, but I think for me, the line between Make in India and Make in India doesn't really exist. Long back. But the bigger point is, I think the era of competition is over and we are really living in the era of collaboration. And I think that's what makes us all better for the ecosystem, better for the market, better for the economy, and that's what is good for all of us.
I'm a big fan of how Jubilant has done for the last 30 years. A 5,000 crore F&B brand in India was like unthinkable, like what they've done. So they've given us an ecosystem, a thought process, same for Westlife, a 2,500 crore brand. But having said that, I think the Indian brands like Wow Momo, we are already, few hundred crores each. Right? There will be many 1,000 crore plus Indian brands now in the next 5 years. And a lot of them will go abroad. And I think somewhere India comes with a lot of tradition, right? Thousands of years of tradition, food, history. So what we can offer is very unique, like biryani, like whatever foods, Calcuttan food, Bengali food, what we can offer. We have to be confident, but it will not come without creating SOP, scale, mindset, finance, brand building. But the kind of food we have is definitely, I would stick my neck out and say superior. It should be taken not only to India, to the rest of the world, and there will be many entrepreneurs, I'm sure, here who will do it.
Okay, Sagar.
I think our industry is about health, hygiene, happiness. We've been talking a lot about health, right? I'll tell you one thing. We're talking about Apna Time Aega. I think I'm a Make in India brand. Wow Momo. I think Apna Time aa gaya hai. I can proudly say that we make gluten-free momos, which I'm sure is healthy. And many in the audience have it. Correct. So if I have to choose, I mean, huge regard for brands like Domino's, McDonald's, KFC, Starbucks. I think role model brands, seriously. But yeah, if I have to choose Desi or Videsi, my preference.
Okay.
And I'm not yet married, so I'll go for a Desi.
Fair enough. I mean, he's obviously Desi, and he's made that point my last 2 minutes. Ultimately, all of panelists came together. And what stood out was their pride for India. What stood out was their Indianness and their potential ability, determination, commitment towards this brand called India. Making or made in, it was ultimately about India, and that pride came forward. The second point. And someone who actually said, Guryada, say something about cricket because the Cricket World Cup is coming. The Cricket World Cup is actually a global brand in that sense, right? It is an ICC brand. It has existed from 1975. So it's 47 years old at the moment. But the IPL is a made in India brand with best global practices. And trust you me, the IPL is far more brand in terms of consciousness, in terms of valuation, far more than a World Cup. You know why? Because in the IPL, every night India wins, a Dhoni or a Kohli or a Rohit. But in the World Cup, if Sagar invests money there, he might lose because India might lose. So at the end of the day, to all my panelists, to everybody here, what stands out is India has to win, whether you're making or made in. And clearly this summit has won, being this audience that I've just seen in front of me. Nobody touched their mobile phone, which makes you an absolutely fantastic audience. So this round of applause for all of you. Again, made in India and make in India. Thank you very much.
Well, I'll request our moderator, Boria Mujumdar, to hang on stage with our other panelists as I call upon Rahul Singh to do the honors. Felicitation. It'll just take us a couple couple of seconds. Rahul, could we have you on stage, please? Rahul Singh to do the felicitation of our food fighters along with our moderator, Boria Mojumdar. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a very, very entertaining session. Just to let you in advance, we've got one more food fight coming up. In fact, that's the session we're going to conclude with. That's coming up later. Yes, thank you so much. Don't panic. The food fight will be coming up a little later. But if you thought that was interesting, that was on fire. There's one more session coming up in some time from now. Rahul Singh to felicitate our panelists and our moderator. So since we were talking about Make in India versus Made in India, building brands ground up versus reinventing the global playbook for Indian realities, quite aptly so, we have the Vocal for Local AV, which should be playing in a few minutes from now. We're just waiting for stage clearance, and after the stage is cleared, we'll have the Vocal for Local AV. Once again, you've already seen it. Right after the felicitation session, we'll have the Vocal for Local AV on your screen. I take this opportunity to thank our partners once again, our presenting partner, DotPe, industry partner, Coca-Cola, Bira, associate partner, Swiggy, IIHM, Amazon Pay, Maggie celebration partner, Shiva Glassware, co-partners, IT Insurance, Easy Diner, Ganges Jute, co-partners, One X Solutions, Vocal for Local, Nips, and Domino's. Our knowledge partner, Grant Thornton, event partners, On to Cook, ITC MasterChef, the KAP Group, Middleby, Selfrost, Sunrise, Tata Motors, Fuza, ITC, RB Diagnostic, Friends of Shiva, and Sony Power. Let's have the Vocal for Local AV on our screen, please, while we have the stage rearranged.
Using and promoting local products so that the economy of our country can be boosted, that can also simultaneously transform local businesses. We have to make local our motto. Every Indian should be vocal for local. Why go vocal for local? Using and promoting local products will not only strengthen local identity but also boost economy of the area and the country. By helping revive Indian economy, we are helping create more jobs, transform business processes and strengthen efficiency. Who we are? Young and innovative marketing, advertising company that is set up to help your business grow successfully and ensure that your visions, values and targets are achieved. Our channels helping local businesses to promote their products and services to their target audience through our marketing channels. Our segments: AdTech, MarTech, EdTech, HRTech. Become our reseller and convert your leads into customers with engaging tools. Promote us as agency. Grow your business with us. Become our authorized agency in your area. Let us join this mission and play fair to promote this cause. Vocal for local.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we get into a presentation, our partner presentation, this one's going to be from Coke. I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Divya Nayak, General Manager, Supply Strategy and Restaurant Experience, on behalf of Swiggy.
evening, everyone. Hope you're having a great time. Just wanted to quickly call out all restaurant partners that we have set up a Swiggy stall to explain all the offerings that we have with which you can grow your business through organic levers by making a super powerful menu, data-driven actionable insights to improve your restaurant operations, additional tools that are available for you to customize how you want to increase your growth through your own plans. Apart from this, those who are not on Swiggy yet and are looking for expanding into the online food delivery world, please come to our stall to understand what all is available and how can you join Swiggy on interesting constructs available. Apart from that, if you also want to share any feedback on how Swiggy can improve a restaurant partner's experience, please feel free to come and share your suggestions. Thank you. Looking forward to all of you on our stall.
Thank you so much, Divya. Thank you, Swiggy, for partnering us. Ladies and gentlemen, up next is the last panel discussion, because after that we'll have a food fight. So this is the last panel discussion for us. Running a restaurant is a chef's business. The rise of the chef restaurateur. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a partner presentation by Coke. I'd like to welcome on stage Mr. Rohan Kulkarni, Head of Integrated Marketing Execution, Coca-Cola India.
Hello, check. A very, very good evening to the entire audience. Thank you, NRAI, for this opportunity. After that heated debate about local, made in India food, I think one statement which stood out for us is, be it any meal, any food, we would love to have Coke with any meal that goes with it. And that's what we are going to talk about in the next 10 minutes. Coca-Cola as a company has a great opportunity to partner with all restaurants. And it's a great privilege to work with every single restaurant partner which makes food available, because that's what goes best with Coke, every single kind of food, right? Over the next 10 minutes, we look at some of the opportunities and trends in Indian restaurant industry, food industry, and how Coke is looking at this industry to partner with all the restaurants. If we look at last few years, it's been a tough time during pandemic. But if we look at 2022, it was a year when we got back to the COVID levels. And as this year is going, we are going to grow at a healthy rate, and that stands for the resilience, the strength of this entire industry and every single person in this room. So big kudos to every single person who has shown that strength and resilience in the restaurant industry. When we look at long-term growth drivers, in spite of all the challenges, I think the core growth drivers continue to be the same. We spoke about how Indian brands want to go out of the country, become global brands. And that is because there is a rising per capita income in India. We have a large young population which is looking forward to enjoy all kinds of food products. We see a large increasing frequency of people going out, trying different kinds of meals. And it is these trends which give us the confidence that in the years to come, India is the place to be. We also have some of the new trends which are shaping the industry, right? FSAs are coming big in India. Food ordering is really catching up. And with these trends and premiumization coming in, I think we continuously look forward to learn on what's the new trend, what do people love to have, and that is where we continuously want to partner with all our partners. when we speak about Coca-Cola and we look at all the food opportunities and restaurant partnerships, there are three big passion points that we look to partner on. Those three passion points, and I think some of them got covered in the last session. First is of course combination with food and meals, right? Second, Coke and music, right? We spoke about Coke Studio. And the third big one is cricket. Boria mentioned ICC World Cup is coming up, and that is a perfect opportunity for us to talk about this passion point, right? So three big passion points that Coke is looking to develop in all its communication. Meals, music, and cricket. And how do we do that? First, when we talk of meals, we talk of end-to-end communication and partnerships. Be it either Coke and meal intrinsics, so all our shopper communication, all our TV communication, all the media talk about Coke going best with all meal combinations. Second, we are working with all our restaurant partners to build this meal combos. I think we are very early in this stage, but if we are able to crack the meal combos, I think that is going to be a very, very big unlock. We heard from some of our partners that the per capita consumption, and we are at a very early stage of how many people are actually going out to eat, how they love to enjoy their beverage with a meal, right? So there's huge opportunity setting on developing this meal combos. Third is how do we develop these triggers, right? When consumers sees a Coke, how do the automatic association with food becomes? And that's why you see some of the partnerships that we are developing on food loot, which are coming on the bottle labels itself, right? So that's the kind of association we are trying to develop. Beyond that, all our digital communication on brand Coke and customized campaigns. With some of our partners, we are actually looking at, we spoke about the local brands, right? So we are looking at Masala Coke, right? All the lemon twist, Indian flavors that people love, that is what Coke is looking to innovate and bring it to the consumers. And last, with food and music, we are trying to develop iconic events which stay in the memories and people start associating more and more about Coke and food. And one such iconic event happened right here in Calcutta 1 year back. This is the association that we are talking of, Coke is cooking, right? And I want to give you a glimpse of this event which happened just 1 year back in Calcutta. So can we play the AV please?
Bandel hopping hakka, all night hakka, happy kete gravy, crispy corn baby, Coke সাথে রোজ, পুজোর মহাভোজ, যা মনে আছে তাই, দিন রাত খাবো ভাই, হাতে হাতে কোক নিয়ে, পুরো শহর ঘুরে যায়। কি খাই, চিকেন রোলের ডাবল ডিপ। Coke সাথে রোজ, পুজোর মহাভোজ, Coke সাথে রোজ, পুজোর মহাভোজ, Coke সাথে রোজ, পুজোর মহাভোজ।
So this was the Coke building an iconic event with food. This happened in Calcutta. On this weekend, coming weekend, it's going to happen in Lucknow. So we are going to continue this, building this association with Is Cooking, and it will go to multiple cities. And the idea is how do we promote the local cuisines and bring out that special dishes that are there in every single city in India, right? Is how do we continuously experiment, keep learning and experimenting with all our restaurant partners and bring our global assets alive with all we work with. So in this endeavor, you'll see with McDonald's, we have tried to develop a campaign around Coke and Sprite on local flavors. Similarly, Coke is proud and it's a great opportunity for us to partner with global sporting events, be it Olympics, be it FIFA, or the upcoming ICC World Cup, right? With all these assets, we want to develop the partnership so that more and more footfalls happen in every single restaurant and we are able to drive the conversions of Coke and meals, right? So if we are able to crack that, bring the global assets alive with all our partners, it's a great opportunity to promote food together with all our partners. If we are able to do this, we are trying very simple thing. Work on three passion points: food, music, and cricket. with every single restaurant partner, bring our global assets alive. And if we are able to do that, we'll create magic every single day. Thank you.
Rohan, I'd like you to come back on stage, please. We have a short felicitation. I'd like to welcome Abhimanyu back on stage to felicitate Rohan Kulkarni, Head of Integrated Marketing, Execution, Coca-Cola India, on behalf of NRAI Kolkata chapter. Thank you, Rohan. Abhimanyu, thank you so much. Moving on. The rise of the chef restaurateur. Our moderator for this particular panel discussion is Zorawar Kalra, Massive Restaurants. I'd like to call Zorawar Kalra on stage, please, along with our speakers, Chef Vicky Ratnani, celebrity chef, burgers, Chef Urbika Kanoi, Chef Nona, Cafe du Mumbai, and Daily Cafe Kolkata, Chef Sean Kenworthy, Dr. Suborna Bose, IIHM, and Indies Smart Worldwide. On the Walid, Save Hospitality, who's already been featured in the list of legends. Today we open shop. Chef Chalapati Rao, Simply South. Ashwin Chakha, Anikat Capital. Ashu Phake, Mighty Sea. And Chef Shri Priya Gupta, founder Little Pleasures. This session is to be moderated by Zorawar Kalra of Massive Restaurants. The topic, running a restaurant is the chef's business, the rise of the chef restaurateur. Mr. Kalra, over to you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what an audience. Some of my peers, in front of whom I have never moderated but spoken often, are in this room. So I'm hoping that I don't mess this up. It's easy to answer questions than to actually ask them. I think before we start, we should give a big round of applause to the incredible NRAI team, the secretariat, the leadership, Kabir, Sagar, you guys have hit it out of the park. Band Baja Barat in the true sense. It looks like Sabyasachi designed this particular hall. It's fantastic, guys. Great job. Come on, louder, guys. We still have some energy. Drinks to go. Louder, please. For the NRAI. I have with me quite an incredible cast of people from all facets of the industry. Some are obviously the quintessential celebrity chef restaurateurs. So not just chef restaurateurs, celebrity chef restaurateurs. Some of them are investors without whom our coffers don't ring. Some are chefs that are just incredible, have embraced this country as their own. And in general, everybody here is an integral aspect of the food business in India. What is a chef restaurateur? I think a chef restaurateur is arguably a fairly new term, new if you call at least 2 to 3 decades new, but it is a newish term. I think it refers to somebody who became a chef out of passion and then proceeded to convert that passion into a business. And that's why I think it's an incredible role. It's a hard role to balance the business aspect and the creative aspects, but I think some great chefs around the world have done that. I'm going to throw in some important statistics because I like statistics. And let me ask you, by raise of hands, does anybody know which is the #1 form of entertainment in India? Do you guys think it's Bollywood? Show of hands. Come on, guys, some interaction here. Okay, I'm seeing a few. Let me put it this way. Bollywood is 40 times smaller than the F&B industry. We're that much of an entertainment center for Indians. Indians spend more. Yeah, that's an important aspect to know. We spend more as Indians on eating out than on any other form of entertainment, and that's huge. We'd rather go and have a nice meal than most often go and buy a movie ticket or go and buy a pair of sneakers. is just that's how much we love our food. And this country has the most sophisticated variety of food on this planet. I think we have the greatest cuisine in the world, and give a round of applause to Indian cuisine if you guys believe this. So today we're going to talk about the chef restaurateur, and we're going to discern how their involvement within the Indian culinary landscape is affecting the way we eat out. I'm going to start with my dear friend Vicky. Vicky and I have known each other for years, so full disclaimer there. But I'm not going to go easy on him. Although this is not the food fight panel, right? We're going to keep it calm and civil here. You are the quintessential chef restaurateur. How do you balance your creative passion in cooking with the demands of running so many successful restaurants, ventures, and concepts? I mean, it's got to be a tough task, but you've been able to do it for years now. How do you manage this?
While I used to run the restaurants, I used to spend a lot of time there. But as they started growing now, I started doing television, and there was like, I did that to get more fame so that the restaurants could do, and there was more scope to things. So I think the pressure was always on. Normal than a normal chef who's not popular, there was this additional balance, additional burden which you have to kind of deal with, which at the end of the day you feel good about it, but to carry and run that fort does take your time. But at the end of the day, I've always loved what I do. I never take a day off from work because I think I love my work. So I think it's nothing that you can not do, but yeah, it could go wrong in the other way as well.
That's a great answer. I think what you're saying is that if you love something that you do, you never work another day. And I think that's a very valuable insight from your experiences as a chef who's built some great concepts. You juggle TV, you juggle the social media insane following that you have, and you juggle running great restaurants, including a soon-to-open burger bar in the city of Kolkata at the Novotel. So something very exciting coming your way, guys. A burger bar finally worth its weight in salt and grains.
Yeah, so I was saying that in the city of joy, I bring more joy to you people, because on the 10th of October, we are opening Speak Burgers by Vicky Ratnani at the Novotel, so please show us some love. Thank you.
Excellent. So I think currently it's the city of NRAI, at least for the next 2 days, rather than City of Joy. I think Kolkata should be remonikered City of NRAI, right guys? The front house. Kabir, come on, show some enthusiasm here. All right, Urvika, I'm going to go to you now. I'm going to start off, and you told me in the speaker's lounge back there that you're nervous, but you're such a confident speaker that I don't think you'll be nervous. So why don't you start with a small 2-minute intro on yourself, and then I'm going to throw a googly at you.
I'm Chef Urvika, and I run 2 restaurants, one in Calcutta, one in Bombay. And the one in Calcutta is on Mediterranean and European cuisine. The funny thing is I was not wanting to become a chef. I actually started to become a film director. And post that, I realized that this is not my true calling. 10 years down, I don't think I would change anything. And I've started a small Latin American cafe in Bombay. So, hoping to expand that now.
Yeah, and also, I think you had an interesting thing to tell me where most people in your film school would go ahead and buy equipment, photography equipment, cameras and stuff like that. But you would do something else with your hard-earned money. And what was that?
I was actually saving to eat at all the Michelin stars. So I used to plan my finances around, okay, where can I make a trip, eat at a restaurant and come back? So all these people are buying photography equipment, or they're interning somewhere, or they're actually going into a special class which costs a lot of money. But I was only looking at different ways to spend on food.
Yeah, so I think common element I'm seeing here is passion. You had a passion for something, you had an inner calling, and you went ahead and pursued it.
Yeah,
and that's what's giving you this fabulous success. So looking forward to even more great things from you. I'm going to throw another question at you. Obviously, the industry has grown significantly. It's embraced, all genders, but still I see, and this might be a controversial topic, but I'm going to say it anyway. I still see fewer chef restaurateurs in the field than we should see. I think there should be a lot more. Why do you think there is, and are there any specific challenges that you have faced running an industry which has long been considered the bastion of men?
So honestly, this topic has been spoken about. Even I have spoken on it tons of times, but I still do feel that it's not yet equal, like when it comes to opportunity. Of course, you see a lot more women now in the field, but a lot of them also come with the pressure of, oh, they need to come back home at 7. I'm just want to give a simple example that's like such a basic thing. And of course, to be in F&B, we have to be liberal about a lot of things. I see people coming and working in my kitchen who will have very specific problems. Oh, they can't come to work on a certain day, they need to leave early, they cannot do night shifts. So very simple problems that add up, and then you see the gender becoming, lesser and lesser number in the field. At least that's what I have been noticing.
Yeah, I think that's what, so we have one of our chefs in London, Farzi Cafe London, is run by a lady, and she told me that she's finding an easier time than she did the Masala Library team in Bombay. So it might be a little bit of a cultural thing as well.
It is.
But you're the boss here too, you're not just the head chef. You're the person that signs the checks. So maybe it's a little bit easier for a chef restaurateur than a hardcore chef. Let me ask the other lady in the room. She might have a contrarian thought on this. So why don't you pick up the mic and introduce yourself and then give us a little retort on this.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the question, Zorawar. So I feel that this industry was dominated by males back in the day. I myself did my culinary training in 2006 in Lake Blue, London. And when I came back and I started my journey in 2007, the industry was predominantly had males. And it was a little more difficult back then, but now I feel that the narrative has changed. And there are so many women excelling in every field, not only just being restaurant owners or chefs. Like, for example, Garima Arora, who owns Ga in Bangkok, I believe. And her restaurant is a 4 Michelin star restaurant. Chef Sanjana Patel in Bombay, who runs La Folie. I really look up to her work. And I feel that now people are more accepting of women, and the challenges we faced back then are not so valid in today's day and age. I feel that women are anyways multifunctional, multifaceted, and they can handle more jobs than one, definitely more than the men. So I
would agree with that.
Yes, definitely. So I feel that women are doing very well in every field, and especially in the field of being chefs.
So that's a great answer. Thank you for that view, which is in some ways similar to what Urvika said, but you also had your own point, which is good.
Sorry, Zorawar, what I mean to say is that back in the day, not just when I started, but even earlier than then, it was dominated by men. But that's not the narrative now. It has changed. People are accepting women. Like I have a team of 50 men and 5 women. But they listen to us. And being an owner and chef, of course, works for us. Because we do sign the checks. But if I were only the head chef, they would listen to me equivalently because they look up to us. They look up to our talent, they look up to our discipline, and they look up to the work and quality we maintain every day. So I don't think that it's different for men and women in today's day and age.
Great, I'm very happy to hear you say this, because I also think the time is here, and I'm glad that it's already happened. We're already in the middle of it. I'm biased. I think the greatest cook in the world was my grandmother, and I think ladies know how to cook better than anyone else. Opportunities are there now, and you guys are embracing it, and all power to you. So I'm very, very happy to hear you say that trend has already started. Sean, let me go over to you, my good friend. You've been here for 2 decades. It's going to be 23 years, I think in October you said. You're married to a Bengali lady. Let me ask you a simple question. Do you speak any Bengali?
Tiny bit. I know my market well. I can talk around my market, I can talk around the kitchen, and that's enough really. I can curse in Bengali. What more do I need to do? I can tell my wife that I love Amitamaki Balobashi if I must.
Yay, big round of applause for that, yes. But we can't really give him too much credit. I think everybody who doesn't know Bengali knows that one line. But still, it's a good try. Good endeavor.
Everybody speaks such beautiful English. I mean, it's very difficult. You only learn a language if you have to, I think. And that's...
So what inspired you? You know, you obviously were in the UK. You came here. I think Rohit Khattar got you here to work at his wonderful space in the India Habitat Center, one of the most amazing places. You opened the only American diner of its kind in India at that time, the American Diner. Yeah. And then, you know, you worked for a few years and you decided to make Kolkata your home. What about this wonderful city made you embrace it with full open arms and make it your home?
Good evening, everybody. Those of you that don't know me, I've been here for 23 years this year, which is an incredible long time. Rohit Khattar brought me to India from, we'd met at the World Gourmet Summit in Singapore back in 2000. And I thought, I need a change, I need to get out of London. I'd spent years, and I think back in those days, you pretty much die there as a chef. By the time you're 30, working 14, 15, 16-hour days, and doing everything else that comes with being a chef in London. And then after that, I joined the Park Hotels for 4 years. I was based here in Calcutta as the executive chef. And at the end of those 4 years, I was married. My wife's Bengali, as I guess a lot of people in the room will know. And I think Calcutta's, and I don't want to talk out of term here either, but I think Calcutta is this incredible city that has this like obsessive, living, breathing soul around you, really. People have lots of spirit, they have lots of energy. There's not lots of money in Calcutta, unfortunately. But people don't necessarily need that, really. There's this great energy and spirit that I think all Calcuttans have. And I'd like to think that I'm classed as being a Calcutta these days, although I spend most of my time running around the country consulting. But.
Fair answer, very fair. I think everybody in the city, as well as your wife, will approve of that. It's a great answer. Let's go to Chef Chalu. Chef, I'm going to my friends and go straight to you first. And you know, you've been a legend for 2 decades. You used to run arguably one of my favorite restaurants called Dakshin at the ITC, and I think 15 years you worked at ITC.
20 years approximately.
20 years, yeah. So, and then now you've taken the plunge. You become a chef restaurateur in the true sense of that word. You know, you run this fabulous brand called Simply South. It's always on my check mark list, as it is for most of the gourmet people that visit your city. How have you made that transition from being a professional chef who was highly decorated, become a legend, lovingly called Chalu by the entire industry, to running a business? And how do you, in that, when you wear those 2 hats, how do you balance the business side with the creative side of cooking? Because that has to be integral. That's why your restaurant is doing so well, because it has great food coming out of that kitchen every single mealtime. So how do you manage that? That's something budding chef restaurateurs would love to know.
To begin with, it was not an easy decision to turn from a chef into a restaurateur, because you're moving from a very comfortable zone where, you know, at the end of the month, you get certain amount debited or credited into your bank account. So it was not an easy decision. It took me one and a half years to actually take that decision and take that plunge to become a restaurateur. So the other question, what you were asking about donning 2 hats. As a chef, the passion tells you to do something, but as an entrepreneur, there are times when you need to sacrifice something as a chef and adjust or compromise to what an entrepreneur says. It's the vice versa too. There are times when you need to put your foot down and say, no, I will do this way only. Yes, maybe I might not be making that kind of money, but fair enough. But I need this particular dish on the menu. I'm not compromising. So it's switching over from one hat as a chef to an entrepreneur has been a little difficult, but over a period of time now I got adopted to it and I try to balance both ways.
But which hat wins, the chef hat or the entrepreneur hat, usually?
Chef, the DNA is still in me, so it's the chef hat.
That is a great answer.
Yes, when you sit in your P&L meetings or anything, yes, then you have to think like an entrepreneur. But in kitchen, it's purely chef.
Great. Dr. Bose, the man who shapes the future of the youth of India. I think every year 3,000 students of your institutes come out, and 1,000 of them, which is 33%, are actually chefs. And chefs, as we all know, are, in my opinion, artists. I think chefs are artists. How you would go to your favorite band to listen to their music, I think you would go to your favorite restaurant to eat your favorite chef's food. I think pure and simple. They have the canvas of food to play with, and I think they bring happiness to even more people than band members. And you have played such a key role. What are your thoughts on the rise of the chef in India?
Yep. Before that, I'd like to once again congratulate NRAI and under the leadership of Sagar. It's been absolutely awesome. Thanks, Ravan. I think being in industry for 30 odd years now, I think we need to understand that the chefpreneurs, chef entrepreneurs, as Chalu was saying, the chefpreneurs are now going to stay. Because traditionally, India was very business-centric in terms of restaurant. Restaurant was owned by entrepreneurs who were not chefs. But over the last 10 years, we have seen so many chefs have actually opened their own restaurant, and they're absolutely very, very good because they understand the food, they understand the technology, they understand the quality, they understand the menu, the hygiene. And so I think it's going to stay back. Historically, I feel one of the reasons why we compare, Sean was talking about UK, that we don't have the Michelin stars in India. And the moment we have the Michelin stars in India, you will have another 200 chef restaurant coming up. Because people will have more aspiration to become a Michelin star, 1 star, 2 star, whatever. But now we don't have that. Look about Anindo, my good friend. He has got so many great restaurants, 6 Baligage Place and the other restaurants. And they do so good business for scalability. So I think one of the business point of view of the chef restaurant is that chefs will find it extremely challenging to scale up their business. Zorawat, you run so many of restaurants, so many brands all over the world. Yeah. So it's difficult for a chef to scale up to that level of business in terms of revenue if you have got one chef. I think it's a very, very challenging situation. I believe that the restaurants run by the chefs has got huge quality, and the restaurant not run by the chef but run by entrepreneurs who employ chefs have got more quantity. So we need to come to a balance, and we have been listening to Rohit Khattar about an hour back when he was describing how Manish became the face of Indian accent, not himself, and how Suresh has become the face of the dosa. I think that is, the future. We have got a huge kind of potential opportunities for the chefs to become chefpreneurs, and I think that's the future for our country, where we really go and see the chef-driven, chef-inspired, great quality restaurants.
Yeah, thank you for your synopsis, but you know, there is... We have a lot of fans in the audience. Great to see that. But you know, Dr. Bose, there are certain people that have made it big, being chef restaurateurs, and they've built big companies. Alan Wong is now worth over $1 billion. Gordon Ramsay is another chef restaurateur who's now worth half a billion. You have Chef Nobu, who's my favorite chef entrepreneur who runs the chain of restaurants, hotels, who's worth hundreds of millions of pounds. So I think all of these examples of people are actually a great symbol of hope for people. For young kids such as the ones in your fine institutions, to actually enter this field. Because this can be arguably the most rewarding field that there exists, provided you get into it for the right reasons. If you're chasing money alone, you're probably not going to reach where you want to reach. If you're chasing your dreams, if you're chasing your passion, then you will figure out a way to make money from it. And I think examples of these great chef entrepreneurs having treaded the path before us, having a path ready for so many young people to walk on, is a great example on how this noble profession can become something even larger than what it is today. So I think I'm very happy to see some of these people achieve these things. Thank you very much for your insights.
Absolutely, agree with you. Absolutely.
Ashwin, let me go to you now. Full disclosure, Ashwin and I are, although he is much younger, as is evident from our faces. Ashwin, your investments in so many F&B ventures. According to you, what are the secret sauce? What have you seen that has worked, and that's something, and what are those learnings that you think chef entrepreneurs, especially the young ones that are about to enter the field, can learn from? So I'm looking at, basically, to put it simply, what are the common facets of restaurateurs or chefs that you would like to see in people if they want to succeed in this industry?
Sure. Thanks, Robert.
A little intro on yourself, because you're a big guy. By the way, this guy owns islands. I'm not even kidding you when you say that. And he also owns half of Connaught Place. Connaught Place is the most expensive real estate in India. This man and his wonderful, humble family own literally half of it. So he's a big man, and he's very humble, but I would like to know a little bit more about this aspect.
So now you know that Zorawar is my senior, how he pulls my leg, right? So I think a lot of people have thanked NRAI, the organizing committee, to put up the show. I think I'd like to thank the chef who was supposed to be here and obviously didn't come because I was a last minute replacement. So thanks for whoever was supposed to come and didn't show up.
We'll keep his name secret.
Yeah, please. So the way I like to portray what I do is, my community as people who invest in F&B businesses. I like to think of myself as a vendor, right? Just like, there are people who are selling equipment to chefs outside. There are people who provide masalas to restaurateurs. We basically sell capital. Hopefully, I think that is the one big change, that availability of capital in the last few years will allow many chefs to become chef entrepreneurs and have their own restaurants. So I'm looking forward to partnering with many of these chefs and creating, many billion-dollar franchises out of India which are owned by chefs. So I think that is something certainly that is possible over the next few years.
आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर, मिष्टी दोई actually, हम कोलकाता में, आपके मुंह में मिष्टी दोई. Aninda, I'll come to you now. You run arguably one of the most iconic restaurants of Kolkata. You have a fabulous catering business. I believe you feed millions of hungry feast lovers, wedding goers in the city of Calcutta and beyond. How has your experience been in building a brand? I know you're a restaurateur. I don't think you're a chef. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not.
Yeah. So, what is your interdependence on your top chefs, both in the catering side of things and the restaurant side of things, and how is that, jugalbandi, so to speak? How is that jugalbandi going, and what do you think, or can you recite actually an important, incident that happened that made you feel even more together with your team?
So we are three partners, directors in fact. One of them is a chef who was my batchmate in college, Shushanta. The second gentleman is from sales, and I'm from the service side. So there's one thing I always keep telling Shushanta, who's the chef, that please step out of your chef's shoes and start thinking like a promoter. Now, I agree with this topic, the second part, but the first part which says that running a business is chef's business, I don't agree with that, because moment, like Chef Chalu out here, moment he starts running the business, from a chef, I believe he becomes an entrepreneur. And that is where the change happens. But yes, the second part is very true, that the rise of the chef entrepreneur, and there, what we were discussing inside, we would like to ask ourselves, when was it in India that the bawarchi became a chef and the chef became a celebrity? This is a very important question, and if you from what all we discussed outside this stage, some said it is because of the social media, the digital platform. Some said it is because of Chef Sanjeev Kapoor, who was the doyen of the first celebrity chef.
The original, the OG.
Whatever it was. Today, an investor like him has realized that the man who's the crucial man behind the success of a business is the one who's preparing the ultimate product, who's the chef. And it is better to invest in that man rather than anybody else. And that's why you have more and more chef restaurateurs, and rightly what he said, we have a lot of youngsters out here. I would advise them to see this particular serial which is on Netflix called Chef's Table, which has series of chefs showcased, and you will see the kind of passion, the kind of innovativeness, the kind of the kind of new things which they get on board. And I'm sure that your institute will produce many more chef restaurateurs.
That's a good answer. You know, my father always told me that if you want to succeed in the restaurant business, build a business where the chef is the heart and soul of the business. And I'm proud to say that Massive Restaurants, my company, will always consider the chefs to be the engine that drives us and to be the heart and soul of our organization, not just for now, for all years to come. So I think the chefs, like I said before, are the ultimate form of art, portraying the ultimate form of artistry. And I think in that sense, they're adding immense value to the human beings, to human beings in general. And I would like to thank all the chefs for that. Shri Priya, little pleasure. Actually, we all had a large amount of pleasure thanks to your wonderful cakes and food over the years. You started at Le Cordon Bleu. You then, in 2007, I believe, started this wonderful business of yours, which is not little anymore. It's large now. And it's driven by passion. And I think one common thread I've seen talking to your peers on this stage is that passion seems to be the key. What drove you in the first place to enter into pastry? And why have you not started savory?
That's a great question, Zorawar. Thank you. So, how I got into this space would be my inspiration too is my grandmother. And she is the best chef in the world for me. And she can create over 100 Indian mithais. And I have grown up seeing her in the kitchen creating magic. And that is what my inspiration was. So, like my colleague Urvika, I started as a fashion designer, as in she started with a different field too. I started as a fashion designer, and I was always had a creative bent. And then, for certain reasons, I changed my field to food. And once I entered Cordon Bleu, London, I remember the first day, there was no turning back. I called up my dad. I was like, I'm going to be back in a year, and we're going to start a pastry business, and just gear up for that. And so my passion, what I meant to say is that the business that I'm into, creating the beautiful cakes and curating experiences that we do, is, what I mean to say is that my motto is to create an experience more than just the taste. For me, when I curate a cake or curate a dessert, it is about the experience that the customer has. And for me, it's totally driven by passion, because for me, I'm always wearing my chef's hat. And for me, even if I have to take a decision which might not be very good for a business owner, I always firstly wear the chef's hat. Yeah.
Great answer. I think you're consistent in your thoughts, and there is no internal conflict that you're facing that I can see. It's great to hear that. I'm going to now ask a slightly, I guess you could say, controversial question. And I'm going to ask it to my friend Vicky, because he's my oldest friend on the stage, and I can ask him some tough ones. So let me ask you this. We all know and love Indian accent. We all know and love Manish Mehrotra. Both of these people are, the restaurant and the person are institutions within our industry. They made India proud. What happens should Manish Mehrotra decides to leave Indian accent? Would it affect the restaurant, or has his name so been indelibly linked with Indian accent that it cannot survive without him, or can it? I have no answer to this, so I would like to know your thoughts on something as important as this.
I think that's the most toughest question I've faced for the last 6 months.
Only 6 months?
But I think I have, it's a very tough question, but it's a very easy answer for me. There's a yes and no, okay? Because Indian accent is created by Chef Manish, and it is Indian accent, okay? That's what he's created. But then, at the same time, he's trained his people really well. The product is always the same while he's in the restaurant, and it's not when he's not in the restaurant. Now, this is what I'm talking about, is the consistency. Will the food be the same when Manish is there or not? Yes, it is the same, because Manish, I know, he's a dear friend. He has a tough schedule. The food quality never changes whether he's in or out, okay? Now, when you come from that point of view, that I'm going to eat at Indian accent and the food is really good, Indian accent will always go on. Now, the other way to look at it is that, oh, he's not there. Maybe the food will not be the same. But then at the end of the day, the proof is in the pudding. So I think the kind of consistency and training and the standard and the norms which the chef sets, he sets it because of whether he's there or not there, it'll be the same.
Very diplomatic answer, and I think that's a very good answer. I'm going to throw this one at you, Sean.
Truth, it's the truth.
Sean, let me know your thoughts.
So, I love Manish to pieces, known him since I've been in India also. But I also know that Shantanu's really the guy that's really ran the restaurants all these years, really. I think Shantanu really is the guy that is there every day in the back of the house. Nobody sees him. And I think I probably first went to Indian accent when maybe a couple of months after it first opened. And Manish was always front of the house. He was always roaming around, chatting to guests. And it was really Shantanu in the kitchen. I'm just being realistic about it. Obviously, I think this is something that's been debated the world over. Do we want a chef to front our restaurant, really? That's always been a question, really, historically. And I think that was always, I'm not naming any restaurateurs, and I've worked with quite a lot in India, and a lot of restaurateurs were always frightened to death of having a chef to front a restaurant, because what if they leave? What happens to me? So I don't believe that the restaurant will ever change if Manish leaves. But obviously, those die-hard believers that if Manish is not there, when at the end of the day, just up until COVID, he was spending half a month in London and New York anyway, really. And he always looked shattered. He looked absolutely knackered all the time. But that's also something that a lot of young chefs should think about, really. This industry that we live in, and obviously we're all very passionate, we live, breathe. But do we also want to be a face of a restaurant where we have to be there every day of our lives because our guests want to see us?
Very good answer. Yeah, he is a workaholic, and the pop-ups, the various restaurants around the world kept him really busy, and I think he's somehow been able to juggle all that very, very well. And yes, Shantanu is a rock star. I really love his food too. I'm going to come to you, Rebecca. You're from I'm being presumptuous here, but you're from a Marwari background, so I'm assuming you know a lot about business.
I don't think I have that business acumen in me, but yeah, I am.
I'm sure you do. It's in your blood. Why hasn't, and so we have some very large-scale restaurant businesses in India. Some of them are here in the audience. Why hasn't a chef-driven restaurant business so far achieved scale across India?
So, like from personal experience, my family doesn't think that F&B can bring in money. Yeah, so when I was starting out, they were like, no, this is not going to do well. This is not something we want you to do. You need to join the family business. So I've seen that in some of my friends as well who come from similar backgrounds. They don't really get the support. So they're like, okay, now we need capital. We want to start something of our own. We want to do something. So I think that's a common problem that is faced by a lot of people. How do we raise capital for our businesses? And if we don't get the capital, then it just doesn't add up.
Well, we have somebody on the stage. Ashwin, you maybe want to pipe in here. How do people raise capital for their restaurant business? Because, I mean, this is the restaurant forum, right? So let's be honest. The highest mortality rate of any business on earth is actually the restaurant business. 90% of them shut down in the first year, and I think 94% shut down within 18 months. And the biggest reason is undercapitalization. You're the man on the stage with the money bags. Okay? So what do you look for when you invest in an F&B operation, and is it the promoter, is it the business or the concept? What are you looking for, and how does it, or the chef most importantly, right? And how does it reflect in your investments?
Yeah, maybe we're the only city guys who invest in restaurants. I don't know, but so we've done a few restaurants, and some have done well, some haven't. But that's just like any business out there. You'll always find some people in the industry that will do better than others. Maybe it's passion, maybe it's hard work, maybe it's a zeal to make something special. But this at the end of the day, this is a business, right? So and it's usually you will find a promoter who's either a chef or not. But there are examples of both celebrity chefs or chefs business who has made large like Sanjeev Kapoor. We spoke about him. He's a chef who made a large brand and restaurants all over. And then there are other businesses, many of them here who have created very large businesses as well. So it's I would say passion and commitment, hard work, just like for any other business. But I think it's very hard for a non-business person to learn scale a business, and that's where advisors and people who provide capital come in, and that's a skill that can be learned. I don't think it's as easy for a businessman to learn how to cook. Right? That's a skill that you really need.
It's possible.
Yeah, it's possible. So that's why my bias is to back professional businesses and help scale. That is something that we have learned across different businesses on providing help scaling. So I find that easier rather than the other way around.
Thanks. Dr. Bose, second question to you. You deal with all the youth of India that are interested in the hospitality space. Do you think that the rise of the celebrity chef / billionaire chef, Gordon Ramsays and Alan Wongs of the world, do you think that has led to an increase in the youth choosing the kitchen as a preferred choice, as opposed to even front of house?
Yeah, absolutely. I think about third of our graduates opt for a chef because it's creative, it's passionate, it gives a lot of ROI, a lot of fame, and it also opens a lot of opportunities more than the other things. I think over the last 5 to 8 years before COVID, we have seen a surge in the young graduates going for the kitchen as a profession. I think that's a very welcome thing. The only problem is that about 70% of them don't want to work in India. So they want to work in other parts of the world where the money is more. Today's youth are very transactional in a way, which is the part of the real story. And I think some of them are doing fantastically well. I'll just give a use case of one of my students passed out of the college about 8-10 years back in Seattle, not far off from your cafe in Seattle, Farzi Cafe in Seattle. He's called Joy. He's a Bengali guy from Calcutta, and he is now running a very successful restaurant as a chef, entrepreneur, and doing a lot of catering for the Indian community there. So that's a kind of opportunity. It's running a restaurant, doing the catering, doing the banquets, from birthdays to the weddings, where you can do the shorshe, ilish to all that kind of Indian food. So huge opportunity abroad for Indian food. Yeah, and that's the opportunity I think a lot of these youngster graduates are taking. Yeah.
I agree with you. I think the brain drain is not restricted to the tech space. It's also restricted to the culinary space. We're losing such good chefs because they feel they have a better lifestyle overseas. And yes, the money is there, but you have to adjust for purchasing power parity. If you adjust for PPP, the standards in India are not that different from, say, something in Canada or the US. So yeah, that's definitely something that is there. Chef Chalu, I'm going to ask you this now because you're a successful chef restaurateur. This is a conundrum that I personally face very often. There are some dishes I put on the menu because I love them, because I feel they add value to the menu. They are great products. I really want my patrons to enjoy them, but they don't sell and they add to your food cost. Now, you're a chef and you're a restaurateur. How do you balance that, and how do you, this is a slightly selfish question because I want to understand from you how you manage that, and then maybe I can inculcate that into my own way of thinking.
Yeah, Zorawar, as you rightly said, there are certain dishes on a menu, how big or small the menu is. Some of the dishes are there as a goodwill for the restaurant. Sell, okay? Some you have to maintain as a goodwill or where you're positioning your restaurant. Those are required to be positioned in that level. So that is one thing. The other side of balancing the food cost aspect of it is, the only way forward is to do menu engineering every 3 months, understand what is not moving and replace it with a equally good dish. That's the only way forward in trying to make it. And obviously, our industry has a lot of human connect. So there is a lot of role to be played by the waiters or the managers or upselling what they do. They need to push or make them try the dish. It's okay, if you don't like it, don't pay for it. That's fine. But you at least try the dish. That's how we need to look at things differently to upsell your product or showcase your product, what you're doing. Because they will be, if a menu has 40, 45 dishes, only 25 or 30 will sell. The remaining don't sell. So that's where, as a chef, you can make the service team or the front-ending team to understand and say, okay, today I have so many portions of this available. Speciality of the day, you push it. And I have started something called a rewarding system. Anybody, because all these days everything is on digital media and things like that. If somebody sells so many portions of dessert, he gets rewarded. Or somebody sells so many portions of a starter, he gets rewarded. So that's the only way to keep them motivated to sell a particular dish or showcase your goodwill dishes. That's the way forward, is what I've been doing it, and I've been trying it. And I won't say I'm completely successful, but certainly I could crack it. That, the mindset of people where they say, no, we don't want to sell it. So it's like this, Zorawar, it's human psychology. When you give them for tasting, when you're doing a new menu, whatever they like, any guest who comes and says, please suggest, they will suggest the dishes what they like. So you need to break that mindset and say, you sell so many portions of this crab, for example, today, so this is your reward. So I need to reverse the psychology and work with them to make them understand that every dish what we curate on a menu has come out of passion. It's not just there because I just want to fill in a blank. Whatever we are curating in the menu, it's coming out of passion. So every dish needs its due respect in terms of it.
I think I fully agree with that. Every dish should have a story and a history.
Yes.
And I think we need to spell that out. We need to train our staff. The front of house staff doesn't get enough credit for what they do. They really are the front line. They're the primary and the first point of contact for our patrons. And if we don't significantly motivate them, then how can we expect the restaurant to deliver the experience that we have envisioned? So I think it's very important to balance that out. Next question to you, Shripriya. Okay, now I'm just a restaurateur. I don't cook. You're in the bakery business. That means waking up early. What I want to understand from you is time management. Not only do you have to run the business, sign the checks, all that side, but you actually have to make the food. Or at least you have chefs on you when you started off making the food. Tell me some of your skills at time management. You're a lady, so you're epic at multitasking anyway. But let me just add to that time management. How did you manage time? How do you manage time now that you're running something of scale and you're also in charge of the creative aspect?
So it's been really hard, Sarawar, to be honest. Time management is difficult because at the end of the day, there's so many roles that we are playing. One in the kitchen, creativity, R&D, and admin, and then the accountant calls, these are the checks to be signed, and all of that. So I think what I have learned over the years is to plan ahead. And because food is to be served fresh, to be made fresh, it's not a garment or not a product that can be made in advance. We need to plan ahead and make systems. And what we really do at Little Pleasures is we plan the previous day, like I plan the previous day, as to how many hours I'll be spending at which department. And then we do weekly meetings. Like all institutions, I think teamwork is most important. If you have a good team, you can run a successful business. So when the team members are, very successful at their department, is the only way we can actually manage time and be successful at it. Because for one person to be answerable and responsible for everything is very difficult. Like Steve Jobs, I just saw one of his videos yesterday. He said the greatest thing at Apple was the team management, and where everyone is excelling at their own fields. And then time management becomes easy because they're answerable for that particular job and planning ahead. Yeah. And it's been a hard ride.
I can imagine. Kudos to you for juggling so many things. And Steve Jobs also said one more thing, which I'm a big Steve Jobs buff. He said the best people do not need to be managed. So if you put the right people in the right spots, they're going to do the job without having to be managed. Absolutely. I suspect you have some of those in your team to help you with that.
Yes, I do.
Ananda, next question is for you. You said 30% of your business is catering, 70% is restaurants. Which one do you love more and why?
So, the most difficult of all food business is office lunch catering. I don't know how many of you have actually tried it. So when we left our hotel jobs, that was the first vertical we entered, which was because we didn't have money to invest and make a restaurant. So that's the first business we entered, was office lunch catering. Now, the difference between an office lunch catering and outdoor catering or restaurants is, in a restaurant, you'll have 90% or even more satisfied guests. In an outdoor catering, you'll have probably 80% or more satisfied guests. In an office lunch catering, you'll have 80% dissatisfied guests, always. In fact, we have had a situation where we were doing for this company, and this very conscientious admin manager said, let's keep a feedback register. So by that time, we have had a lot of experience, and we said, it's a bad idea. No, we need to know the feedback from all the people having. After a few days, I suddenly see the feedback register gone. So I said, what happened? So somebody wrote, who's this A.HOLE, who's managing this canteen? And then the register disappeared. So, as much as we would love office lunch catering or outdoor catering or restaurants, at the end of the day, we love our business, which is food business, and the business is of seeing a satisfied customer, satisfied guest, whether it is in outdoor catering, whether it is in the restaurants. So if you have a satisfied customer and a satisfied guest who gives you 2 words of thanks after having a meal, I think that business is the best business.
Great answer. With that, we're being asked to leave before they throw us off the stage. I think we'll call it quits. Thank you guys for this wonderful opportunity to engage with your mindsets, and we really appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalra. We request our moderator and our panelists to kindly stay on stage as a call upon Vishal Seth to felicitate our panelists and our moderator on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, go away. We've got the food fight, the second fight of the day coming up in a short while. We're now going through the felicitation ceremony. Just another short reminder about the inter-chapter cricket tournament, NRAI Premier League, that's the NPL, between Delhi NCR, Mumbai, Chennai, Goa and Bangalore, Bhopal and Kolkata, that's coming up tomorrow. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call upon Mr. Abhishek Behti, Bhopal chapter head, and Mr. Aditya Latsaria, Kolkata chapter head, on stage. Abhishek Behti, Bhopal chapter head, and Aditya Latsaria, Kolkata chapter head. Calling for Abhishek Behti, Bhopal chapter head.
I'd like to thank Team Kolkata for inviting us here and for such a wonderful arrangement and amazing kind of event. So on behalf of Bhopal chapter, we really like to thank you guys. And I'll also like to share that we are launching Bhopal chapter on the 27th October. So I request all the MC members, chapter heads, and people to please join us. महफिल भोपाल में सजेगी तो I request you guys to please be with us and let's make it big. Thank you.
Aditya, Abhishek requests you to stay on stage, please. To felicitate Aditya. Abhishek Behdi, Bhopal chapter head, felicitating Aditya Latsaria, Kolkata chapter head. So if you could step up a little right in front so the setup also gets done. Bhopal chapter head Abhishek Behdi to felicitate Kolkata chapter head Aditya Latsaria. Can we have the felicitation, please? Meanwhile, we're getting ready for the last event of this evening, which is the second food fight, which should get underway in a few minutes from now. Bhopal chapter head Abhishek Behdi to felicitate Aditya Latsaria, Kolkata chapter head. Yeah, let's have some noise in the house, ladies and gentlemen. And would request you to allow us a couple of minutes for stage setup, after which we'll be ready to launch second fight of the evening, and incidentally the last event of the evening. green signal to move ahead with the second food fight of the day. Incidentally, the last event coming up, ladies and gentlemen. In times of Instagram, food is theatre. Is restauranting meant to be experiential or food first? Ladies and gentlemen, our speakers for the last session here, which is the food fight. Chef Kunal Kapoor, Gauri Dayal, co-founder Food Matters Group, Varun Tuli, founder Yum Yum Tree Group, Siddharth Jalan, Times Internet, Amit Bagga, co-founder and CEO, Daryaganj, Asim Grover, founder of the Big Chill Cafe, and Salman Sheikh, owner of the legendary Bade Mian. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be moderated, this food fight will be moderated by NRAI Katriyar, founder and MD, Indigo Hospitality. Could we have our food fighters on stage, please? Chef Kunal Kapoor, Gauri Dayal, Varun Tuli, Siddharth Jalan, Amit Bagga, Asim Grover, Salman Sheikh, and our moderator, Anurag Katriyar. Okay, all food fighters in place. So this is for the benefit of all our food fighters who are on stage with us right now, along with our moderator. I believe some very, very select people have been invited for the cruise. So the longer you take, the more delayed you'll get to get onto the cruise. So let's fight fast. All the best. Over to you, sir.
झगड़े की अवधि आप नहीं तय कर सकते हो. You can't set the timeline for a good fight, right, guys? Okay. All of what the subject line is. In times of Instagram, food is a theater, is restaurant meant to be experiential or food first. भाई देखो सरल हिंदी में बताता हूँ. ये है कि ज्यादा जरूरी क्या है. खाने का अच्छा दिखना या अच्छा स्वाद होना. यही है ना. सब लोग clear with this. Okay. Before I begin this, let me share an anecdote with you guys. This is about 40 years ago. My nani was like a very passionate person. Like दाल के ऊपर धनिया डालना जरूरी है. वो पुलाव बना तो भुना प्याज डालना जरूरी है. आलू गोभी में अदरक डालना जरूरी है. तो मैंने नानी ऐसा क्यों करते हो? तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा तुमको नहीं मालूम पहले खाता है मुंह से. मैंने बोला चलो. फिर मैंने उनसे पूछा कि लेकिन अगर खाने का स्वाद नहीं है तो सजावट से क्या होगा? बोली खाने का स्वाद ठीक नहीं है कि ये भी नहीं हो सकता. So I realized, okay, eyes eat first, but eventually what matters is what we are eating. Cut to the current time. वो आंखें जो हैं अब Instagram और फोन का कैमरा बन गई हैं. अब हम आंखों से तो कुछ देखते नहीं, सब कुछ कैमरे से देखते हैं. And that is why today we are going to discuss this very burning subject, because I have heard of terms like Instagram restaurants. I have seen on the restaurant menus, this is an Instagrammable dish. अब मुझे समझ नहीं आता मैं खाने को जा रहा हूँ या देखने को जा रहा हूँ. So what we are going to do is, I am going to ask each one of you to take a minute to put forward your position in no uncertain terms. I prefer Insta is more important, or the food taste is more important, and then we begin the fight. We start from this side. Salman.
So primarily we are a restaurant which are very family centric, and we are the people that feel that food first is the main thing, and let people take the photographs and share their experiences online by themselves. Let the food speak for itself and food showcase for itself.
Actually, Salman, there is a the iconic brand, third generation brand that you are running. Of course, it's all about food. उस ज़माने में तो कैमरे नहीं होते थे. Instagram छोड़ो.
Yes.
So okay.
So for us, it's always been food first, and good food speaks for itself, shows itself. and that is what we believe in, and that is what we are doing forward as well.
Okay. Let me go to Siddharth now. Take a position. Take a position. मेरी मर्जी मैं किधर भी चलूँ.
All I'd like that before you guys came here, all of us were sitting in a room somewhere in the back over there.
And put your mic properly.
सबसे पहले इसको introduce करवाओ. Give his RTGS number, account number. कि रिश्वत दो. क्या हो कौन? बताइए सबको.
Hi, I'm Sid Jala. Thank you.
He's also the India head of the 50 best
restaurants
to work. So putting India on the map.
At the back, and this entire panel, this esteemed panel. Very honestly, we are all food first. But we all believe it's food. And at the end of the day, it's a great meal, a great experience in terms of what you eat, in terms of the service that you have, that will leave a mark.
Said we wanted a clear answer. Which side are you on?
So I'm on the side.
You just say which side first
Okay,
or food first.
So I'm on the side of food first, but for the sake of this panel, Varun, Gauri are going to be arguing on the side of Instagram because we have nothing better to do.
No. So this is what I say. Journalism has to be sharp and crisp. You are a journalist first, buddy. Say yes or no.
Instagram rocks.
Okay, Kunal.
I think the fact of matter is that let's break it up. Food, whether it should be more presentable or taste, I think they both come second and third in order. Food, the primary purpose of food is to provide nutrition. It all depends at what standard of living you have. If you're a person with limited means where you are working towards just today's work and grabbing your food, then presentation is not the key. Taste is not the key. You need to fill your tummy. Bhook badi hai. And as you grow, as you have more means and you're floating in opulence, you have the luxury of bringing in a marketing tool like Instagram and saying that is the key, that is important, which sure it is. So making food Instagrammable is a marketing tool. Whereas whether food should be presentation first, taste first, it's an open choice for all of us. First thing, it has to be nutritious and hygienic, and then whatever that you would like it to be. Would you like to eat a food that looks great or food that tastes great first? I mean, and it's obvious that if food has to look good, it has to match up the expectations that your brain has already built up. Your palate is ready, you are salivating, looking at a cool picture of food and a cheese pulling or a sauce dropping on a piece of meat. If that what rules you. So that has to meet the expectation, and that is the point. And most often than not, though we don't eat with our eyes closed, but it just so happens that at the end of the day, when you are enjoying food, you are in deep conversation, you're talking, the taste kind of takes the precedence over everything else. Everything else is then clutter and noise. The work of Instagram is to get you to the restaurant or take out your phone and order that particular dish from that restaurant because it looked good. But everything then is noise because the moment you've put the first bite in your mouth and if it hits the right spot, brilliant. So taste is prime. This is where I stand.
Fantastic. घूम के आप आखिर में आए सही जगह पे. Taste is prime.
Clear answer दिया.
Clear answer है, बिल्कुल. Good. Lovely. Okay, गौरी जी, आप अपने विचार व्यक्त करेंगे. In Hindi, so I have to ask her in Hindi. गौरी, क्या आप अपने विचार इस बारे में व्यक्त करेंगी?
बिल्कुल. Okay, so I have to admit, when I walked into that room, which we were all in, and no, I'm not going to do this in Hindi, otherwise we'll be all right.
That room is like sounding
no
like a
barge is happening if I'm going to do this in Hindi. So You know, when I walked into that room and you asked me, you know, food first or Instagram, and my instinctive reaction was food first, right? And then I was like, okay, I'll fight for Instagram. And now when I've been thinking about it, I'm actually on the side of Instagram, and I'll tell you why. It's because, so the first 3 years of our restaurant, the table, there was no Instagram, right? So, you know, it was all word of mouth, and that means the proof is in the pudding, and people either like it or don't. And but today, I don't know a single restaurant in the world that does not create an Instagram page before it opens its doors to the public. And there's obviously a reason for that. And very rightly, like Chef said, it's not a battle. They both have to coexist, right? Good food, but you also have to build brand awareness. I mean, we were listening on the previous panel, we're in business. We're not, you know, here just for pleasing ourselves and saying how amazing our food is. We're here to make money, and you have to bring people in the door, and that's what Instagram does. And, you know, we've been talking about how great photographs, you know, is it all about beautiful photographs? Sometimes you can see really rubbish photographs, but you still find out about a brand through that, right? So it's not always just about, you know, pretty pictures. It's also about what people write, and I think that you cannot live without it.
So if I gather your thoughts right, what you're saying is, Instagram is a tool to take your product to the larger mass, because lots of people are consuming on Instagram.
Correct.
And then thereon it's about how the restaurant functions.
Absolutely. So in terms of the first step, Instagram.
So,
you know, if I can put my 2 cents in this, it's very interesting. It's the bubble tea, that entire rage which happened in, which still is in Southeast Asia, and it's now in India available, doing the right way. And all of a sudden, if I see my Instagram feed, they are saying, damn, that looked good, but so why is it not tasting that my mind kind of visualized that, yes, those, you know, those, the bubble tea with those tapioca balls should, the boba should taste as the flavor is mentioned on it. It just does not hit the spot for a lot of people. I'm not talking for any of, like anybody out here, but this is what my general observation is on Instagram, and that's where the battle is, that it's good to have Instagram, but it's also something that can really backfire for your business if the expectation, your product or your photographer, if you're having a really expensive, it's like having Dabu Ratani for shooting your food, brilliant, but once it, you know, the tire hits the road, will it burst or will it run? So, you know, that's the entire point. Then this is a gun which can quickly backfire as well. So what you really need to rely on is your product at the end of the day. It's still, in this scenario, I feel the taste rules.
I agree. I mean, you can only get this balance if Dabu Ratnani is clicking the picture, Vicky Ratnani is cooking the food.
Where is he?
Okay. So, okay, we have so far Siddharth and Gauri on the side of Insta. We have Salman and Kunal on the side of this thing. Let's hear from Amit now.
Yes. I totally support food first. And I mean, I agree that everyone, I agree with everyone here that they both are important. But there's a certain percentage I give to both. I would say 20% to the Instagram, 80% food. That would be my thought of it. That's why I'm standing on this side. 80% is food. And if you think about it, you know, we all have maybe gone to some kind of a show or a theater, maybe a Broadway musical. How many times will you go and watch it again? You will not. Because you've seen the show once, that's it. So every time you cannot go back and see the same show. But there's something which you like, which, you know, the taste you like, you'll keep coming back for it. Everyone loves the, you know, repeating the food they like, but you cannot watch the same show again and again. So that's the point which I want to make. And as far as, you know, personally, I'm a brand, I'm a founder of the brand called Daryaganj by the inventors of butter chicken and dal makhani. You know, and when we started a brand, if you see my pictures of the main 2 dishes, they don't really look that great. But because we did not play with the photos, I said I want to show the picture of exactly what the food is going to be when it's presented. I don't want to give any false expectations. So they come up with looking that it should look like this, and it turns out to be something else. So that was one thing. And in fact, we all know how the food photography is done with all the paints and what all is done for the food photography. So I feel that you should let your customers see what it is exactly, so that it doesn't raise their expectations. So that when they come and taste the food, oh, it's not even living up to that look. So that's what I feel. That's why I support the food first.
That sounds like you support Instagram.
So no, he's clearly said 80% food.
Yes.
Support system comes from Instagram. Come on, Gauri, you're trying to win, support for your side. Now, Varun, you were the first one to tell me backstage, Insta first. Why?
So firstly, I thought this was going to be a masale wala topic like Zomato versus Swiggy.
Yeah, I have become kind of synonymous with that.
We should change the topic.
Change that. No. So, many years ago, we've been in the business for 15 years, and, when we had our first restaurant, a good friend and caterer, restaurateur, kind of told me, "Tu ye kar kya raha hai? You're maybe not making money, you are just, focusing on food, etc." And he gave me a statement which still sticks to me till date. He said, "Food in the food business is incidental." Okay? And I have a very, very big statement. I couldn't understand that statement, originally. That food in the food business is incidental. And the moment I was able to assimilate that and understand that, I think it changed for us, right? And, I think the topic is slightly broader than this. We're talking about food being experiential, right? Anybody who visits a restaurant, goes to lose themselves for 30 minutes, well, we hope 25 minutes, but 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 1.5 hours, 2 hours, they want to lose themselves, right? So I think people may not be going only for the food. They will be going for the experience. They will be going for the smell. They will be going for the sights. I have grown up, eating, I've grown up eating a lot of things, but for example, Bade Mia in Bombay, it was about going there. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. It was about sitting in the car, ordering your cream tikkas, them coming and, you having them. Even today, just the theater, we do, a restaurant called Yum Yum Chai. In that we have these stone pots in which we, one of our colleagues will come on the table and mix your rice and noodles in a sizzling pot. Sizzlers have been around for a very, very long time. So the idea behind something being extremely attractive, that you can lose yourself into, that, you can kind of interact with, I think is far more important than perhaps the food itself. I was looking at a photo of an Indian restaurant of ours, Pot. Most Instagram photo is Rajma Chawal, because it comes in a pressure cooker with the siti bajake, right? So, try and charge 600 rupees for a Rajma Chawal.
All right.
Well said.
So now, right now we have 3 and 3 on both sides, and now Asim sir, big chill.
सर ऐसा है कि मैं तो हूँ एक ओल्ड फैशन इंसान, ये सोशल मीडिया मेरी समझ में नहीं आता. Gauri, we did start without an Instagram page. Having said that, food has always been experiential. Has Instagram added to it? मतलब जब Instagram कब आया है, 10-12 साल हुए, maybe longer, I'm not sure. Whether you are sitting on the roadside, getting kebabs from a roadside stall, whether you're sitting in your gadi and eating, whether you're going to a restaurant and eating, it is always an experience that it is experiential. If there wasn't any Instagram, the music in the restaurant would be experiential, the lighting would be experiential, the paint would be experiential, the presentation would be experiential. That is the experience you're going out for. Now the question is, पहले आंखें खाती हैं, फिर पेट खाता है, लेकिन बीच में कैमरा क्यों खाता है?
Exactly.
कैमरा खाता है, and what Instagram does is कि कैमरा खाता है, फिर Instagram actually should be declared a disease, a pandemic. It is okay. Marketing वगैरह ठीक है, but what is it doing to people who are eating? Food is served, and पहले कोई टच नहीं करेगा, पहले सब फोटो खींचेंगे. शुरू में ऐसे होता था, फोटो, अब ऐसे होता है. And उसके बाद, because it's been clicked, it has to be uploaded within nanoseconds. It has to be edited. It has to be followed up. And then, you're looking at likes kitni aayi. And at the end of the meal, You ask about, did you enjoy your food? I got 200 likes, it's great. Damn it, did you enjoy eating the food? So, आमिर खान की जो लाइन थी रंगीला में, खाना वैसा खिलाओ जो अंग को लगे. So, it's food. And Instagram, at the most, what I'll give it is the necessary evil, but in balance, no.
Okay, okay.
You said खाना आपको ऐसा ही बनाओ जो आंख को लगे, right?
आप वही सुन रहे जो आप सुनना चाहते हो. Okay, guys. Now we are very clearly. This is the to my left is the side which feels आंखें पहले खाती हैं. To my right are the people who believe food is more important. Now I'm going to open it up completely. I'll ask a very simple question. Don't you think that Instagram actually can be very counterproductive because it sets sometimes very high expectations looking at the pictures, and there is an arithmetical formula of satisfaction, which is what you get minus expectation. You know, you expect 70% in the exam, you get 71, you're very happy. You are expecting 92, you get 90.5, and you are very disappointed. Do you think that Instagram or the social media with those pictures and videos and other things sets very, you know, sometimes very high expectations, and when you go to experience it, you find a disconnect? Okay, who's going to take it up from this side and this side? Go ahead now. Now I'm going to watch it.
Okay, I'm going to answer that because I think that we're underestimating the intelligence of the viewer or whoever's using the Instagram user. Just like reviews, right? Why single out Instagram? A review could say like rave about the food. A blogger, you know, whatever, a journalist, anyone can write their opinion. And an Instagram sort of, you know, blogger can post a picture, you know, and share their opinion. But it's up to the user or the reader to decide how much, you know, they want to follow that to the T, or how much they want to just, you know, be interested and try it out enough for themselves. So I think it's really about.
Also, इसकी जो photography बहुत सारी है, which is kind of, you know, the way it is, like he was saying, दाल मखनी है तो ऐसे, I just want it that way. But then there is, you know, एक चिकन टिक्का, उस पे एक मशरूम, उसके साथ में एक एस्पारेगस, उसके ऊपर एक basil का पत्ता.
But if the chef has made that, then that's what they're going to photograph.
If the chef has made that.
What about chefs who are cooking for Instagram? I mean, I think like, you know, I mean, chefs are not speaking.
Chefs are not cooking for
Instagram. Of course they are.
Instagram
is also there.
You cook for Instagram?
No, you cook to.
No, I didn't say chef cooks for Instagram. I said
The more and more we get into this debate, I think I'm divided between both the sides. So I'll give pros and cons for both the sides. There are many a times I've got this thing that somebody has seen a beautiful picture of a dish on Instagram and says, hey, let's do it in our restaurant. But what's the dish? I don't know, you figure out, you're the chef. Hey, kitni achhi lag rahi hai, ye dekho, aisa karte hain. So it has also become something where somebody would go, and because with Instagram, you know, the amount of uploads that are happening are so fast. You think one is a trend, you do something like that, and everybody's already done that. You move to the next, what do we do? What do we do? You kind of become slave to the platform where you're trying to prove yourself innovative, you're trying to prove yourself cutting edge on a platform more than in your restaurant, which is a real investment.
Yeah. So I have a question to that. Now, you made a very important point about how people come with an Instagram picture and you have to create. What was the old world, pre-Instagram day, the best mode of marketing?
I think
word of mouth.
Word of mouth has
It had a long shelf life.
Yeah.
Chalte jate the. But tell me, with Instagram age, doesn't it lose its sheen once the novelty factor fades away and next big thing has come up with something more bizarre on the Instagram?
Anurag, what I would like to say is, going out for a meal, going out for dinner, going out for a drink is a very personal experience, and you do it either when you're in a great mood and you want to celebrate something, or you've had a really bad day at work and you want to nurse your sorrows with a drink. It's a very personal experience. The point is that when you have a great meal, pre-Instagram, what would happen? If I had a great meal, the people that I care about, the people who are passionate about food, I would call them and say, hey, you know what? I went to Indigo, I went to the table, I went to Pot, and I had a fantastic meal. Instagram is a way of me telling a larger audience, an audience that is connected with me, saying, you know what? The Palak Patta chaat. So, awesome. Dude, I love that. The Palak Patta chaat at Pot is fantastic. So, let's not make it the Bible of our existence as a restaurant or a restaurant brand or restaurator saying, I need to be on Instagram. It is a tool.
Somebody is changing the side. I'm loving it.
I'm losing the fight. You know, another thing is that pre-Instagram days, na, agar print बहुत popular था. If you got a print, especially a review, let's say Mariam has reviewed a restaurant and she's put it on Delhi Times or Bombay Times, the next weekend you'll be full. So I think that's what the role reversal has taken place.
That is still very true.
I would like to say something.
I want to talk.
That's not true?
That is still very true.
Oh, that is still very true, yeah. But that print version or the print media has been taken over by the electronic media, which is your phone, which has become the Instagram.
एक बात बताओ, पहले प्रिंट मीडिया में जब रिव्यू आता था, एक रेस्टोरेंट का हफ्ते में आता था, आज दिन में 37,000 रेस्टोरेंट के आते हैं, तो फिर चॉइस आपने कहाँ छोड़ी है? Where is that special feeling coming from?
अच्छा, मैं सबको एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आप सो vehemently कहते हो कि इंस्टाग्राम बुरा है, वो सारी चीजें।
नहीं, हम कह रहे हैं खाना ज़्यादा जरूरी है।
अगर घर पे भिंडी बनी है, ठीक है, और सिड का इंस्टाग्राम खोलते हो आप, और वो एक अच्छा सा पेपरोनी पिज्जा खा रहा है, ठीक है? Isn't it our job as restaurateurs to bring more people out of the house into our restaurants or order in and increase our overall dining out? I mean, at the end of the day, we want someone to forget what they have at home. तो क्या बोलेगा कि चलो भिंडी खाते बड़ा मजा आएगा कि पिज्जा मंगवाएंगे या बाहर जाएंगे खाना खाने?
मैंने आज आपके दुकान से पिज्जा मंगाया, मुझे पसंद आया, ठीक है, you know, आप बार-बार तो मंगाओगे नहीं,
पहली बार तो आओगे,
पर सुनो ना, लेकिन फ्लिप साइड इज कि अगर वो बुरा नहीं लगा तो वही इंस्टाग्राम में मैं आपकी इतनी बजाऊंगा कि आप उसको डिलीट करने के लिए भागते रहोगे।
Varun, बजाओगे कैसे?
Varun, I had to ask you something. Like you said, you know, your food, the way reason why you sold the Rajma Chawal for 600 rupees because of the way you presented it and the way it looked. But tell me something. Someone who comes to a restaurant shares that photo once and tries it. If it wasn't good, he will not come and have it again ever. So only once you can get that effect. Second time, your food is so good, that's why people come back. You know?
But the consumer that is sharing the photos again and again probably will only share it if they like the experience, right? Whether they like the food or like the experience is immaterial. Everybody is not a foodie. Everybody is not a foodie. Everybody is not a foodie.
So that's what I'm saying. When somebody reviewed in the newspapers, they were somebody who were experts. Today, everybody in
Not
India...
necessarily.
Okay, most of them were experts. Today, 1 second.
With the advent of social media, everybody has become an expert.
No, देखो ऐसे नहीं हमारे देश में चार चीजों में everybody is an expert.
5. Who the hell made you God?
One more thing is that print media had a limitation in its reach. Instagram, I mean, today a lot of us have come from outside Calcutta to Calcutta, and we are looking up where to go and eat, right? That's a tool that's really important. I'm not pulling out reviews of like newspapers or looking, reading the print anymore. I'm looking at something that's easily accessible.
But newspaper was controlled and, curated by experts. Is the same thing happening with Instagram?
You forget about page 3, huh? Page 3 was never controlled by experts.
Page
3 पे छापते थे कि आमिर खान मेरे रेस्टोरेंट पे आया तो लोग जाते थे ना, खाने को थोड़ी ना जाते थे.
It happened in a way where there was
अरे सलमान बहुत देर से कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा है, क्या चक्कर क्या है?
Are we agreeing to the point that Instagram is a tool?
It is a tool.
It is a tool, right?
But I also
It's like a knife that has a sharp edge and that has a other side to it as well, right? It totally depends how you're using it, right? And it totally depends on the user experience as well, what they are intending, and it works on algorithm. It works in algorithm.
I would say it's a tool to sell good food. Instagram is a tool to sell good food.
It's just a marketing tool.
But I
First, your
say
product
one more
needs to be
thing.
right.
When it comes to, we all saying food first, assuming that we all have the same taste in food. Okay, what you might like, a restaurant you might like, might not be to chef's taste, right? Or to Varun's taste. So, whose food first are we talking about?
No.
It's the same thing with Instagram. I might like something and I post about it.
On
and you might
Instagram, you're the same expert writing about tandoori chicken today, and
But it's
you
not
know.
about experts anymore. It's just consumers who are sharing a point of view. Just like in word of mouth, you could have gone to some restaurant and said that I really liked that, and someone else went and said like, hey Anurag, I don't know what you were talking about.
Okay, this side is right now having a better weight. Khana pehle.
But what makes you think that people go to a restaurant to only eat food? They go to hang out.
Yeah.
They go to meet their
Of course.
illicit girlfriends or boyfriends.
Ambience, सब कुछ मैटर करता है, सर्विस मैटर करता है, पर वो ज़्यादा मैटर करता है, ये चार चीज के बाद इंस्टाग्राम आ सकता है.
नहीं, but अगर लोग foodie नहीं है, every person is not a foodie. Some people may just go to a restaurant outing के लिए. Somebody might say, let's take the kids out on a Sunday. Somebody will want to meet somebody in there. I mean, Asim, yours has been the biggest hangout place, for example, for college students. Yeah. Yes, food was important, but at the end of the day, if it wasn't that hangout place, then you started with, for example,
there isn't a dearth of hangout places. Finally, you'd hang out at a place where you also like the food.
Eventually,
there is no dearth of hangout places. There is only a certain extent that you can go to, and the longevity of a place, just depending on this is the place to be seen at, how long does that last? Finally, it has to be about the food. And yes, personal preferences can be different. But Instagram se pehle bhi ye tha, abhi bhi hai. The question is, leave the marketing side of it.
That is
when I tell you, Gauri, ki okay, a dessert is served and the guest is told ki this is a combination of a hot and cold. Please get all the layers together and kind of make sure kind of thing. I get very annoyed अगर वो 20 मिनट तक फोटो ही खींचे जा रहा है, एडिट किया जा रहा है और खा नहीं रहा है. खा ले यार, please. I'm kind of serving a very delicate.
But he's about to market your brand. Isn't there something in that? Aren't you happy about that?
Ruining the experience.
Okay, guys, cool.
अच्छा, where did you go last night for dinner?
वरुण एक मिनट रुक. अब मैं एक सीधा सवाल पूछता हूँ to everyone here. There are two scenarios. A very good-looking food, tasting okay, versus not so good-looking food but definitely very yummy. Which is your pick?
The yummy food. But I'll post about that as well. It's not that because it doesn't look yummy, I'm not going to post about it.
Nobody wants to eat food that is not tasty. Let's get that right.
Exactly, boss. Khana nahi. It is like saying that in any consumer product से ज़्यादा marketing important है.
नहीं, but it has to shine. It has to shine.
आप moderator.
मैं भावनाओं में बह रहा हूँ.
देखिए पहले print media होती थी, जहाँ पर honest reviews थे, and you would go and say like wow. Then it got took over by page 3 where you could pay and flash it. Now I see the same page 3 going to social media platforms where even when you as a restaurant put a review or your product, you still need to boost it. Your marketing agencies will come and hound you, aap paise dalo, let's boost it. So we are also kind of becoming a slave to it. But it is important. You can do great food. Who doesn't want to eat a great meal all the time? Or a tasty meal. We all do. But it's a necessary thing कि जब तक दिखेगा नहीं, बिकेगा नहीं. आपने बोला ना 37,000 रेस्टोरेंट एक दिन में अगर कुछ कर रहे हैं. Exactly. I mean, you have to sell. How will you shine out and look at the
chef will never come this side.
वरना घर पर भिंडी खाओ.
नहीं, भिंडी is great. But भिंडी gosh is even better.
भिंडी is
but
lovely.
the point is
मतलब पेपरोनी and भिंडी का एग्जांपल ले रहा था.
नहीं, but the thing is कि दिखेगा नहीं तो बिकेगा नहीं. दिख जाएगा, एक बार बिक जाएगा, पसंद नहीं आएगा तो दिखता रहे, लेकिन finally it is about the
There will be no repeat customer.
It's just
you went. Where did you go last night for dinner? Where did you go last night for dinner?
We all went together. No, you went.
No, I went earlier, but you went.
Yeah.
Okay, you went to a restaurant called Blue Poppy, right? Now, how did you learn about it?
I was invited by NRAI.
Yeah, but you would have known about it. But you would have known about it.
Listen, Arun, if you're asking me if I learnt about it from Instagram, I'm not on Instagram. I am the one oddity who's not on social media.
Right. So I learned about it on Instagram. So the only reason to go was because, for example, Mr. Sanghvi was always talking very, very highly about it, and it was on Instagram, and he would keep posting photos about it, keep posting photos of the chef, and that's why we went there. Now imagine being here for 2 nights and trying to decide where to go and only having 1 night to go out.
भाई सागर ने इतना सेटअप किया है.
नहीं, but कल रात को तो हम बाहर गए थे ना. आप भी गए थे, मैं भी गया था. Instagram नहीं होता तो जाते नहीं ना.
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. शायद मैं Google पे सर्च कर लेता, शायद मैं Zomato, Mayur, where are you? Yeah. So उस पे देख लेता. कहीं ना कहीं मतलब one would find places to eat. और Instagram से पहले भी one found places to eat. Yes, it's made it easier. But the point is the experiential nature of eating out, which existed before Instagram, before anything else, has that experiential nature of eating out improved, or has it kind of become worse? As far as marketing, promotion, telling people, and jitna marzi aap advertise kar lein, it is all, I bombard you with posts, and you'll say, my God, good, let me go and try it once. सेकेंड टाइम तो आप तभी आएंगे ना अगर आपको पसंद आएगा तो.
अच्छा, एक इसका एक काउंटर है, एक काउंटर है, एक काउंटर है, और ये सवाल आप सबसे है. Have you experienced this that a place is hyped, XYZ कोई से भी, always full, you've been there twice and you still can't believe how are people going to that place? यार खाना तो बहुत ही बेकार है, मतलब average भी है और इतने high price है, but they're always full.
Yeah.
Correct.
Do we experience that?
It is such a personal
It happens.
thing.
It happens, yes.
And there's successful restaurants and chain pe
Guys, on a serious note, but that's for a short time. The hype that dies down.
A restaurant that looks boring, just has tables and chairs, versus something with character, like you have a movie theme. We may have an origami theme. Somebody else may have, old world kind of theme. Because that theme is there, because that experiential view is there, and you can see that on Instagram, you may go to that restaurant over a different restaurant, even if the food is slightly less good in that restaurant.
Only once. Only once. You can't go second time. You won't go second time.
Second time and subsequent times finally.
But this is what Chef's talking about, right? That people sometimes go back again and again to a restaurant,
Because
or it's
they like
full.
the vibe.
They
don't
like
mind the food.
something. It's very personal. It doesn't have to be everybody's cup of tea.
No, can I tell you, I agree, there are lots of restaurants where you rightly said product is not great, but they are always full.
Yeah.
But in my personal experience, their shelf life is limited. Yes.
What, sorry?
The shelf life of the restaurant is limited. They don't last 3-5 years. Why is table still so relevant? Why is Yum Yum Chai still so relevant?
Not because of Instagram.
Not because of Instagram,
Not because of
your
Instagram.
product.
But I'm not
Exactly.
Nobody's saying a restaurant is alive because of Instagram. The point is that you can't survive without it. It's not saying that it's the crux of your restaurant or the substance of your restaurant. It's just saying that Instagram is a tool you cannot live without. I don't know how Asim lives without it.
This tool can. But they said food first. Is food the most important reason to go to a restaurant today? I'm not saying 10 years ago, I'm not saying 5 years ago.
Depends where you live.
When you go out 5 times a week, or you want to take a bunch of people out and nobody can agree, etc. I don't think that food is the only most important.
But you would go like once a year to a restaurant like this. But the basically have food, where you like food. The food you will go once a week also. But that's the frequency will be very less for restaurants which are going only for the experience.
No, it also depends on what you're going for. If you're taking friends who are visiting from out of town, and you want them to kind of have this thing of here Qutub Minar ka view, or you want to have Victoria Memorial ka view, then you're going for that kind of experience.
Okay, everybody chill now. Okay.
Big chill. Big
chill. Take a big chill. और टेबल पे बैठ के आराम से यम करो, ठीक है? Okay guys, देखो बहुत clearly, I think the primary reason for anyone to go to a restaurant is the product. Like any consumer product, unless the product is absolutely top notch, I don't think you will last very long. But at the same time, I think Instagram in today's world is perhaps the most potent tool. Maybe it's a double-edged sword, but in today's time, perhaps the most potent tool for promoting your good product. So product comes first, is what I feel. I'm going to end this because I had promised them that before 8 we'll be off the stage. So I guess there is no right or wrong answers, but very clearly from whatever I know about this trade and whatever we have discussed today, I think the product is paramount. Everything else around it, whether it's packaging, it's marketing, everything is secondary to the core product. And that's what I feel, and I thank all of you for putting your side of the story. But as it is happening in India, the right wing, I wouldn't say right-hand side, has won today. Thank you. This side has won.
Guys. Since we are talking about Instagram, one pic for Instagram.
Perfect. I'd like to call upon Asif Ahmed, the Kolkata Managing Committee, to felicitate our food fighters along with our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our food fighters who've just finished their fight in the ring, and that was the last session of today. Asif to felicitate our food fighters and our moderator. Let's have some music, ladies and gentlemen. We have some music. Gentlemen, if we can just come up here in front of the podiums. This way. Just come up to the podium, please. In front of the podiums, please. Thank you. So get a good photo op. All our panelists. As the felicitation session goes on, I'd like to thank our partners, our presenting partner DotPe, industry partner Coca-Cola, Bira, associate partners Swiggy, IIHM, Amazon Pay, Maggi, celebration partner Shiva's Glassware, our co-partners Ideal Insurance, Easy Diner, Ganges Jute, 1X Solutions, Vocal for Local, Nips, Domino's, knowledge partner Grant Thornton, event partners On to Cook, ITC MasterChef, the Cap Group, Middleby Selfrost, Sunrise, Tata Motors, Fusa, ITC, RB Diagnostic, Friends of Shiva, and Sony Power. Well, a short reminder about the inter-chapter cricket tournament. That's tomorrow. The NRAI Premier League NPL between Delhi NCR, Mumbai, Chennai, Goa and Bangalore, Bhopal and Kolkata. That's tomorrow, the 22nd of September. Thank you very much. I'd now like to call upon Secretary General Prakul Kumar to deliver the official vote of thanks. Could we have Prakul Kumar on stage, please, to deliver the official vote of thanks? That's not Prakul. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the end of the eventful day, and in this scheme of Band Baja Bharat, I guess the ceremonies are over. One long day is over. Ab to ghar wale reh gaye hain. I would just like to say that this event for today, of course, as the President had mentioned, is a significant step as far as the NRAI is concerned. The only thing I would like to add here is that the participation of all the industry leaders and the experts on stage today, if even one of the participants have taken one item each, which will help them in their professional business, I think that would have been a pat on our back and a success as far as this is concerned. I would like to thank all the participants. I would like to thank the managing committee, the industry leaders who have helped out in curating this amazing day. This event would not have been possible without the untiring effects of Sagar, hands up please, and of course Aditya, Abhimanyu, Piyush, and my special thanks to both the secretarial teams, the team at the Marriott for having put it together. And of course, this event would definitely not have been possible without the support of our sponsors. So a big shout out and thank you to our long-standing partner, DotPe, Anurag and your team. Thank you so much. To all our other long list of sponsors, for fear of missing out on any one of them, I would just want to cover a big thank you to all of you who have come in various categories to support us, big or small. Yeah. And as far as the event is concerned, if you all remember childhood days, a circus, the entire circus was the person who cracked the whip. And a very special thanks to the MC today for having cracked that whip and ensuring that people were at the correct time, at the correct place, and adhering to the schedule. A big thank you to all the participants who are here and who have left. And we hope to keep doing events better, bigger, more knowledgeable for the benefit of the industry. Thank you all.
Prakul sir, thank you so much for your kind words.
The Calcutta and the Delhi Secretariat on stage, please, and Prakulji, if you can just stay for another minute. Can we please have Sapna and Poonam from Calcutta?
Yeah, Sagar, I have the whole list in front of me. Prakul Kumar. Prakulji, please, on stage. Neha Grover, Jayaprakash Prajapati, Poonam Thakkar, Ravinder Kaur, Snehila Tatikka, Hitesh Mondol, Mridula Navani, and Sapna Jha. Members of the Secretariat, to be felicitated by Sagar. Sagar, can Kabir join you? Okay, right. Sorry. So Kabir and Sagar to felicitate members of the Secretariat. Let's go name-wise, one by one. Prakul Kumar. Mr. Prakul Kumar first. Neha Grover. Jay Prakash Prajapati. Poonam Thakkar. Ravinder Kaur. Ravinder is not here. Snehalata Tigga. Up next, Hitesh Mondol. Mridula is not here. And we have Sapna, of course. Sapna Jha. DotPe presents NRAI Indian Restaurant Summit 23 in Kolkata. Thank you, JW Marriott, for being such a wonderful host, with people coming in from 22 different cities, and the fabulous sessions that we had back to back. Thank you, members of the audience. The most of you have left. The ones who've stayed behind, thank you so much. It was a brilliant day, well spent together. Thank you.
We must thank you. Thank you very much.
Peace, peace.